Hello. I'm not gonna do that. Bing.
Okay. So where you died,
I died.
you were fighting Rachni, and so they're melee, right?
User alert.
Yes.
Main reactor shut
So
down.
you kind of want to stay on your toes. And so here's like a pro tip. If you aim for a singularity, you can use it defensively, right? So like you put it where your flank is,
Okay.
and that will protect you from all the like little
Containment
grubs.
procedures. Manual
Okay.
restart required.
Also, you have level ups. Okay, you have dampening yet? Okay, you're gonna need dampening. And also all your abilities, you only need to go like halfway to the tree. The attack armor, pistols, sniper rifles, and specter training are the ones you max. But you will need dampening for the end fight here.
Wrong one.
You can remove it if you press the right button to do it.
Yes.
Yeah, advanced dampening if you can by the end of this mission. Okay, there's also Liara. You're gonna need. Okay, she already has warp. That's good. So you can invest in throw. And then give her lift.
Oh. I don't wanna.
She only needs 1 point in lift to get the ability.
Oh my god.
Relax, bro.
No, it just double click.
I know, I'll do that. He needs warp. So the key thing about warp, it's good against everything you're bad against.
Great.
User alert. Landline connection.
Landline.
Before you have to. Landmine connections are disabled.
Okay. Yeah. Is this where I am? Reconnect landlines?
Yeah.
Cable connects big 15.
Remember, you just restored the power with that annoying puzzle that you hated?
Yes.
So now you need to restore.
Trams
Now
are
that it's powered up,
disabled.
you need to go
Passenger trams are
restore all the
offline.
local connections.
Yeah.
Because that's how the thing is designed, is that it locks down in sections.
Okay.
Now exiting to the roof. User alert. Landline.
I feel like that's not where I want to go.
No, this is where you died.
User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required. User alert. Landline connections are
You see why the user alert is drilled into every Mass Effect player's head?
Mm-hmm. Now.
Those guys explode directly when you want to put a thing in front of you.
Now. Controls. This one. I died anyway. Nice.
Yeah, see, they'll charge you. So if you put a singularity in front of you, it will help. Because those little guys that explode on you, they're like little flood. You know how the flood explodes?
Yeah.
The little burst.
User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required.
fuck's sake.
I told you to say. Singularity's so good that in the next game they give you class specialization powers. For example, the Infiltrator gets a tactical cloak, but the Biotic kept Singularity because it was already so powerful that they needed to add abilities to balance around it.
Now exiting to the roof. User alert. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger trams are offline.
I know what the people want.
Now get some fun.
User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required.
Hell yeah.
User alert. Landline connections are
You
disabled.
can also overload those.
Trams are offline.
Only overload works. It might only be in the second game, though. Okay, so when they introduce powers in the second game, they introduce it by saying, a guy literally goes, I can use overload on those canisters. Like, it literally tells you to do it because it introduces that you can do it. So, excuse me for thinking it's in this game as well.
Thermal armor.
Torian armor. What the fuck? Oh, you got an Omni tool. Equip that shit right away.
Neat.
You
To
need
me?
it. Yes, it's for tech. Look at that cooldown bonus you get now.
Neat.
Can you ruin them as well? Or socket them with abilities?
No.
No. That would have been cool, though.
Ooh.
Cryo's pretty good on grenades because it's like it's like an ability you'll have in the next game anyway.
Mm.
So if you throw I think were you using cryo grenades?
No. Fusion.
I thought I saw the enemies get frozen. Somebody has cryo rounds. That's what it is.
Yes, that is what it is.
That was helpful too because that like takes the enemy out of the fight for a minute. It's like a stasis that you can use. Oh damn. Yeah, this company is really good with some weapons.
Hell yeah.
Also, shredder rounds because it's mostly organics on this level. If you have them.
Polonium rounds. I have a lot of that. Ooh.
Just keep an eye out for shredder rounds. Like, I don't think the red. Oh, were they shield? Did they have shields?
Don't know.
I would assume they don't, considering they're like bugs.
Hmm.
Also, I'm not sure if I pointed this out, but if you're paying attention to the lore dumps, the Solarians genocided the Rachni.
Ah.
And I think the Torians were also involved, but so they found the Krogan, and the Krogan reproduced super fast, and they were like warlike.
Mm.
And So the Krogan homeworld is a nuclear wasteland.
It's awesome. We
So
love
the Solarians basically did a first contact thing with them and gave them all this technology and basically made them into a fighting force against the Rachni and wiped out all the Rachni in the galaxy. So that's why
very
it's
cool.
confusing that Rachni are here. Because they
Yeah.
were supposed to be extinct. And then as a reward, they feared that the Krogan were too powerful. So they worked with the Turians to do the genophage. So they literally genocided them as a reward for winning the war against the Rachni.
Fucking Jesus Christ. Alright.
You know,
Say.
the Rachni are mindless bugs, you know? It's like,
Is it really genocide?
you know, yeah, I mean, are they even intelligent? I mean, they're just mindless bugs that could survive space. Because they would infest freighters and stuff.
Yeah.
So they started
User
appearing on
alert.
other worlds.
Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment
How did
procedures.
Thresher Maws get to
Manual
other
restart
worlds, though?
required.
Why is there so many Thresher Maws?
Online. How may I assist you?
What are the landlines and why are they disabled?
The landlines connect my mainframes here at Central Station to the various sub-facilities of Peak 15.
Pen 15.
This allows the crew to remotely access my databases from the comfort and security of their labs. When emergency protocols were implemented within the hot labs, the cabling was automatically ejected.
Lol. Oh, this is how you figure out what to do. That's funny.
How do I reconnect the landlines?
The landlines are designed for easy
User
reconnection.
alert.
The router for the landlines is on the roof of operations. Simply activate the controls and the hardware will reconnect and reboot automatically.
That's all I need right now.
Very well, Commander. Logging you out.
Yeah, there's like a thing you touch to turn it on.
I hate the code.
Neat. Done.
What's funny is I'll die on that part a lot too. Like if I'm playing an adept, I'll forget how hard that little part is and how fast they charge you.
Yeah,
And I'll
fair.
die on the first
User
one.
alert. Main reactor shut down in
It
accordance
happens.
with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required.
Manual restart required. User alert. There's still audio?
I think so.
Yeah. It stopped saying user alert, so I was like, what's going on?
Heads up!
Yeah.
User alert. Main reactor shut
Yeah,
down.
lift is super good against these types of things, and it lifts the grates. You can affect the physics.
That's cool.
And actually, if you drop heavy stuff on things,
Actually.
it will kill them.
Oh, that's funny.
I believe.
Very cool. I don't know
It's
what
cool
this
until you
way,
get
but
crushed by
let's
a
do it.
box.
Hell
And then
yeah.
you say, "What the fuck? I got crushed by your box."
Reactor. User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required.
Manual restart required. User alert.
User alert. Main reactor
alert.
shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart
Manual
required.
restart required. User alert. Was that cryo?
Yep.
That was a guess.
Those are dead.
Well, are they alive to begin with? They're robots. These are the questions that we
If they weren't, they definitely are now. Oh. Whoa.
Shields down.
User alert. Main reactor shut down. Accordance with emergency containment procedures.
Oh.
Manual restart
Those
required.
things can get like lifted if you drop those shields. So if you overload them, you can affect them with physics. Physics is your greatest weapon.
Dead. That.
I think we're done here.
Oof. A little bit of panic
So,
there.
like,
Up there.
The physics magic is not only is it like the coolest magic that I've seen in sci-fi, like it's so much cooler than the Force, right?
Yeah.
But they
I don't know.
also like effectively explain how it works. Like there's like more and like realistic science behind it, so it's more immersive.
Yeah, you can make that argument because it's kind of just like space magic.
Yeah. Well, they have implants to be able to do it. The humans, Caden has an implant. That's why he gets his headaches. But one of the things that
You wanted me to get
is-
damping? What?
Yeah,
What
you
now?
already have as much as you need for advanced. And then how do you is there an infiltrator thing? Like you actually have a class infiltrator?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not sure if it's available to you yet. You may have to get further in the game. But I want to say if you put enough points in that, it unlocks a class specialization.
Okay.
So it's like, and like how some like Final Fantasy does it, where you upgrade a class like halfway through the game.
Tungsten rounds. Exoskeleton.
Yeah, tungsten rounds are good against the Rachni and also the boss here.
Whoa. These sound cool.
That's the thing is like as long as you're flipping between your synthetic and organic rounds, depending on what you're fighting.
Yeah.
That's just the key.
Incendiary. Fire.
Incendiary, give that to Rex
Mm.
on his assault rifle. Because Incendiary is better from rapid fire weapons. It builds the effect.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have to take a certain amount of fire effect before they get the status.
Okay.
That might be a sequel thing, but might as well get in the habit of it. Because we're going to spend the least amount of time on the first one. Get through it as much as possible just for the story.
Yes.
No, put it on Incendiary on his assault rifle.
Yeah, true.
Because it builds the heat.
Where? That's funny.
You just give him whatever on the shotgun. Because you'll get some more it gives you upgrades constantly, so you'll have something if you don't have something already.
Yeah. Ah.
That's what I think is so annoying. While I do like getting upgrades dumped on me and takers and stuff, the second game, it just gives you your gun, and that's your gun.
Yeah, okay.
And then also, like, it gives you upgrades, and like it can also if you're biotic and you don't specialize in any gun, the gun upgrade section, it will allow you to specialize in a different gun, so you can do snipers, assault rifles, or shotguns.
Okay.
But then if you already specialize in a weapon like an assault rifle, you can get a third assault rifle, but it's not necessarily better than your first assault rifle. They just all function differently.
Yeah.
So like the first one is a classic assault rifle. It's just a machine gun.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one is your battle rifle.
Okay.
And then the third one is inaccurate like machine gun. But because it's so inaccurate, you have to like use it differently. You know,
Yeah.
you like burst fire it and stuff, but it's really strong.
Okay.
And then same with the snipers. Like the third sniper it gives you isn't necessarily good. It's like a one-shot reload heavy material rifle. You know, and the first one is the one you have, the Mantis. But I like that though. You know, like Kyle Divers, how all the gear is like viable, even the starter stuff. Also, classes that can't specialize in guns get an SMG and a pistol.
Okay.
And the SMG, the first SMG it gives you is more accurate burst fire, and then the second one is more like a hold down the trigger spray.
Interesting.
Automatic. It's just so good. The second game is perfect. It's like Halo 2. Perfect.
Halo 3 is better.
You think?
Yeah.
See, I don't like fighting the brutes as much as I like fighting the elites.
That's fair. Halo 2 is far too difficult. It's
Oh yeah, it is super hard.
It's far too difficult, but it also makes it such a
I
good
also don't play on Legendary because I just don't care.
skill issue.
Now entering decontamination.
It is by
and
far
transit
the
hub.
most challenging Halo.
User
Yeah, well,
alert.
it's the Jackal snipers on Legendary. I've beaten it on Legendary, but
Access to passenger tramways inadvisable.
1 second. I'm gonna change the Twitch titles and stuff because I forgot to. Because what were we gonna add?
also, like, man, I remember when we beat it on Legendary, how mad we were that we didn't get a secret ending because the first one had a great Legendary secret ending. Because we were going through all that work to try to think like, oh, there might be extra lore because we were obsessed with Halo at the time.
Yeah. Okay,
And like, it's funny because like I didn't understand what Gravemind was. Like, it's not explained in game. Like, they explained nothing in the story.
Yeah.
Like, I probably wouldn't know what Gravemind is if I didn't look at the lore as an adult.
Yeah.
Because I was so confused when Gravemind appears. I didn't understand what it was.
Yeah, it really doesn't explain it, does it? Okay. The 5th gen one is changed.
Well, it's not Master Chief's job to understand. It's his job to shoot.
Mr. Chef. Ugh.
Master Shake.
Master Cheeks. Master Cheeks shall die forever. Can you see the chat today? Is chat coming up today?
I don't have my monitor on. Yes, it is.
Excellent. We love this. This is great. Hold on. We're in a bad view. Other way. Cool. Oh, why did I log out? That was stupid. Okay, almost done.
Okay. At level 20, Admiral Hackett to do a side quest, and completing that side quest gets you your class specialization.
I
didn't know that's what caused it. I thought that was an optional mission.
Boom. It is all changed. I put my one back into talk shows and podcasts.
Cool. Now let's get
Titles
through
have,
this mission.
titles have been adjusted. Settings are good. We still need a Discord link, I think, for a couple things, but we should be more or less fine. Okay, let's fucking go.
Hot to go. Speaking of Shiosi, I was looking up stuff on like viable squad mates, and a lot of people were saying that Ashley is pretty good with infiltration.
Don't
And
care.
I said, don't care, because he can also use Caden.
Oh, okay.
Caden can swap for, I think, Liara. Yeah, because he has half biotic, half tech. So that
Okay.
would be like your perfect mix. But Caden's a little better when he levels up and has more of the support abilities built out. Liara's good right away because she has Singularity. And that's a hard ability to give up to take Caden, who also has Overload.
They're locked in.
The door could be.
Control group,
And
loosen
I
up.
think Liara also gets Overload.
Can't escape.
I think you can turn on the guns if you have enough ability to do so.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay,
Armor upgrades. That's right. I had armor upgrades.
It looks like there was also, it might have been an explosive barrel, but it's another locker potentially. Yeah, you need armor for Liara. Light armor.
Damage protection.
Yeah, kinetic buffer is pretty good.
That's pretty good. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna keep that one on me. This cunt can have this one. And she needs armor.
You still haven't got light armor. You'll be able to buy some soon. You're about to go to the hub area for the second part.
Damage protection. We want to protect her. That sweet, precious thing. Okay. We
Make sure
done.
you save after you do the ability.
I cannot.
Oh, silly goose.
Oh well. Oh, a lot of enemies. Ah, there they are. Oh god. Oh, they're not moving.
Yeah, the physics ability are pretty strong against him.
He's dead, Jim.
All patched up.
Ow. I can't heal.
All clear.
Yeah, you can now. Ability was on
Patching
cooldown.
you up.
Save. Must save. Wow. 12 hours.
Yeah, but you know, it would be a lot less if you didn't look at your phone anytime you got in an elevator.
Fuck off. Ooh, door. Ooh,
Departing Central
a train.
Station. Destination, Rift Station.
Twain.
I think this is where the shops are.
Now arriving
Okay.
at Rift Station.
I think there's an Al-qeada that will sell you stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But you also have to be careful because if you go too far, you won't be able to go back to the shops.
Okay. What the fuck? You hear me good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Your goal is to get access to the hot labs, by the way.
Uh-huh. This one.
Yes. So now you know where the door is.
Right.
User alert. Are we finally getting... We stopped getting those, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
Stand down. Sorry, we couldn't be sure what was on the tram.
Yeah, reasonable.
I take it you've encountered those things.
Encountered, fought, seen men ripped apart by. We're all working on stems. Look, you're human and that's enough that I won't shoot. But I'd like to know who you are.
Call me Shepard.
Spectre.
I was sent to find an Asari matriarch.
Benezia? Yeah, she came through here. The aliens overran the hot labs last week. Only Han Olar got out, and he ain't all there anymore. The first we knew, the bastards were clawing into my command post. We had a lot more staff then.
Why
We've
are
never
you
seen
working
anything
with
like
the
that.
Arachnite?
What do you know?
I'm no xenobiologist. They're fast, vicious, and there's a hell of a lot of them. The board sent an Asari to clean up the mess. She went to the hot labs yesterday. We haven't heard from her since.
Benezia. Is she still over there?
I don't know. I don't see what one person could do.
A matriarch has the skill to keep herself alive for a long time.
There's an emergency elevator out by the trams. This card will let you activate it. Can take you down to the hot labs. Oh, and if you need any first
that
aid,
was hard.
Dr. Cohen's downstairs in the med bay.
Yes, I need stuff. I like stuff. I like to buy things.
How are your people holding up?
We weren't expecting the initial wave. They made it inside. We lost some good people. Those of us left are shorthanded.
Private
Kept
security,
order by long
womp
shifts and
womp.
stems.
Don't care.
I don't like it, but I don't see an alternative.
Private security on Noveria, too.
I need to know more about the situation in the hot labs.
The facility's off the network. The only way to find out would be to send scouts down the elevator, and I won't send my people to their death.
Did the aliens
Like, I
come
bet
from
you Noveria wouldn't give a
or
shit
did
if
they
somebody
attack from the
was
outside?
designing AI.
Personal
Yeah.
opinion. Labs like that exist to do stupid crap that gets people killed.
Because they don't even look into what their guys are doing. Like, you could
Yeah.
totally build an
Tell me
AI
about the
on
structure of
Noveria.
the hot labs.
It's built into one of the glaciers further down the mountain. Real old, thick, stable one. Something goes wrong, they heat it up and sink it into the ice. Normally, the crew gets to the labs using a tram from Central Station.
That's a good
Not
idea,
elevated
actually.
tanks directly, but it's for emergency use only. Listen, I'm not sending my people down there. It's too dangerous. You understand?
Maybe don't do lab work that requires something so extreme in the first place.
Yeah.
What's funny about that?
About the aliens.
Ask Dr. Olar. He's
about
the only one who made it out of the hot.
glacier,
He's the only
Mm.
Volus left in
There
here.
was a glitch, and as far as I know, they didn't fix it because I don't know if anyone else found it, but we called it the rectal vader. And it's so on the Noveria map on multiplayer, there's a specific doorway.
You're certain the matriarch is still in the hot
Doorway
labs?
and look down and die.
You
You'll
can't-
respawn at extraction. So on the final wave, we'll all run to that point, and then we'll all
How'd that
wipe
work for
and
you?
like get killed
Yeah,
right
yeah,
at the last like 5 seconds, and it'll respawn
Yeah.
us
Hell,
because you fall through
man,
the
the
map
problem-
That's hilarious.
and drops you on extraction.
Hold the line!
Enemy is everywhere.
She used it herself.
Yeah, she'll mostly use her abilities herself.
Thanks for the help. Every
The
few
only
hours,
thing you'll
group
really
comes
do
up
is
with
position her
plans.
singularities where you need
It's
them.
actually better since we locked
But
down the
she'll
elevator.
also use it, so.
We're all in the same boat.
I don't know why they keep throwing themselves against our defenses. Even animals should learn not to stick their noses where it hurts.
And then Rex also has lift now too. So anything that can be affected by physics, Rex, if she doesn't get it with singularity and her lift, Rex can do it too.
Okay.
Which is great because, you know, when you're in like a more open map as a sniper, they'll just have guys floating in the air above boxes while you sit behind a box. Wait, you want to go to the shops first?
Whatever.
There's a guy who will sell you stuff, he said. He's doing
doesn't look like there's options.
It's not here. There's like it's in the bunk area.
That explains nothing.
The sign shows bunk beds. I think. It's been a long time.
There's no other way to go.
I thought there was another way out there. We'll see.
Unless it goes through here.
Well, maybe even the hot labs elevators is what you take. But yeah, you keep going and there's a door or something. There it is right there. You're in the room. You're in the room with the shops.
Yeah, but I want to see what's down here. Oh, it's an elevator. Boo. It's one of these things.
Yeah, I think he's got the armors.
I welcome you. Cautiously, I am curious to know what you're doing here.
I was sent here to find an Asari matriarch.
Surprised? One has visited recently. Furtively. There are rumors she has gone to the hot lab.
This is how we should talk online.
With forced cheer. I still have a limited supply of equipment to sell.
If I pick that one, does it ruin it?
What does it say?
What's this cell crap?
Oh, yeah, because you want it given to you?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Given the situation, you should freely contribute to the defense.
Pointedly, I give freely to Captain Ventralis. You, delicately, are not paid to protect us.
Show me what you've got.
Regretfully,
He's got a point.
He does.
Most of my stock is being appropriated by Captain Ventralis.
Alright, light human armor is what we need. Phoenix.
Not available.
Not too much. Well, you also have tons of stuff to sell.
39,000.
You have a lot of stuff to sell. Like, you can sell 3 and below probably pretty safely.
Yeah. I love that that's as fast as it scrolls.
I know, right?
Yeah, very cool.
Well, like you can mark as junk, you know, and you can do that in your when you're doing your equipment menu with your squad. You can mark as junk in that menu, so you could get in the habit of being proactive, but like fuck that. You're gonna instead struggle with the menu the whole time because that's how we do things. We're men. We don't ask for directions. Hustling and disaster.
Is this the riveting Mass Effect content everybody's come for?
Are you even selling? Oh, you're marking it.
Boom. monies. Like human armor.
Well, there might be a cheaper one.
That's expensive.
Yeah, is there a cheaper light armor?
No.
There's a biotic amp as well. You need that.
Done. Omnitool?
Yours is better.
How do I
Well, you can still sell more stuff, you know. I'm just saying you could sell 3 and lower safely.
Ooh. Thanks.
Well, Hank, did you even buy the armor that you needed, or did you upgrade your pistol?
I upgraded my pistol because fuck that armor, it's expensive.
Yeah, but you have more stuff to sell.
Yeah, it's fine.
Give her the biotic amp.
Fuck off. I want to talk to people.
What? No!
It's another one of these cunts.
This is the guy who survived.
Sorry, I haven't had much sleep since the attack. Yeah, is there something you need?
Give me your money.
How are you holding up?
It would be petty to complain after showering off a coworker's brain. None of us have had enough sleep since the attack. Of course, not all of us have guns.
Jesus.
What do you do here?
I'm a toxicologist. I can't talk about my work. Not that I'm doing anything since the accident.
There was an accident here?
I can't talk about what happened. Not here. Too public. Talk to Dr. Cohen in the medical ward. He was the project lead.
What do you know about the hot labs?
Nothing. I didn't work there. As far as I know, Han Olar was the only survivor.
Okay, that isn't the survivor then.
Oh.
They're all technically survivors, but the Han Olar is the
What sort of work do you do
Yeah.
here?
I can't say. I signed a non-disclosure agreement. If we survive, I'd like to keep my job. The
If we
location,
survive, I'd like
the
to
pay
keep
is
my
better
job.
than any other commercial lab.
This is the fucking attitude Noveria breeds.
Alright.
The guy
Yeah.
selling shit in the middle of a disaster.
There's also our guest, Lady Benezia. Captain Ventralis might know where she is.
Mm.
Like,
I'll
they
talk to
signed
you
on knowing how dangerous this
report
shit
any
was.
suspicious
Yeah.
noise.
It's a fucking number.
Yeah,
These
sorry.
are people who only care about money.
Got a smoke?
No,
We're all out.
fuck yeah.
Don't go that way.
Warning. Watchdog protocol is active.
Fuck.
Yeah, they're locking down that door, so if you open it, they'll consider you a traitor.
Uh.
Because they're holding back the zombies. Jack's had a mild anti-white slur.
Wait, what? When did this happen? She really can't wear anything though.
Yeah, I mean, as you're going through this inventory, you can mark as trash.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're gonna get a disease.
What do you want?
I've had a long day. Don't piss me off.
Yes, I'm sorry. I haven't had much sleep lately.
I need to get into the maintenance areas.
I have a pass, but there's
I
nothing
need to
back
get into
there.
maintenance
Just,
areas.
well, snow and maintenance access.
I'm gonna get back there one way or another. This place doesn't need any more holes blown in it.
No, it doesn't. Take it. Just don't tell the guards. They're twitchy enough.
I'm gonna tell the guard.
What happened to these people?
They're suffering from a toxin. There was an accident. I have a non-disclosure agreement. I shouldn't discuss it with anyone outside of the company.
Suit
Is it binary helix?
I'm just trying to avoid an incident.
I want to know.
What happened to these people?
They're suffering from... I have a non-disclosure agreement.
Fuck!
Suit yourself.
I'm just trying to avoid...
What happened to this?
Yes, I have a non-disclosure agreement. I shouldn't discuss it with anyone outside of the company.
But you're going to, because I might be able to help.
And I'd like to think that the company finds our lives more valuable than their secrets. You know Mira, the VI for Peak 15? She handles the safety protocols for our experiments here.
We reactivated her on our way through Central Station.
That was you? I'm grateful. Until she came online, the automatic equipment wouldn't work. We lost the connection to Mira in the middle of an experiment and the quarantine failed. These three were exposed to a toxin, something we were working on.
I need full cooperation if I'm going to help. Do you want these people to live? If not, I'll walk out of here.
No, wait. It's a bioweapon. Based on an exotic life form discovered on the frontier. They wanted something that could kill the creature. But there was no profit in something
This
that
world
kills one
loves
species
genocide.
on the frontier. We kept working on it and adapted it to affect more species.
By world, I mean
You
mass.
hear that? So the bioweapon is the toxin they designed to kill the creatures.
Out of the pandemic spread.
So, which are of themselves a bioweapon.
Militaries, governments, they'll get this kind of weapon one way or another, and we're trying to limit the damage. I know you can't see that.
Uh-huh. Okay, Lockheed Martin.
You made this, but can't cure it. Don't you people take notes?
Our first priority was getting it working. We were close to synthesizing an antidote when Mira went down. Our notes and equipment are locked in the quarantine labs. Captain Ventralis doesn't want to risk more contamination.
I'll talk to him. Maybe I can convince him to let me try.
I can't ask you to do this officially, but if you can do anything, I'd appreciate it.
How's the science team holding up?
Better than Ventralis' guards. They've been on alert since the first attack. I've been administering stims at their request. But every species needs to sleep. They're getting twitchy, irrational.
Are you the doctor here?
I'm a doctor, but not the doctor. My specialty is microbiology, not first aid. We had a medic, Dr. Salah, but we lost him. The automatics can handle basic treatment. Mira runs them.
Talk to you later.
I hope you can do something.
I think, doesn't he also sell some stuff?
No.
Okay. I wasn't sure if he gives you something. I think there's more, there's other people here that have goods too, I think.
What?
What a bitch.
You seem less upset about this situation than the others.
That is one of the virtues of the meditation you interrupted.
Tell me about yourself.
I am a less
Make you less of a
University
cunt.
of Chris. Is there anything in particular you want to know, or should I just spout random facts?
No need to be so rude.
You are interrupting my meditations. Precisely how rude
Namaste.
I can convince you to leave.
You're a
This
member
is
of the
Namaste
science.
bitch. She does alpaca yoga
Transferred, yes.
and goat yoga and shit.
What do you do here?
And hot yoga.
Molecular genetics. I specialize in biotic-enhanced allele-specific hybridization.
Think you could translate that into galactic?
It's a genetic thing. Forget it.
What a bitch.
Do you know Matriarch Benezia?
Why ask me and not your friend?
Because I do not know anything about the matriarch.
Then why would I?
That's your mom. What do you mean you don't know anything about
That's
her?
all for now.
Then I will return to my meditations.
I'll take this bitch.
There's another guy. It's not him. Is it this? It's like the.
Science pukes.
Yeah, these two.
Where did... You're not going to go to the hot labs.
Okay.
You suck at this.
I was just checking because I didn't know if I just knew there were people, so might as well check.
Nice.
Armor?
HK.
The same pistol you just bought?
No. Tsunami.
Oh, Tsunami's really good. Lancer might be better, yep. Or no, what he has. He has a Thunder. That's better.
She can have that one.
Yeah, you can give her assault rifles. She's equally as good as them as she is any other weapon, which is not at all.
And then she can have that one.
Yeah, I always give her like my leftover weapons.
Yes. Kessler. Less damage. Oh,
Yeah, she already has the Edge 4.
Yeah. I'm gonna give her a different pistol than mine.
What do you have?
Ooh. That's a new one.
Yeah.
Higher damage. Higher accuracy, that's better. Thank you.
Yeah, that's basically you want to have this. You want to kind of focus your snipers to have like, doesn't matter how many shots before cooldown, because even if you pick the one with the best cooldown, it's like an extra shot.
Yeah.
Normally you can only fire 2 before it overheats. So she has a biotic amp. Liara needs it.
What do I have? Why? I swear I had one.
You don't have biotic amps. You're
I
not
swear
a biotic. No, it doesn't give you a slot for it because you can't use it.
Whatever. Okay.
Did Rex have one too?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Hopefully you'll get that human armor. Yeah, I guess they start with one. That's probably the default.
Yeah. I need to pick.
After the Geths secure a location, they round up and impale dead and living bodies on mechanical spikes. The spikes rapidly transform these victims into withered husks, extracting water and trace minerals, and replacing them with cybernetics. The cybernetics reanimate the lifeless flesh and tissue, transforming the bodies into mindless killing machines. Some Alliance soldiers refer to the husk-generating spikes as dragon's teeth, a reference to the mythological berserkers who sprang up from the earth wherever the teeth of the dragon Eris were planted. Dragon's teeth and husks bear little resemblance to other pieces of Geth technology. No one is sure why a synthetic race would bother to drain the minuscule amount of recoverable resources from organic corpses, though the value of reusing them as shock troops is obvious.
Shocking. I knew that wasn't going to be a very long entry. Because, like, I mean, what can you say about husks? Especially at this point in the game. Hot to go. Well, I hope Liara gets armor dropped before the end of the mission.
Something you need?
I've heard about problems in the quarantine lab. I'd like to recover the toxin cure.
God, I wish we could help those guys. I really do, but we can't risk contamination now.
If we survive, your employers will want a report from me. I wonder how much insurance they have on those scientists.
All right, you want to gamble with your life, you're not under my command. I'll have the guard let you in, but he'll lock the door behind you. He'll run a full scan before he'll let you out. If there are any anomalies, you stay in there.
Sounds good. Here, hold this grenade. Jack? Wasting time.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Great. We'll be stuck unless he decides we're helping.
I'll radio ahead to let the guard know. Good luck.
I've got work to do.
You and me both.
Do I have to go to that auto guard now?
I think you can go that way if you want. I think the hot labs, it's just one area. You go down into the hot labs and then you come back up the elevator right after. You just talk to a guy down there. Yeah, that's still red. So you go to the hot labs first. It's just a single elevator.
Can I fast travel there?
I distinctly remember in my mind one point where I could not find the hot labs. I don't know when it was, but I remember a memory in my head of me being frustrated trying to find where it is. Because I and it wasn't even my first time playing. I just forgot that you had to leave that area and come back out here.
Why is there an exclamation mark over there?
Because that's where the hot labs are.
Fuck you.
They're hot to go.
Is this the person?
Yeah.
Are you here to secure the situation?
That's right. I'm a council specter. Who are you?
I am Yaroslav Tartakovsky, the operations director. I would stand and shake hand, but you must listen to me. If we do not contain our mistake, they will drop bombs from the battle stations. You understand?
Wait. Is there an Asari matriarch here?
Asari? I have not seen one.
She is safe there, at Rift Station.
This is not important. You must be listening. Binary Helix found an egg. It was on a derelict ship, thousands of years drifting. This was Rachni's ship. Inside they find many eggs in cryogenic suspension.
Eggs?
What does this sound like?
Alien.
Rachni? The Krogan wiped them out 1,000 years ago.
That is so. Billions of lives lost in that war, on both sides.
They brought it here to wake it up?
Binary Helix planned to clone Rachni. Mass produce them. create an army. But when they get here, they find this egg is not a common Rachni. It is a queen. After she lays eggs, they move her to Rift Station. They are thinking that without her, they can raise the babies to be obedient.
Hold on. Don't you need a male to get eggs?
Queens are born carrying the genetic code of their fathers. Eggs are carried away from the colony to hatch alone.
Damn.
Queens can lay eggs in hours and have a colony in days. This is how they spread so quickly.
We'll take care of her later.
No, listen. The Rachni are intelligent species. They achieve star travel. They are not animals.
What?
No, they're more dangerous.
I am thinking that without a queen, Rachni do not develop properly. Her mind is shaping theirs. These Rachni are uncontrollable.
Are you telling me I shouldn't kill these things?
Actually, I was to tell you the opposite. These Rachni are beyond saving. It is a sad thing, but they must be euthanized. I am thinking that the neutron purge must be set off.
I'm not familiar with the purge system.
It creates bursts of neutron radiation, kills everything within the station. Things beyond get genetic damage of varying degree.
Once the purge is armed, we'll have to fight our way out. Give us a minute to patch up and rearm.
Sure. I wait here. I am not so much
lying.
searching.
Don't fight, run.
Mother always say I
What do you mean?
meet a bad end.
This is the only time I'm going to be telling you a strategy. Do not fight, run. Run to the door as fast as you can.
What door?
The elevator you came in on.
Okay.
Connecting. I have full access to the facility and am at your disposal.
I need information on the neutron purge.
The neutron purge is a fail-safe system installed within the isolation tube area. In the event of irretrievable containment loss, it is used to resolve the situation.
What exactly does this thing do?
The purge is a neutron burst weapon. 2 volumes of fissionable materials are brought together to form a critical mass. Most of the energy is released in the form of high-speed neutrons. This radiation is instantly lethal to any known form of life within 500 meters.
Interesting.
We would be wise to avoid touching any controls without reading the instructions.
That is advisable for all systems within this facility.
Activate the neutron purge.
I'm sorry, but I can't do that without proper code authorization.
6 Emperor Tyrann 3.
That is not the correct code. Please report to security for arrest and interrogation.
Who would have those codes?
Director of Operations Yaroslav Tartakovsky, or any executive officer of Binary Helix.
We're moving on.
Logging you out, Commander.
Clearly not.
Why did he not give you the code? That doesn't make any sense. Do you think he would say, you're going to need this code to turn
I
it
am
on?
feeling not so well.
Well, he is pretty sick.
I'm not familiar with the purge system.
It creates bursts of neutron radiation. Arming controls are nearby. All you do is insert the key. Then I will give Mira destruct.
Of course. Oh, he's dead. Do I leave now?
I thought he was... No. You have to use the neutron purge for real now. You get it off his corpse.
Oh.
High-speed neutrons are a thing, actually. I mean, the science of the game makes pretty good sense. It's like pretty, you know, maybe the singularity ability is a little excessive, you know, but like everything makes sense.
How can I help?
Scientifically. And also, using physics as a weapon is dope.
It is pretty cool.
You know, you can make Isaac Newton puns as your one-liners.
Activate the neutron purge.
I'm sorry, but I can't do that without proper code authorization.
Here's the code. Wasting time.
I am making sure the controller doesn't die. So no, we're not. Give me a second. What the fuck happened to this cable?
Chinchilla ate it.
What?
Still doing that. Can't let them near cables. It's their favorite food.
They are a rodent.
Yeah, and they love when they escape. Like, one of the last places they'll go where I can fish them out from is behind my desk with all the cables. Where they can get some free chomps in.
Yummy plastic.
I think it's more rubber, isn't it?
Oh my god. Because I plugged it into my computer and disconnected the controller. That's so stupid.
Code input 875020079. Code Omega local execution.
Verified. Code Omega X in 120 seconds.
Gotta clear him out of the hallway at least. He just body blocked you and took you right out.
This is an interesting development. Be back in a second.
Oh my god.
Nice. Nice. They're both dead.
It's okay. You're in the elevator.
They're alive. I win. I win. Is that it?
Yeah, now just go talk. They wanted you to destroy the hot labs, and then they'll let you in the final area.
Oh, he's gone.
I'm sorry about this, Shepard. We've got orders from Venezia. Open fire!
Oh, this cunt. No, let it kill him first. Oh.
That's another thing. Is just like a lot of the cover is made so the biotics can just pull enemies from cover for you.
It's a neat trick. I kind of want. Oh my god.
Now I'm ready.
Robotic, so they're super susceptible to overload.
Oh.
Yeah, they don't take time.
Bye. Little bird boy. See you later. Goodbye. Oh no, look, there's more. Not more of them. Oh, such a goofy cunt. I like the assault rifles.
Yeah, they're good against shields. That's also the first fire one too. That's the more accurate one that you get in the second game that I was saying, like the second tier. It looks cooler on your back too. VR still doesn't have armor.
Nope.
Hopefully it comes in this box.
Omnito. The cooldowns.
Hopefully a trade-off.
Shields and recharge, like using heal faster.
Yeah, just keep it in your inventory because you can, you know, when you die, you can like, oh, I'll try a little bit different and I'll use this only tool.
And then, how do I mark the junk?
Hey, one of those was good. See, that's striker. It's literally better than what you have.
That's fine. I have a different one because that's what he has.
Oh.
I'll probably scrap one of those. Scrap that. Neat.
Yeah, don't give it to her if it's. Oh yeah. You can give it to her actually because she also has overload. So you can give her an Omni tool.
Cool. I'll give her that one. Gives her more shields.
I don't know why they gave her overload. I think it's because she needed shields and it gives you first aid or something, or it gives you shield boost. She needed it to balance her, even though she has singularity. Both like two of the best abilities in the game they give her.
That's a 4. Why is it so low damage?
I mean, just some of them are garbage. Like, you might find a Lancer that's high level and use it for a little bit, but, like, some of the stuff just sucks. Some of the brands just suck, just like real life.
Oh, tungsten rounds. Synthetics, okay.
Yeah, you're not fighting synthetics, though. Unless you see Geth.
Yeah. Bye. Oh, you have to walk through a cave to get to bed. It's weird.
Well, it's they said that it's in a glacier. Remember?
All this metal and electricity makes shit hot.
Deep in a glacier.
Yeah. That's what I thought, bitch. Hell yeah.
Come on, human armor.
Nope. New shotgun though. West. I don't think I've actually used the shotgun yet.
Well, you don't have mastery in it, but what was awful in the original game, if you had training in it, you literally have the crosshair gigantic.
Do you know what this is?
What? Yeah, it's a good shotgun.
Do you see spread? Or does that look like a singular butthole?
Oh, yes, there's slug shotgun.
It's a slug.
It will spread it
very
a little.
exciting. Very, 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 very.
It'll tell you if you read the item description if it's a slug, I believe.
Okay, so that's another. And I think the tornado was the other one. Hurricane. Fast point. Okay. Don't like that.
That's a more fast spray and pray.
The heat transfer. Okay, so that's my slug one.
I mean, it's a way to make sure the game isn't broken by just switching your weapons to get out the heat.
There you go.
Thank you, Shepard, but I could really use some armor.
You can have some proton rounds and nothing. Oh my god. Sure. Right. Alright. Quarantine lab lockdown. Coolie, coolie, cool. Hell yeah.
User alert.
Not today. That's right, I can run.
I think you backtracked.
Maybe?
I'm not sure. Maybe it might just loop around and you're supposed to get a key in there or something.
Well, let's check.
Did that doctor in the med bay tell you to do something?
Yeah?
So you might be able to go back to him for a reward as well.
I'm just gonna check that I've got everything. Okay, there's only one door. Right.
Yeah, I guess it just loops around.
Huh.
Hey, here's the thing.
Cool.
Oh, see, that lab was open now.
Okay, that's the one we were in.
I'm pretty sure this was locked before. Yep.
You do not know the privilege of being a mother. There is power in creation. To shape a life, turn it toward happiness or despair. Her
Kill that
children
thing.
were to be ours, raised to hunt and slay Saren's enemies.
Saren is on the board of Binary Helix.
No matter
Remember?
who into this confrontation.
I have no idea what you're talking about, and I don't care.
Indeed. What have you told her about me, Liara?
What could I say, Mother? That you're
It's funny
insane?
because I only made that connection.
Should I
in this
explain how to
playthrough.
kill you? What could I say?
Have you faced an Asari commando unit before? Few humans have.
You won't look so smug with a hole in your head.
Your insolence is a poor mask for your fear.
Spaces.
Oh, she didn't last long. See ya. Yes. I'm not gonna go near her.
Lock shield!
Fuck these shields.
They're so funny.
God, this thing fucks them up. Is this all it is? Just fucking waves?
Yeah. But the commandos can throw you around if you don't.
Oh, that's correct.
That's why you have. So commandos have barriers, but Liara and Rex both have warp, which will rip their barriers.
Oh, that's funny. Right, no. Oh, neat.
Warp makes them more susceptible.
More susceptible to what?
It makes them weaker, so when your bullets hit, they're like 3 times as strong.
I literally can't hit her yet. Oh, it's like a one of those. Don't worry, I'll just use my sniper.
I don't think it's working as good as your regular sniper.
Yeah.
This is not over.
That was very anticlimactic.
My mind.
So a lot of people get stuck on that part. I know multiple people who stopped the game because they couldn't beat that section.
I expected better from Asari commandos.
I will not betray him.
She's just like this
You
bitch.
You must listen. Saren still whispers in my mind. I can fight his compulsions briefly, but the indoctrination is strong.
Why are you able to break free of his control now?
I sealed a part of my mind away from the indoctrination, saving it for a moment when I could help destroy him. It will not last long.
Are you saying he brainwashed you?
People are not themselves around Saren. You come to idolize him, worship him.
Sounds like a
you
you
will do
problem.
anything for him. The key is Sovereign, his flagship. It is a dreadnought of incredible size, and its power is extraordinary.
The ship that attacked Eden Prime? I didn't think anything that size could land on a planet.
It has a very powerful Mass Effect drive, but that is not Sovereign's true power. The longer you stay aboard, the more Saren's will seems correct. You sit at his feet and smile as his words pour into you. It is subtle at first. I thought I was strong enough to resist. Instead, I became a willing tool, eager to serve. He sent me here to find the location of the Mu relay. Its position was lost thousands of years ago.
The second game does a lot of exposition, like video logs.
2,000 years ago, the Rachni inhabited that region of our galaxy. They discovered the relay. The Rachni can share memories across generations. Queens inherit the knowledge of their mothers. I took the location of the relay from the Queen's mind. I was not gentle.
Tell me where the Mu Gate is before I lose my temper.
Of course, Commander. I transcribed the data to an OSD. Take it, please.
Knowing the relay's coordinates is not enough.
Are we just supposed to, like, believe her?
Saren wouldn't tell me his destination. But you must find out quickly. I transmitted the coordinates to him before you arrived. You have to stop me. I can't. His teeth are at my ear. Fingers on my spine. You should. Oh, you should.
Mother, I don't believe. Fight him.
Why is this so sexual?
You've always made me proud, Liara.
What is happening?
Die.
Yeah, you missed. She got me. What the fuck? Okay.
Squad powers, bro. They stop time. It's like VATS. Up there. What's going on? There you go. Now her shields are down. Liara overloaded her shields right there. Liara is great. It's so broken. She has singularity and overload.
You will have to stop him, Shepard.
First you turn on the Council, now on Saren. You're not loyal to anything, are you?
I suppose that will know me.
Or Dushjum. Or Jelani.
Mother! Good night, little wing.
Good night, little
I will
wing.
see you again with the dawn.
Die, bitch.
No light. They always said there would
Die
be
quietly. Am I meant to care?
I mean, I'm sure it's hard for Liara if you care about your squad.
Yeah, she looks real broken up about it.
I mean, she is. Like, her mom told her she was proud of her and shit, and then died. That's gotta hurt.
Is this a zombie? Where's the squad? What is happening?
This one serves as our voice.
No fucking way.
We cannot sing. Not in these
This
low
is
spaces.
one of the more important choices in the game.
Your musics are colorless.
Who am I speaking to here?
We are the mother. We sing for those left behind. The children you thought silenced. We are Rachni.
What an ignorant option.
What?
You're some kind of leader? You have no fucking clue what's happening, and your first instinct is you're a leader.
She's gonna say you call yourself a leader, but you're in a prison.
How are you speaking through her?
Our kind sing through touchings of thought. We pluck the strings, and the other understands. She is weak to urging.
Because they like spiders.
She has colors we have no name
musically.
for.
They like
But
communicate with like music and pheromones.
Music is bittersweet. It is beautiful. You are not in harmony with those who hoped to control us. What will you sing? Will you release us? Are we to fade away once more?
There are acid tanks rigged up on that thing. Set them off. Millions of my ancestors died to put these things down. Don't let them come back.
Billions of your ancestors.
They let the Krogan go too far. This is a chance for us to atone. She has done nothing to us.
It's like a
Your companion.
bad angel, good angel on your shoulder kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean that's why I told you to bring both of them.
Our people to the silence of memory.
Are you a survivor from the war? A clone?
We do not know. We were only an egg, hearing Mother cry in our dreams. A tone from space hushed one voice after another. It forced the singers to resonate with its own sour yellow note. Then we awoke in this place, the last echo of those who came out from the singing planet. The sky is silent.
Singing planet.
You could have calmed them if I hadn't set off the purge?
No. Our minds are not as yours. We can only learn to sing in harmony. Without a mother, children are lost to silence.
Interesting.
You should not sing of them in gray and violet. We would have stilled them ourselves.
Interesting.
If I let you live, would you attack other races again?
No. I do not know what happened in the war. We only heard discordance, songs the color of oily shadows. We would seek a hidden place. Our children harm. If they understand, perhaps we would return.
I won't destroy your entire race. You'll go free.
Are you stupid? Your people didn't fight these bastards, so maybe you don't get it.
Cal, if you're still here, she's talking about the oil right there. You know, the discovery you make on Tuchanka in the third game, that and they say that like most things on Tuchanka are unique. I wonder if like the Reapers are behind the war, and like that's where the Reaper strain comes from.
Are we any better if we kill them all?
Do what you want. My people will clean up this mess later, just like we did for the Solarians.
You will give us the chance to compose anew. We will remember. We will sing of your forgiveness to our children.
Great. Bugs are writing songs about you. Mark my words, you'll regret.
Remember when I said the choices are insane? So now you have the choice to genocide.
Yeah.
You literally wipe out a race.
Look, communication is intelligence.
I mean, she said that she wasn't gonna do anything bad. But like, I think that's why it had to be the Reapers.
In the what?
Nothing. I can't give away too much. I'm trying to talk to Cal in code.
Alright, back to the Citadel?
Well, I mean, yeah, and that will be where we start, because once you finish the mission, I think the mission actually ends when you get on the tram. You don't have to walk all the way back to your ship.
Okay.
Jack would face genocide shows. No.
Wait, what?
You chose not to do genocide.
Yeah.
Pussy.
What's our next move, Commander? Head for the Mu relay?
No.
No.
The Mu relay could link to dozens of systems. Unless we know exactly where Saren's going, we'd just be wasting our time.
The commander is right. We cannot rush off blind. We still need to learn more about Saren.
Who put you in charge? Did the commander resign when I wasn't...
We're all on the same team here, Williams. She's just trying to help.
Sorry, Commander.
So is Rex an allegory for Israel?
Crew, dismissed.
Noveria report, Commander.
The Quarians are more Israel-Palestine. Because the Quarians' goal is to reclaim their homeworld that they were driven from.
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
Oh, yeah.
Commander, do not cut me off like last time. I fail to find it amusing.
Whoops.
And we're out.
Yeah, then you can save there. So we'll start next screen, debriefing the crew and then doing some Citadel runs before Pharaoh.
Fucking amazing.
I couldn't wait to get to the end of November just because that choice is fucking epic.
Alright. That was great.
You know how fast the Rachni can populate, bro?
The what?
The Rachni, she lays a lot of eggs.
Very impressive. The right wing.
I missed it. What's the question? So the Rachni queen, he was talking to her, and they were like, "You're not going to kill like before," and she's like, "I'm confused about before. All I see is like black oil." I'm saying when you go to Tuchanka in the third game, right, you discover something there, and they specifically talk about the strain where it comes from. So I'm thinking that the reason the Rachni War happens is because the Reapers were there, and that's the strain that the Reapers are using.
Boom. Why are we so big?
Like, that would be some major advanced setup in the story.
It would show at least forethinking about it. Bit of forethought.
I mean, I never even thought about it until just now.
Huh. Alrighty. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one.
There's this fucking awesome fight where you fight Cal Ross, the mother
Yeah.
of all Thresher Maws. You never actually fight Cal Ross, but like the whole sequence is sick. Thresher Maws are like giant bobbit worms that can shoot acid and shit at you. And if you get hit by a projectile, it kills you.
Nearly be tracked. The company's.
What did you say there, by the way? I still can't hear you because my audio. Hold on.
Thresher Maws.
Speakers. Okay, I should be able to hear you now.
Thresher Maws.
Yeah, go now.
So they're like bobbit worms, but they're really big.
Okay.
They're like giant bobbit worms, and they can shoot acid at you. And if it hits your Mako, it kills it in one shot.
Oh, that's
so
fun.
If they touch you, it instantly kills it too. And that's one of the things they do is they go in the ground and then hunt you and then try to emerge below you.
Oh, that's fun.
But like if you get like leveled up enough, you can just go out on foot and actually take them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like second playthrough.
Yeah.
CEO.
Just while the news wraps are running through, I'm gonna put some food on as well.
Go for it.
Kelly Ortberg announced plans today to turn Boeing around by improving company culture and boosting airplane production.
Dude.
But that can't be
That's
done
why
until
Boeing-
some 33,000 striking machinists return to work after nearly 6 weeks on the picket line. They're voting on a new contract today, with results expected tonight. Ortberg said today that he's hopeful about the outcome.
The vote is important. It's more important in terms of our long-term getting back to building airplanes, delivering good airplanes. And so we've worked really hard to find that overlap where we've got a deal that the employees can feel good about and the company can be successful going forward.
The deal offers bonuses and a 35% wage increase over 4 years. It stops short of restoring a pension plan that was frozen a decade ago. The U.S. government is fining American Airlines $50 million for the carrier's mistreatment of disabled passengers and their wheelchairs. The Transportation Department says the company failed to provide assistance to passengers with disabilities and damaged thousands of wheelchairs between 2019 and 2023. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg said the company's conduct was not just undignified, but unsafe. Authorities say that American will only need to pay half of the fine because it's getting credit for money spent on improving its handling of wheelchairs and for compensating those affected. Secretary of State Antony Blinken touched down in Saudi Arabia today, his second stop of his latest visit to the Middle
Trump
East.
was glazing MBS.
In Riyadh, he met with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman for 2 hours, during which the two discussed their, quote, common efforts to end the war in Gaza. Today, the Israeli army says it arrested some 150 suspected Hamas militants in Jabalia in northern Gaza and forced more than 20,000 Palestinians to evacuate. Blinken and the Crown Prince also talked about the fighting in Lebanon, where health officials say 28 people were killed in the past 24 hours. Israel ordered residents in the port city of Tyre to flee hours before unleashing a new wave of strikes.
We took the children, grabbed what we could, and fled. We came back and looked, and our house had collapsed. Are there weapons? There's only a small bed for my son. What could there possibly be here?
The UN's Children's Agency says the fighting in Lebanon has forced 1.2 million people out of their homes including more than 400,000 children. Here in the U.S., freshman enrollment at college campuses declined this fall for the first time since the start of the pandemic. A preliminary report out today shows the total number of first-year students nationwide was down by 5%. The drop was even steeper at four-year colleges that serve low-income students, which saw a 10% fall. Despite that dip, overall college enrollment was up 3%. Experts say it's hard to pinpoint a reason for the freshman declines, but they acknowledge that it's the first such report since the troubled rollout of the new free application for federal student aid, known as FAFSA. The Justice Department has reportedly warned billionaire businessman Elon Musk's Political Action Committee that its million-dollar sweepstakes may be illegal. Last weekend, Musk announced a lottery-style giveaway of $1 million each day until Election Day, and has already given away at least 3 prizes. But to qualify, you have to sign a petition supporting the First and Second Amendments, and you have to be a registered voter in one of 7 highly contested swing states. Federal law prohibits paying people to register to vote. A DOJ official declined to comment.
I don't think it's illegal. I think it's towing the fucking line and will probably be illegal next time. But I don't think it's illegal.
To the NewsHour. On Wall Street today, stocks ended sharply lower on the day. The Dow Jones Industrial. The day's other headlines start in the Middle East. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is on his 11th trip to Israel since the war with Hamas began. He arrived this morning in a bid to revive ceasefire talks following Israel's killing of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar last week. Blinken met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other officials throughout the day. He urged Israel to use Sinwar's killing to its advantage at the negotiating table.
I believe very much that the death of Sinwar does create an important opportunity to bring the hostages home, to bring the war to an end, and to ensure Israel's security. This is, and we have to make sure that this is, a moment of opportunity to move forward.
Blinken also urged Israel's leaders to allow more humanitarian aid into northern Gaza amid a renewed...
I can't believe people are still buying this horse shit about them wanting hostages freed. Like, it's fucking wild that they're still going with this. Like, have we not figured out that Netanyahu is sabotaging peace talks and hostage negotiations and is using it as an excuse? Like, no, I understand. Like, but why is the State Department still going with this?
I don't know.
Absurd. Fucking embarrassing.
Because they have
Israeli.
Yeah, it's
just
just
continually happy pushing for something.
It's fucking embarrassing. It really is.
Offensive there. The U.S. warned last week that it could cut Israel's access to weapons funding if it doesn't let more supplies in. The State Department said today that more aid trucks have entered since then, but more needs to be done. The FBI said today that it's investigating an unauthorized release of classified U.S. documents. They relate to Israel's plans for a possible retaliatory strike on Iran for its ballistic missile attack on Israel earlier this month. Marked top secret, the documents first appeared last week on the Telegram messaging app and spread to channels that are popular among Iranians. White House National Security spokesman John Kirby said it's unclear if the documents were leaked or obtained through hacking, but officials do not expect more to be released. Russian President Vladimir Putin welcomed world leaders to a summit of the BRICS bloc of developing economies that initially included Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, but the alliance has since expanded to embrace Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and others. Among the more than 20 world leaders in attendance are a number of U.S. adversaries, including the president of Iran and China's Xi Jinping. But there are also U.S. allies, including India's Narendra Modi. The summit will last for 3 days and is seen as a chance for Putin to counter the Western narrative that Russia has been isolated on the world stage following its invasion of Ukraine. Cuba is working to get the lights back on following Friday's massive power outage, even as parts of the island deal with deadly flooding caused by Hurricane Oscar. Many of the 2 million people living in the capital, Havana, have been living in darkness for days, with some using wooden stoves to cook food before it goes bad. Power was partially restored in the city last night, but anger and frustration persist with protesters taking to the streets for a second night.
We have been without power for 4 days. The food has spoiled. The children are struggling. We have no cold water. We have nothing.
Meantime, communities in the east of the country are facing massive flooding left behind by Hurricane Oscar, which has killed at least 6 people since making landfall on Sunday. Cuba's president said on state TV that some areas are still hard to reach and that search and rescue efforts are ongoing. Officials in North Carolina say they overcounted the number of official deaths from Hurricane Helene. Officials in Buncombe County, which includes the city of Asheville, now say there were 42 deaths there as a result of the September storm. That's down from the initial report of 72 lives being lost and aligns with the state's overall counting of fatalities. Authorities say the reasons for the change include updated causes of death and communication challenges after the storm knocked out cell phone service to some areas. Federal health officials say that an E. coli outbreak linked to McDonald's Quarter Pounders has sickened at least 49 people in 10 states. One person has died and 10 others have been hospitalized, including a child. The CDC says the infections were reported between September 27th and October 11th. They occurred in Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Oregon, Utah, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. Federal and state health officials are investigating the outbreak. Federal agents arrested the former CEO of Abercrombie & Fitch on charges that he ran a sex trafficking and prostitution operation from 2008 to 2015. Whoa. The indictment alleges Mike Jeffries lured young men with promises of modeling work and coerced them into sex acts. Wow. 2 alleged co-conspirators, including his romantic partner, were also arrested. Jeffries helped revitalize the struggling retailer during his 2-decade tenure, during which it became known for its sexualized marketing. He stepped down in 2014. Prosecutors said today's charges are proof that powerful people in the industry can no longer take advantage of those most vulnerable.
To anyone who thinks they can exploit and coerce others by using the so-called casting couch system, this case should serve as a warning. Prepare to trade that couch for a bed in federal prison.
The arrests come after similar allegations were first reported in a BBC investigation last year. A lawyer for Jeffries says he will...
Do you reckon they wrote that like, fuck yeah, we got a zinger here? They're all brainstorming. How do we make this a pun?
Respond to the charges in court. On Wall Street today, stocks ended little changed.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israel's leading human rights group, B'Tselem, has accused the Israeli military of committing ethnic cleansing in northern Gaza as its devastating siege continues for a 19th day. In the Jabalia refugee camp, Israeli forces stormed at least 3 schools sheltering Palestinians, forcing those inside to leave at gunpoint before setting fire to the buildings. Palestinians fleeing the shattered remains of Beit Lahia report seeing bodies in the streets and Israeli soldiers detaining and beating men. The stench of death is everywhere. This comes as a United Nations report published Tuesday found 1 year of Israeli attacks on Gaza has set back the territory's economic development nearly 7 decades, plunging 3 of every 4 surviving Palestinians into poverty, with Israeli strikes on civilian infrastructure leaving behind a, quote, vast wasteland of rubble and twisted steel, unquote. The UN warns Palestinians under Israeli siege in northern Gaza, quote, are rapidly exhausting all available means for their survival, unquote. Israel's intensifying its attacks on Lebanon. Earlier today, Israel bombed the historic Lebanese port city of Tyre, one of the oldest cities in the world, after ordering residents to leave their homes and businesses. More Israeli airstrikes hit Beirut's southern...
Hi, Israel?
Hello.
Lebanon is not Israel. How about you just, don't bomb civilians instead of ordering people who aren't in your country to leave their homes because you're going to negligently drop bombs on civilians. How about we try that? You reckon?
Civilians can get fucked.
I think that's a pretty fucking good idea.
Suburbs overnight. Israel's army announced it had killed Hashem Safieddine, presumed to be the next head of Hezbollah after Israel assassinated its former leader Hassan Nasrallah in an airstrike in September. On Tuesday, Lebanese cabinet member Nasser Yassin said Lebanon will need $250 million a month to help over 1 million people who've been displaced by Israel's assault. He spoke ahead.
What?
Hat swag.
No.
The Shias have cool hats.
Yes.
Ahead of an international summit on Lebanon taking place in Paris later this week.
I sent you 2 links to add.
Overnight, we've seen more than 1 million people being displaced by the attacks, hostilities, by the aggression. And this is similar to an earthquake. You don't see this number in its scale and the speed of it, except in major natural disasters. And this is what happened in 48 hours.
Meanwhile, the Financial Times reports Israel's military forcibly entered a clearly marked United Nations base and is suspected of using the incendiary chemical white phosphorus close enough to injure 15 peacekeepers. The use of white phosphorus as a weapon is a war crime under international law. In the occupied West Bank, Israeli soldiers fatally shot an 11-year-old.
This is an issue a lot of reporters have. She said it exactly perfect, right? So
are we surprised?
Well, it is surprising because most people just say that it's illegal, but because she just said as a weapon, that's like all you actually need to say. Like you need a deeper understanding of how phosphorus works and what the law does, but like this is headlines, you know? Just saying as a weapon, bad, but then it's like, is it used as a weapon on agriculture? And it's like, okay.
They're directly talking about
Don't
on
be a
people.
smartass.
Yeah. We're not playing a semantic game here. War crimes are happening.
Yeah.
Palestinian child. During a raid Tuesday in the city of Nablus, Abdullah Hawash was critically injured and later died of his wounds. Over the past year, Israeli forces have killed at least 760 Palestinians in the West Bank, while more than 11,400 have been arrested in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken arrived in Saudi Arabia after wrapping up talks with senior Israeli officials in Tel Aviv. The State Department says Blinken urged Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to revive Gaza's ceasefire negotiations and pushed Israel to allow more humanitarian aid into Gaza. On Tuesday evening, hundreds of protesters gathered outside the Tel Aviv hotel where Blinken was meeting with Israeli President Isaac Herzog. They were demanding the U.S. pressure Israel into making a ceasefire deal that would see the release of hostages held by Hamas. The protesters, most of them family members of hostages, held signs reading, "No more war, no more bloodshed, free our state, free our hostages." Blinken's 11th trip to the Middle East in just over a year comes as Axios reports the.
How many trips to Ukraine has this cunt done? None? I'm gonna guess a big fat 0. Is my fat guess? Well, I'm still kind of in and out, but I'll check when I get back.
The State Department is reviewing U.S. aid to Israeli units accused of killing, torturing, and sexually assaulting Palestinians. ProPublica reported in April that a State Department panel had recommended as long ago as last December that multiple Israeli military and police units should be disqualified from receiving U.S. aid under the Leahy Amendment, the 1997 law that requires the United States to cut off financial aid to those credibly accused of human rights violations. Secretary Blinken still has not taken any action. Al Jazeera is continuing to demand for the immediate medical evacuation of 2 of its journalists in Gaza injured in Israeli attacks. Al Jazeera camera operator Fadi Al-Wahidi was paralyzed after he was shot in the neck by an Israeli sniper while reporting in Jabalia earlier this month.
Very, very cool. We love hearing stories.
This is definitely a good comeback to what Jack said.
Wait, what did I say?
How many times has he gone to Ukraine? And they said, did Blinken play guitar in Israel?
Wow.
Israeli authorities have blocked the evacuation of Al-Wahidi from Gaza, as well as that of fellow Al Jazeera camera person Ali Al-Attar, to receive urgently needed medical treatment. Al-Attar suffered serious injuries due to shrapnel from an Israeli airstrike in Deir al-Balah, causing a cerebral hemorrhage. In related news, U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders is leading a group of U.S. lawmakers urging the Biden administration to open an investigation into the October 2023 Israeli attack that killed Reuters video journalist Issam Abdallah in southern Lebanon. 6 others were injured, including reporters for Agence France Presse and Al Jazeera.
It's on video.
Leaders of the BRICS alliance, led by Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, have gathered in the Russian city of Kazan. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is attending the summit. Its host, Russian President Vladimir Putin, said over 30 countries have expressed a desire to join BRICS this year. As the summit opened, U.S. Pentagon Chief Lloyd Austin accused North Korea of deploying troops to Russia. He's the first U.S. official to make the claim after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accused North Korea of assisting Russia's occupation of Ukraine. This follows a mutual defense pact signed by Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un in June. Former President Trump's longest-serving chief of staff has warned Trump meets the definition of a fascist. Retired Marine General John Kelly made the remarks in an on-the-record interview with the New York Times.
Well, I'm looking at the definition of fascism. It's a far-right, authoritarian, ultranationalist political ideology and movement characterized by a dictatorial leader, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition, belief in a natural social hierarchy. So certainly, in my experience, those are the kind of things that he thinks would work better in terms of running America.
Trump's former chief of staff, Kelly, said Trump's recent comments about employing the military against domestic opponents had left him deeply bothered. He recounted that Trump said on several occasions, quote, Hitler did some good things too, unquote. Separately, The Atlantic magazine reports Trump said during a private meeting at the White House, quote, I need the kind of generals Hitler had, unquote. Trump also reportedly referred to 20-year-old U.S. Army soldier Vanessa Guillen, whose 2020 murder at Fort Hood in Texas brought global attention to the epidemic of sexual violence in the U.S. military. Trump reportedly referred to her as a, quote, effing Mexican, though Trump used the expletive. Trump reportedly ordered his then chief of staff, Mark Meadows, not to pay for Guillen's funeral, something the military had promised to do. Kamala Harris's campaign has said it regrets a decision to eject a Muslim American Democrat.
What a cunt.
Because she was Mexican?
What an actual cunt.
Literal service member raped and murdered.
From a Monday evening rally.
Don't pay for her funeral.
What a cunt. And this is the people that some people are genuinely going to vote for. Amazing.
Yep.
Metro Detroit.
I just want to say that whole thing about
spoilers
Trump saying he had Hitler's generals or something. That's just hearsay.
Okay.
Yes.
Where Harris was joined on stage by Republican former Wyoming Congressmember Liz Cheney. Ahmed Ghanem, a Democratic Party activist, former House candidate for Michigan's 11th district, says he RSVP'd to the event, cleared security, was seated at the Royal Oak Musical Theater, when a staffer ordered him to leave or be put into the back of a police car. Ghanem told the Detroit News he felt targeted because he's Muslim, adding, quote, "I didn't even have anything like a Palestinian keffiyeh, any signs or a banner, nothing. None of that is allowed inside. I guess that's how the Democratic Party deals with Muslims," he said. This comes as a new poll from Arab News finds Arab Americans are slightly more likely to vote for Donald Trump than Kamala Harris.
Why? Why? What reason? That's so insane. Like, it just doesn't make sense why Iranian efforts aren't going to shitting on Trump.
I saw somebody try to counter something today, and it was such a dumb response because, you know, the Muslim ban?
Yeah.
And so somebody was like, you know, I can't believe, how can you be Arab and be voting for the guy who did the Muslim ban? And then somebody quote tweeted them, and they put a chart, and it said the religious makeup of Arabs in America, and they were like, only 1/4 are Muslims. What country are all of them from? He called it a Muslim ban because they couldn't do it by fucking ethnicity.
Or a religious group.
You ignorant fuck. Look at the fucking countries on the list. Are those people from the list? Like, are they home country to these people we're talking about? It doesn't fucking matter if they're Muslim.
Georgia's Supreme Court has declined to reinstate election rules approved by a partisan pro-Trump majority on the Georgia State Election Board. Among other things, the new rules would have required ballots to be hand-counted, potentially delaying results and sowing chaos on election night. Here in New York, a federal judge has ordered former mayor, former Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani to turn over his luxury Manhattan apartment and other prized possessions to a pair of Georgia election workers whom Giuliani falsely accused of committing election fraud during ballot counting operations.
Oh my God.
Isn't that epic?
They're giving
you have to give him your
his
house now.
Apartment. That's fucking awesome. Get fucked. That's awesome.
In 2020, leading to a torrent of death threats from Trump supporters against them. Ruby Freeman and her daughter Shay Moss were awarded $146 million last year after Giuliani was found liable for defaming them. Along with his apartment, Giuliani will have to hand over his collection of luxury watches, signed baseball memorabilia, and a 1980 Mercedes-Benz previously owned by actor Lauren Bacall.
Nice.
The judge has given him 7 days.
7
Here
days?
in New York, the trial for a white former U.S. Marine who choked black street performer Jordan Neely to death on a subway train in May of last year began this week in a Manhattan court. Daniel Penny's facing charges of second-degree manslaughter and criminally negligent homicide for holding Neely in a chokehold until he died. Neely, a 30-year-old beloved street performer
today.
Yeah.
She's
was
still
unhappy
able to fucking kill it, though.
Housed in Hungary and crying out for help when the ex-Marine attacked him. Neely was well known to New Yorkers and tourists as a talented Michael Jackson impersonator. In Mozambique, more protests have erupted over allegations of fraud in the October 9th presidential and parliamentary elections. European Union poll observers on Tuesday noted irregularities during counting and unjustified alteration of election results at polling station and district level and urged transparency from Mozambique's election authorities. Protesters took to the streets of the capital, Maputo, despite a violent crackdown by Mozambique's security forces.
Mozambique is a fucking rough country. Look how nice that
Our
car is.
rights to protest as Mozambican citizens.
It's just modified. Just modified and
yeah, but it's not like a bucket at all. That's a nice fucking car.
It looks like a Lexus.
Crackdown by Mozambique's security forces.
It is a Lexus.
Our rights to protest as Mozambican citizens gave me the will to go to the streets. What is happening in the country are things which I do not understand. There are killings, kidnappings, and we end up not understanding who is behind it. And automatically, Mozambique is not safe anymore.
And the UN Biodiversity Conference, known as COP16, has
you
opened in
literally
Cali, Colombia,
have,
as indigenous
the
and
ISIS
environmental
chapter that everyone wants to pretend doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Mozambique isn't safe anymore. Motherfucker, ISIS! Like, it hasn't been safe for a while. I guess if you're in the city, you're fine.
Yeah, maybe.
They only attack outskirts and shit.
It might be the case.
Activists demand world leaders enact bolder actions to protect an estimated 1 million plant and animal species threatened by extinction, most of them due to human activity. The conference is taking place as experts warn humanity is on the precipice due to worsening biodiversity loss and the catastrophic impacts of the climate crisis. This is Colombia's Environment Minister, Susana Mohammed.
This should be an international priority. Resources for war, trillions of dollars are immediately handed out. In 1 week, billions of dollars were given for military weapons and bombs. But we take years to obtain fair financing at the scale we need it when we talk about the most important issue, to defend life. This is what creates inclusive safety for everyone and provides a chance of survival for younger generations.
Among the demands are the implementation of a $20 billion fund for global biodiversity protection that was approved in 2022, which wealthier nations have failed to contribute to as promised, as well as financial support for indigenous communities that are in the front lines of biodiversity protection.
Let's go.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the war.
Amazon?
Yes. What about it?
I mean, that's why Lena Khan did this.
Oh, is it? I didn't know that. Cool.
I mean, listen to what the verbiage or the nounage or the adjectivage that Amy just used.
1 second. Oh my God.
Some of the headlines, the front lines, to as promised, as well as financial support for indigenous communities that are in the front lines of biodiversity protection. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, Democracy Now!
Yeah, I guess she would be talking about that. Huh? Sounds.
Yeah, she's
sounds
the
about
best.
right.
That's the links I sent. If you didn't see it.
I got them. Do you want to play them now?
Yeah. The earlier one, the one from a month ago first, as an intro.
In the world of big business, there is one woman who inspires.
This one?
Yeah.
Great fear and awe.
I wanted to have you on a podcast, and Apple asked us not to do it.
The FTC's back in that role of torturing all the companies that America likes.
The business community feels that the FTC is waging a war against us, and it's time to fight back.
That woman is 34-year-old chair of the Federal Trade Commission, Lena Khan. As FTC chair, Lena Khan has become public enemy #1 for the corporate establishment. But here's an interesting twist. She's also simultaneously managing to bring together an unlikely political alliance from both sides of the aisle.
You are a brilliant woman with a tremendous ability to impact how consumers are going to interface with the digital world.
One of the outstanding members of the Biden administration, and that is Lena Khan.
I look at Lena Khan as one of the few people in the Biden administration that I actually think is doing a pretty good job.
So who is Lena Khan, and what is it about this young FTC chair that makes corporate America shake in their boots, all while uniting politicians like Matt Gaetz and Bernie Sanders?
That hopefully means that
many political bureaucrats who enter government.
There's no fucking way.
Likes her. Oh
no,
my God!
No.
They got to.
It's
such a fucking one-up for voters.
It
also doesn't matter. Trump can't get elected again.
The corporate backers are fucking ravenous over this shit. You think Trump's not going to listen to money? You think Trump's not going to listen to money over JD Vance? He didn't give a fuck about JD Vance. Why does he give a fuck what JD Vance thinks?
If you give him a reasonable argument to do something, he'll sometimes do it. He's a wild card, baby.
It's not enough to bet on. I don't even think Kamala's going to fucking keep her.
Yes, she is.
Depends how
Yes, she is.
beholden to the corporate backers she is, really.
No, she's. It's already definitely staying.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I mean,
They fucking
there's a
better.
lot of people who are begging Kamala, be
Mm.
like, please say you're not going to keep her, and we'll back you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's so many fucking people doing that. It's like, it's insane. That's why I'm saying it depends how beholden to corporate backers Kamala is.
Government service do so with the framework of wanting to be seen as fighting on partisan terms for their respective parties. They're often looking ahead to their next cushy job rather than worrying about being strong public advocates in their current roles. Unlike public servants of the past 4 decades, Khan enters with a very different framework. She's more interested in analyzing who has too much power and who doesn't have enough. She's not fighting a partisan game. Instead, she's focused on something that she's had her eyes on since she was a teenager, waging battles against powerful, predatory multinational corporations that are exploiting working people.
That's fucking based.
Dude, she's so cool.
I was thinking back to 2004, young Lina Khan writes about Starbucks at the age of 15.
I honestly don't want her to be a candidate. I want her to stay in the position she's in.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But she spent her whole life trying to get this position.
Yes.
Like
She
everything,
needs to stay
all her
there.
choices and her history leads her to be the FTC chair.
Like
And
you
she should
guys,
stay there for
like
that.
you guys watch us enough. Every time that I talk about America and Australia, I say the only thing America should adopt from Australia is consumer protections. She will do it. She's going to do it.
Supply Chain Act, though, but that's going to have to go through Congress.
Yeah.
Animated around a vision of wanting to address economic justice, particularly corporate power in America.
You know, from an early age, I was interested in being a journalist, and one reason why I wanted to be a journalist was because, at their best, they hold power to account. After college, I ended up working for an organization where my job was instead to look at how different markets were structured. One of the first areas I did this work was in poultry farming. You have millions of consumers on one end, thousands of farmers on the other end, but they're connected just by a very small number of companies. And practically, that can mean that for a chicken farmer, their entire livelihood is just dependent on one company. And so that company has huge amounts of power over them. And so it was just a clear picture of how concentrated economic power, concentrated corporate power is ripe for abuse.
In 2012, Khan wrote a poignant article called Obama's Game of Chicken, in which she foretold the kind of public servant she would aspire to be, one who stood in sharp contrast to Obama's then legal enforcers at the Department of Justice. In this article, Khan was critical of Christine Varney, the head of the DOJ's antitrust division, for making compromises with power instead of taking them on in court.
True.
Varney's approach was simple, and it mirrored the cautious political approach taken by government regulators for decades. Quote, if you overreach in the courts, you will lose, and the very behaviors you are calling illegal will be validated by the court. According to Varney, the government was unlikely to win against powerful poultry producers in court, and therefore she was unwilling to wage an uphill legal battle. And she had this to say about the apparently too big to touch corporations gaining a stranglehold over our economy.
You know, in America, we reward success. And I applaud the companies that have been very successful.
Oh, fucking love that. Love a fucking antitrust person talking about loving companies. No. You know who you want as somebody dealing with antitrust and consumer protections? A commie. You want the hardest commie.
Well, like, you mean a Connie?
No. Never. But like you need somebody like that who has the interests of the people first. You have to draw from that socialist crowd. You can't have somebody who is friendly to corporate whatever. You can't have somebody who's friendly to corporate interests. It's that simple. If you're friendly to corporate interests, you're already failing.
Successful in the last decade, particularly the technology companies.
Like clockwork, Varney left Washington to join Cravath, a fancy corporate law firm in Manhattan. She now represents wealthy clients who are facing scrutiny from Biden's antitrust enforcers. Corporations such as Paramount, Epic Games, Imperial Sugar Company, and Illumina, to name just a few. 10 years after writing her article, Lina Khan was chosen by Joe Biden to head up the FTC and has since been making very different judgments on behalf of the public interest.
When we spot an illegal merger, we won't hesitate to act, because if we don't do our job, the American people will lose out.
By going to bat for
You know how you can tell she's a normal person?
Tommy.
Look how she's sitting. She's just chilling.
She's a commie.
She's just chilling. She's just having a good time. She's just having a chat. She's not this uptight cunt in a suit who's just like, spouting corporate lines.
Yeah,
even
but
when you're
billionaires,
the
all they're
chair.
seeing is the devil playing a fiddle in this chair.
Hesitate to act, because if we don't do our job, the American people will lose out.
By going to bat for people against predatory corporations that are extorting America, Lina Khan is animating a form of populism that transcends party lines. One that is not Democrat versus Republican, but corporate monopolists versus the people.
Fuck yeah,
For most people, their day-to-day interaction with power is not necessarily with their government, but it's in our economy. And at a fundamental level, if we care about having real liberty for people, real democracy for people, we need to make sure that they're able to feel free, not just in our politics.
Yeah. I say make corporations
2.0.
make corporations again is a good start. That's what she should start with. Revoke their personhood. Revoke corporations' personhood. Yes,
Do you know
that
how hard I'm
fine.
gonna come if they announce they're doing a supply chain act?
Supply Chain Act, then revoke the personhood status of corporations. Make them corporations. Make them liable. It's that simple. Also, make it so
Who likes
CEOs.
supply chain acts?
Also, make it so CEOs can't shuffle between companies when they fail a company and drive it into the ground. That'd be cool too. Yeah, stuff like that.
When they go to cast a vote, but also in our commercial sphere.
Khan is putting economic justice at the center of the FTC's policymaking, returning the agency to its roots of fighting monopolies and standing up against big business interests.
I mean, all the way back in 1890, you had lawmakers talking about how the railroad monopolies and the great trusts in the sugar industry and the steel industry were abusing their power in ways that was bad for workers, that was bad for farmers. And they said we need these antitrust laws to protect Americans from concentrated economic power. There have been tools on the books for a long time that our government has not used aggressively,
No, they have
used
not.
assertively. This administration has made clear that we are breaking from that past and from that history. And we're going to use all of the tools and authorities that we have to do our job.
And use all the tools they have in industry after industry. Instead of focusing on just one area of the economy to unrig, Khan has chosen to go to battle with big pharma, big oil, big ag, the military-industrial complex,
Hell
giant
yeah.
semiconductor chip
Hell
companies,
yeah.
housing giants, big tech, credit card companies, mega grocery chains, auto dealers, private equity firms, and on and on and on.
Hell
To
yeah.
understand the power of these enforcement actions, let's dig a little bit deeper. Take big pharma.
The modern inhaler was invented in the 1950s, but in America today, millions of Americans still pay hundreds
What
of
the
dollars
fuck?
just to get an inhaler that they rely on to be able to breathe. Our team took a closer look and we realized that these inhaler companies, in some cases, had been claiming bogus patents for parts of the inhaler
Oh my
that really
God.
shouldn't have been patented. So we sent them letters challenging those patents,
Said,
saying
"Go
that those
fuck
patents
yourself."
were unfairly
Send 'em-
blocking
send
out
'em a-
competition,
send 'em their
blocking out
patent back,
generic,
and it's
cheaper
been used to
options.
pick up
And
a
in
dog turd.
response, a whole set of companies ended up delisting their patents and announcing that starting in June, they're going to cap how much any American pays for an
Incredible.
inhaler to $35.
Pharma is hardly alone. From drug prices to junk fees, those unnecessary charges on ticket prices and airfares that seemingly come out of nowhere, Lina Khan has used her rulemaking authorities to save Americans money whenever and wherever she has the authority to do so.
Junk fees cost Americans over $90 billion a year.
Oh my god, the green screen background.
It's probably just an auto screen. It's a depth based one.
Oh man.
Like it's how the Kinect camera works. You know how it shoots a grid
Yeah.
out? So that's what it's doing. It's shooting out. The camera's shooting. It's using a grid,
It's just so funny.
and it's going. Here's where stuff is.
I'm just laughing at the actual background.
Money that corporations are extracting from Americans just because they can.
She's even gone after those pesky subscriptions that often keep you paying long after you stop using a service.
We've seen too many times companies make
good.
it so
This is
easy to
great.
sign up, but then when you try to cancel, you have to go in person, you have to make a phone call, but there's nobody there to pick up. And as a result, Americans end up paying
This
tens of dollars,
fantastic.
hundreds of dollars a month,
Fantastic
stuck in
rule.
subscriptions that they no longer want.
Another way Lina Khan is making her mark? She's using antitrust to protect workers. Earlier this year, Khan instituted a rule banning non-compete agreements in employee contracts, which
Hell
would raise
yeah.
workers' wages by nearly $300 billion per year.
Right
Hell
now,
yeah.
workers are stuck in place because of these non-competes. And so even if they get a better job opportunity with higher wages, with better benefits, they can't actually switch jobs.
In using her litigation power, she has sued to block what could be the largest supermarket merger in U.S. history, Kroger's $24.6 billion acquisition of Albertsons.
The commission alleged that the deal would be bad for shoppers but also would be bad for unionized workers who in the past had used the competition between Kroger and Albertsons to actually get more bargaining leverage when they were negotiating a contract.
But perhaps her biggest claim to fame is her battle with big tech, a battle she's...
This chick sounds great.
Yeah.
She needs to stay in her job for a long time.
The thing is that this is like, catching up to where a lot of Europe has already been.
And Australia, yeah. Most of the global north, actually.
So it's like she's really not doing anything revolutionary, you know what I mean?
No, but it's great that it's happening all at once, because it's just gonna...
That's why she should do a supply chain act.
It's gonna make the American corporations are gonna shit the bed.
No, imagine, seriously, October surprise time. Announce that your policy is a supply chain act and you're going to fight slavery globally.
That would pretty much guarantee you the win of the election. But October's 6 days away, end of it. So
waged since law school,
November
when she wrote a
surprise.
widely cited paper called Amazon's Antitrust Paradox.
December
As the country's top
surprise.
antitrust enforcer, Khan has gone after Silicon Valley's biggest tech giants.
Be like, oh, you didn't vote us in? This is what you missed out on.
The Federal Trade Commission and 17 states are suing Amazon, claiming it operates an illegal monopoly.
Zuckerberg in court today for a hearing surrounding the FTC's antitrust suit against the company.
OpenAI is facing a new complaint filed with the FTC today over the company's popular ChatGPT product.
There is enormous opportunity here for a vibrant market, but we also see risk. We see risk of consolidation. We see risk of monopolization.
As her critics love to point out, not all of the legal battles Khan has waged have been successful. But unlike her predecessors, Khan hasn't taken a play-it-safe approach that worries simply about her record in court. It's about proving that there are people in government who have the courage to wage tough battles in ways that have not been seen in recent history.
People all too often are...
Because that's the other problem, is that people are too concerned with their record. It's the problem with public defenders. Public defenders suck because they only are in the job most of the time because of their reasoning is that they want that record. They want the easy cases.
Are being pitted against
same
massive
problem.
corporations that have a lot of power and
No
that
chat?
feel they can use that power to bully people, to coerce people, to steal from them. And the government's supposed to be on the side of the people and enforce the laws to protect them.
Khan has been so steadfast in her approach to litigation that the FTC is now having a deterrent effect, which means that countless corporations are not even attempting to engage in mergers and acquisitions out of fear that their proposed combinations will be deemed illegal.
What we hear from senior lawyers and corporate executives is that back in the day, if they were proposing a merger, they wouldn't really think about antitrust risk until the very end, if at all. But now, antitrust is being discussed right at the beginning of when a deal is even being considered. And as a law enforcer, our goal has to be to deter illegal behavior to begin with.
All of these actions have made Lina Khan a frequent target of the CEO class in America. Just take a look at the pages of the Wall Street Journal. In those op-ed pages, you'll find more than 100 articles attacking her in just the past few years. As of January, the Journal had run an average of one piece every 10 days attacking her. Big business has been gunning for Lina to be fired, and they pounced quickly once Kamala Harris became the Democratic Party's presumptive nominee for president.
I do think that Lina Khan is a person who is not helping America in her job and what she's doing. And so I would hope that Vice President Harris would replace her.
But I will say Johnson,
Send chat.
Attorney General, he goes.
Send them now.
These people go.
A number of prominent Democrats have been lobbying Harris to drop people like Lina Khan. Do you think that's going to happen? And would you lobby for that?
Yeah, I would.
You would?
Yeah, I think she's a dope.
Still, Khan remains undeterred. You've got a whole bunch of conservative actors who want to raise a fuss because, quite frankly, they seem to know that the things that you are doing impact bottom lines and affect their power. Can you be bullied?
Absolutely not. This is a job that Congress has given us, and it's no surprise that when you try to enforce the anti-monopoly laws assertively and in a way that's faithful to what Congress told us to do, monopolies are going to fight back.
True. Lina Khan is revamping antitrust and reminding the people who the FTC was created to fight for and against. She speaks softly while carrying a big stick. With her courage and dedication, Khan has put forth a model for how government officials should use their time and authority while they're serving in public office.
I mean, the problems that Americans are facing in their day-to-day lives are so urgent, are so painful, and we really owe it to them to use everything we have to try to fight.
It's going to be unbelievable how much change this will
reference.
Make. Is it?
Yeah, that's his policy.
Interesting.
Big stick diplomacy.
Okay. It's going to be
and
great.
He's the antitrust guy.
I know. It's going to be great when people realize how much money this is going to save them. Like, really, how much money the antitrust stuff is going to save you.
If it came earlier, the subscription cancellations, then they could go, haven't you noticed how easy it is to end subscriptions?
Yes. Yeah, they could, but oh well.
For them and protect them when the law is on their side.
Cool.
There's a second one about Lena that I sent.
Yes.
We are back. Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. Emma Vigeland off today. Joining me now, David Dayen, executive editor at the American Prospect. Matt Stoller of the American Economic Liberties Project, and of course, author of the big newsletter on Substack, to talk about their new show. Let me just say this, and this is coming from Imer Duber. Listen to Organized Money this morning. Amazing insight and journalism into how business actually works and how regulatory tweaks can help workers, like considering labor competition, job losses during antitrust cases. True or false, guys?
One person can't be wrong.
There you go.
It's clearly sweeping the nation.
This is exciting. I'm actually very, very excited about your podcast. And I don't generally listen to shows very much. I
agree.
It was just the most recent one I could find.
Let me just address.
Let's watch this Temple one instead.
Yes, much better.
This briefly. We will discuss the seeming meltdown that Tim Pool seems to be having. I think it's public knowledge, largely, that Tim invited me on to his show for November 1st.
That's 100%.
He's going to be Edward Snowden.
That involves some travel. Anybody who knows me knows I don't like to travel. Anybody who knows me knows that I would rather not travel before the election. Anybody who knows me knows I've been traveling more than I like to. I went down to New Orleans for a radio conference a couple weeks ago. I went to Vegas. I had to go to Worcester for, the Jewish high holidays.
So you hit the three big party capitals of America: New Orleans, Las Vegas, and Worcester.
Yeah, Worcester just was exhausting. Everything else was fine. But we got this offer, and he's down in West Virginia. I don't think that's a secret. I think people know that. And so the idea is you fly down the night before, and then they go in because it's a 10 o'clock in the morning show. And so, I agreed to do it. And then I realized, oh, shit. The night before is October 31st, which is, at least in New York, Halloween. Mm-hmm. And I have an 11-year-old son. I probably got like 1-2 more Halloweens before I am booted for good. And that's it. My kids are not going to allow me to be around Halloween. I'm not a huge Halloween person.
Halloween doesn't really start until the parents stay home and you get to go around.
Bring the kid to Tim Pool, and it will be a spooky, scary time. A haunted house, a house of horror.
With your friends.
Exactly. And so that's close. So, I'm not going to miss Halloween with my kids. So I am scheduled to fly out of New York at 6 a.m. So I've got to wake up at I don't know what time you got to get to the airport. Even at 5:15 is, a little bit dicey. Getting to the airport, I got to wake up at 4 a.m. or something. So.
To go talk to Tim Pool.
It's an obligation. This is not something that I'm particularly looking forward to. I don't care, frankly.
About the
ideas or whatever it is. And then, so over the past 2 days, Tim has been having some type of nervous breakdown or something. And, as far as I know, I'm still doing his show. It's Friday morning. He keeps saying about...
Wait, he's actually going on his show? What the fuck?
Play the other one first. Yeah, it's a compilation that somebody put to music. Tim Cost.
Figure Tim needs.
And he fixes him? That would be very funny, honestly.
Which is a great way to really get your Tim Pool fix.
Yeah, you don't have to give any views to Tim.
Hold on. Let me see if this fixes.
Still doing his show. It's Friday morning out. Whether play the other one first. Yeah, it's a compilation that somebody put to music. Tim Cost, which is a great way to really get your Tim Pool fix.
Yeah, you don't have to give any views to Tim or anything.
Right. Now, is this music, is it, do you think it's,
That's a good question.
Well,
no.
Let's play a little bit of it. I mean, and we'll speed it up. Yeah, speed it up a little bit. You know, we always put an audio filter on anyways whenever we talk about Tim Pool. But here he is complaining. He's saying that he's got lazy employees and he can't handle it anymore or something.
We've had, there's not a single person here who can make sure that the show is over. But yeah, I think this might be the end. We are well off. It's not a financial thing. We make a lot of money. But piece by piece, the structure becomes bigger and bigger and bigger until it becomes impossible to manage. You know, I'd never call out anybody personally or individually. I would just say that like compounding, I don't know, laziness.
Yeah. Okay. Now pause it for a second because I don't want that music to bang it. Now, when you cancel a show, what is like, if I was to tell you folks that I was canceling the show, would you guys think, oh, you're obviously canceling the show because of financial reasons? No. Like, I've been doing the show for 10, 15 years. Why would I all of a sudden be having financial problems? And that's why I canceled the show? It doesn't make any sense. But Tim wanted to address that very early on because he didn't want people to feel like it's because they're doing really well. I just think that's strange. But, you know, Tim is a strange guy. Maybe he's just nervous. He wants people to know that he's doing fine.
It's not him. It's everybody else.
He's not worried. I mean, I can tell you that, like, we're a pretty lazy operation here. And when, you know, we have times where we have more members than others. There's times where we have more advertising than others. There's times that we have more viewers than others. And there's times where, you know, like, I'm like, I can't believe we're doing great. And there are other times where I'm like, whoa, if this keeps up, what are we going to do going forward? You know, but the idea that you would close down because of finances is weird to me. And I think like you get annoyed with people being lazy when it's not when your revenue is going gangbusters. Hey guys, we're doing 20% over what we did last year. Stop being so lazy.
Less time at the skate park.
It's just weird. It's just it's weird. Continue for a second.
Yes.
Overtime, which adds more and more workload to, you know, me and Allison to get to the point where we're just like, can't do it. We do really well. And, you know, it just,
say that again. We do really well.
Without a proper CEO who isn't hosting the show, it's not possible.
Okay, now stop it for a second. It's funny because when was Emma on this program? When did Emma do Tim Pool?
About a year ago, I think.
Yeah. Didn't Tim Pool say, you guys are bad businessmen?
You need to hire a CFO.
Is that what he said? We need to hire a CFO?
CFO, yeah.
He knows all the letters. You know, and I gotta question it. So this is 2 nights ago where I couldn't quite make out, like, you know, I even watched like a longer clip and I couldn't understand, like, wait, are you quitting? It wasn't clear. And so this is what he came back with last night, I guess.
All the stress has come to a head. We finally make the decision, maybe we should just take care of ourselves and stop pushing as hard as we can to the point where our heads are going to explode and our eyes pop out of our heads.
Pause it for a second. Now, have we established who the we is here? Is he talking about him, or is he referring to himself in the royal we, or is he talking about somebody else?
He mentioned that, was it Allison or something? I assume that's who he's talking about when he's talking about these discussions, but maybe he means him and the whole staff. I'm not sure.
Or he just means like the royal we, like he doesn't want to say I, like he doesn't want to own it.
The C-suite with him and...
Right, he doesn't want to own it personally, so we say we. I mean, I'm just, this is all speculation on my part. I have absolutely no idea what's going on here.
All the stress has come to a head. We finally make the decision, maybe we should just take care of ourselves and stop pushing as hard as we can to the point where our heads are going to explode and our eyes pop out of our heads. And that's what happens yesterday when we're at a point where I don't want to put my family at risk. And there's limited things I'm willing to say because of the psychopaths who threaten us every single day and the very serious threats that we do receive almost every single day. But as I mentioned...
Pause it for a second. Is he implying that he has a secret family? Is he talking about his extended family that's at risk? Or is he like has a secret partner and child.
I don't think that's the case because he would make that public if he was. I mean, well, as we can see, that's what.
But that's the thing is, I can't tell. Like, are you trying to shield your secret family, or are you trying to reveal that you have a secret family?
Yeah,
it's weird.
It is weird.
If he had a family, he would non-stop post it online.
Yeah.
So he definitely does not. And by the videos that I've seen, it's obviously everybody else's fault. I believe it. It's obviously everybody else's fault. Tim Pool is perfect. He's a perfect specimen. He is the epitome of humanity. He is the Aryan race. You know?
He's happy.
This is why he hosts Nazis.
Do you think they know?
Also, given that.
What?
Do you think the Nazis know he's Asian?
No. I think he stopped saying that for a reason.
Few members of his family are in our chat occasionally.
Well, I feel like we have more contact with members of his family than he does, maybe. But maybe there's other parts of the family that we're not clear on. Who threaten us every single day, and the very serious threats that we do receive almost every single day. But as I mentioned, we've talked about it. We worked through as much as we can, and I think largely due to the response from our loyal fans, members, viewers, and and some friends and family, we'll make it work to the best of our abilities. So with that being said, it's kind of the weirdest way to announce that I'm pursuing my family life to the best of my abilities. And I will stress too, one of the most frustrating things about does this make sense to anybody? This is completely is he is announcing that he has a family.
I believe this is maybe a very strange way of announcing a pregnancy. That's what at least our chat is saying. I think that's what's happening here. But it is a very weird way of saying, I'm stepping back from my...
There's a
If he has a child, he's definitely going to beat that child. There's no fucking way he's not. He definitely has anger issues.
What kind of garbage is that? Whoops, my Nazi symbol.
Simpler way of saying this. I have a relationship that you folks aren't aware of, and it requires my attention. And therefore, I am stepping back. But it's unclear to me what he's stepping back from.
And that's still speculation, I'll just say.
Yeah, it's unclear. Like well, keep listening. If anybody can figure this out, I don't know, maybe a Tim Pool listener can figure it out because maybe there's some frequency that I'm not picking up on. I think largely due to the response from our loyal fans, members, viewers, and and some friends and family, we'll make it work to the best of our abilities. So with that being said, it's kind of the weirdest way to announce that I'm pursuing, my family life to the best of my abilities. And I will stress too, one of the most frustrating things about, comments, for instance, I know not to read the comments. I know that half of them are just stupid and half of them are great, but it really does sting when
he's sat there reading the comments for days. Days upon days upon days. Guarantee it.
For the past several years, there are people saying, haha, Tim, you don't have any children. Why aren't you married?
In his
and the reality
Howard
is,
Hughes phase.
I don't know what that means.
Okay. Howard Hughes was like an everyman. There's a movie, The Aviator, that's about him because he was a plane enthusiast, but he was also like a filmmaker and stuff.
Okay.
And his last days, he basically locks himself in a theater in his own house. I mean, when I say last days, years. And then he's like just watching himself on repeat. And like his fingernails get all long and shit.
Okay.
And I think he's only drinking milk or something.
That sounds fun.
Is because I'm sacrificing to try and make this work and produce something I think is valuable to people. And it comes to a point where I said, why should I? When I...
That's such horseshit.
I should just do what any good man would do and have my family. Well, we'll try to do it all.
Bank that Russian money.
Pause for 1 second. Wait. So there he's saying, it really hurt when you said I didn't have a girlfriend and I don't have a child. And you never appreciated the fact that I had foregone these things because of you. But wasn't there a clip of him saying like he can't find a girlfriend because it's like everybody else is the problem?
It's everybody else's problem. He also has a regular habit of doing content about women who put their career ahead of being parents. And I think it's probably harder to get those videos off when he's apparently doing the exact same thing.
Right. Well, but for the guy, it's okay. But it sounds like he has decided to step back from his show because he wants to impregnate somebody, or I'm unclear. I'm unclear. He's not being clear about this.
He's going to, to the best of his abilities,
to the best of his ability, he's going to pursue a family. Somebody else's, maybe, or maybe, you know, like you're right. Maybe he has impregnated somebody, or is overseeing the impregnation of someone, or whatnot, and doesn't want to. I mean, I can tell you that, like, yes, it's you know,
overseeing. He just called him a cuck.
Howard Hughes, yes, Howard Hughes. Mr. House in New Vegas is based off of Howard Hughes.
Oh, that's funny.
The guy who's the robot, except that guy didn't die of a codeine addiction. He became a robot kind of thing. It's complicated. Spoilers.
A family. Somebody else.
Listen.
Maybe, or maybe, you know, like you're right. Maybe he has impregnated somebody who he wants to impregnate somebody, or I'm unclear. I'm unclear. He's not being clear about this.
He's going to, to the best of his abilities,
to the best of his ability, he's going to pursue a family. Somebody else's, maybe, or maybe, you know, like you're right. Maybe he has impregnated somebody, or is overseeing the impregnation of someone. Or
boom, he just called him a cuck. Fucking hysterical,
or whatnot, and doesn't want to. I mean, I can tell you that, like, yes, it's you know, I was about his age, I think, when I had my first child. I mean, I didn't bear the child; my ex-wife did, and yeah, it's tiring. It's very tiring. Kids are exhausting. And
there's not a whole lot Tim can let the quality slip on his videos.
Right. I mean, he's working on razor thin margins. But go back just a tiny bit, because then he says he's going to. It's unclear. He sort of like vacillates back and forth. I'm stepping back. I'm not doing anything except for we're going to make it work. And I don't understand what this means. Greatest way to announce that I'm pursuing, you know, my family life to the best of my abilities. And I will stress too, one of the most frustrating things about, you know, comments, for instance, I know not to read the comments. I know that half of them are just stupid and half of them are great, but it really does sting when for the past several years there are people saying, haha, Tim, you don't have any children. Why aren't you married? And the reality is because I'm sacrificing to try and make this work and produce something that I think is valuable to people. And to come to a point where I said, why should I, when I should just do what any good man would do and have my family? Well, we'll try to do it all. So that is the big announcement, and
what does that mean?
we will do what we can to make this show continue functioning and working. It may mean that we won't have guests on Friday, but Fridays will be crew shows where members. Now wait a second.
I get it.
See, this is. I have to be honest with everybody. I don't care about what Tim's going through, but I want to know: am I going to have to wake up at 4 a.m. or not on that Friday? Because he just says no Friday guests.
Yeah, clutch flake, I think, Tim, if you want a flake on it.
Now.
Imagine this is all just to dodge Sam Cedar. How much funnier this would be.
I don't have the contact information for anybody at his show. And Bradley is been gone during all of this. And so I don't know what the situation is. Now, I've got plenty of time to prepare, you know, for waking up at that time. I can, you know, because I can go to, it's not like I have to go to sleep now so that I'm rested for a week and a half from now. Although at my age, that's one of the things you got to start doing. You got to start shaving off a half hour every night, and then so you're well rested. But I got to start hitting the gym so that I'm I've got 8 days to get in shape, so that I have the physical stamina for something like that. But that's the thing that I find absolutely mystifying. Now I should also say,
what?
For those people who are saying that Tim is quitting to avoid talking to me, I still think this is happening. Like I don't see how they would cancel. I mean, it's one thing, like, you know, you can't cancel the people you've already booked. So I think I'm still heading down there.
Could be the last guest.
I could be the last guest that Tim ever has on a show.
You could bury him.
So I just want to, you know, say I don't think that.
Don't hold back. That would be amazing.
It's.
What if you get down there and Tim's not even in the studio? It's just his
it's just the
lackeys talking to you.
And this show is live, is my understanding. So it's live at 10 a.m. Eastern, a week from Friday. And And so people will be able to live stream it. And
Some
then
wild
you guys will be
time.
here because I won't be able to get back in time.
10
Because it's
a.m.
like,
Yeah.
Why? What time would you do it?
When people are home and not at work.
Fair enough.
you know, got to take a flight
But
and
then
then,
again, I guess
you know,
people
West.
might listen at work.
True. But you could also be competing with the stupid fucking news channels for daytime TV as well, maybe.
Virginia or wherever.
Maybe that's the market he's going for, as opposed to news.
It is, and drive and fly and all that. So people will watch it live. Like I say, it's a week from Friday. But I have to say, I think this is what my prediction is. This is, well, keep playing, and then or my assessment of all this.
I do it all. So that is the big announcement, and we will do what we can to make this show continue functioning and working. It may mean that we won't have guests on Friday, but Fridays will be crew shows where members, Timcast crew members and other people will join the show as our guest. Maybe some people will join as guests who are locals and live nearby, but there will be some reduction. But the show will continue. With that being said, the reason I decided to make the announcement, knowing that there will be security ramifications, is because I feel like I owe it to all of you who watch the show, the millions who have supported all of the content that I've produced and allowed me to live this life. It's not fair just to abruptly shut it down, disappear, and then go and live my own life. I think there's a way we can try and make it work.
I just don't...
Hot take, you owe nobody nothing. They paid you to produce content. You can no longer take money and no longer produce content. That's perfectly fine. What are you talking about?
Don't understand. Is he shutting it? Is he ending the show, or is he trying to make it work? I don't understand what's going on here. This seems like this seems. It
would be funny if he was doing Edward Snowden and just fleeing.
Yeah, he's fleeing the country.
That would be fucking hysterical.
It's like
he just starts his show. He's like, "Hey guys, I'm not in America anymore." Whoops.
Liquidating.
A total emotional and mental breakdown. Now, there's competing theories here. One theory is that Tim was making all this millions of dollars from Gerard Depardieu, or whatever that guy's name was. Who is it? It was like Mr. Beteron or something. I can't... whatever, the fake French guy or fake Belgian guy who was actually a Russian front. And Tim, I think he said, like, he's not a CEO. Maybe he expanded. He got all this money. He thought, like, this money's just pouring in, and I'm going to always get this money from Mr. Depardieu because he's so wealthy.
Edward
Gregorian. I like mine better, actually.
I think Sam might have nailed it. I think he's fucked up. He's expanded and no longer has control. That would be fucking hysterical.
Oh, like there's a board?
Yeah, like he's fucked up and like corporatized it. Which is always a bad idea.
Yeah, because it's like you're much more intimidated. Like, I don't speak French. I would never be able to talk to Mr. Depardieu. But Gregorian sounds like accessible.
Sounds Gorka.
Yeah. Anyways, the point is that one theory that people have is that he expanded his operation and increased his operating costs to an extent that he actually needed this advertising money, or I should say this Russian advertising money. And he needed this money coming in to, and when it dried up, it became a problem. There are other people who say that may be true, but in addition, Tim is being sued for defamation. We've heard at least one or two of these suits, as far as I know. And maybe he needs to pull back on the operation to save money for what could be an award or some type of negotiated settlement. Needs to cut down things because he's not making the margins that he wants, and so in the end, it's like it's just easier for him to bank the money.
This is. I think. I didn't even think about this. I didn't even think about expanding. This is I feel like that's exactly what's happened. He's gone a step too far, and he's slipped over the edge and he's struggling to get back to level footing.
That he would be expending, and he has to lay off all these people. Now, I have a third theory that both those two theories are true, and that this is a stunt. That this is just like a way in which he's driving clicks, because otherwise it just sounds so ridiculous. I mean, that's why I think this is fake, because come clean. Like, what is it? Like, what's the big deal? Okay, you know what? I have a kid, and or I may have a kid. I mean, like, for security issues, then don't mention that you have a kid. Just say, like, I need to pull back for my own, mental health.
I've been doing this for a decade daily.
When Saul was born, when I had my second kid, I had old Matt and Michael take over the show on Mondays. And then, it's like what turned into an extended paternity leave for close to, when was my son?
That's wild. They're advertising a fucking YouTube show on billboards, especially Timcast. That's crazy.
It's probably cheap.
It probably is.
For close to like 11 years. And so, you can do that too. It's just, that's why I think this is a joke. I do think probably, though, there is financial problems that he's having. It's because it's just weird to keep saying this is not about finances. Why would it be? I mean, you step back because you don't need the money, not because you're losing the money, unless you're shutting stuff down because you just made some bad business decisions. Target did this when they made some bad decisions on where to locate some of their stores, and then they pretended it's too much crime in these areas, and so we've got to shut them down.
CVS and shit did this as well.
Successful stores in higher crime areas, they just made some bad decisions, and sometimes they use it as cover.
Okay, great. Let's go to this one.
In 2024, the block.
What happens Friday,
Huh?
I'm excited for Friday. See what happens.
Yeah. Friday.
BRICS is so based.
Yeah, Russia took over.
Bloc's membership doubled as its founding members, Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa, were joined by Egypt, Iran, the United Arab Emirates and Ethiopia. All have one thing in common: they're not part of the Western world, although many maintain close trade ties there. President Vladimir Putin says BRICS member countries are the drivers of global economic growth.
The total GDP of the BRICS Association is more than $60 trillion, and the total share in the global gross product confidently exceeds that of the so-called G7 countries and continues to grow.
Russian authorities are keen to promote the idea of a unified BRICS financial system to rival the dominant US dollar.
Having a lot of shit doesn't mean anything.
BRICS is perceived as an alternative to the dollar system. It became the platform that offers some alternative ways of carrying out economic and financial transactions. Russia proposes to use some kind of new currency, which could allow...
Why? Why are they doing this? Why? Why?
Because they can.
But why? Why are they... Why don't they just participate?
It's such a joke. Like...
Why don't they just...
It's like I respect them about as much as Hezbollah.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's so annoying seeing people think Hezbollah is based and like cool.
But like, why don't they just participate in the normal system? Oh, they can't? Oh, it's because they're committing war crimes. Okay.
I mean, that's just Russia.
There's a few in there.
Our national currencies to be converted into a new unit of payment. It will reportedly be electronic digital money.
More than 30 countries have expressed interest in joining BRICS. Their representatives will head to Kazan to participate in the extended BRICS Plus format. Others, however, are in no hurry to join. Russia's ally Kazakhstan says it has no plans to seek membership in the near future. Its president, though, promised to attend the gathering.
Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan is also expected to attend. Turkey has submitted a formal application to join BRICS, and with the Middle East settlement on the summit's agenda, Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas.
Do not say it like that.
Was also invited to Kazan.
That invitation came directly from President Putin, who has reaffirmed Russia's support for a two-state solution to the conflict. Yulia Shapovalova, Al Jazeera, Moscow.
Gangster.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get.
Like,
An
it's not
alliance
like I'm a
representing
fan
more
of,
than one.
like, a boss, but like, as far as Palestine goes, that's our guy. You know, at least there's somebody.
True.
Fourth of the world's economy. The BRICS bloc has now doubled its number and is set to expand further. So what's drawing these countries together?
What?
I said I could see the Palestinian president killing somebody with his own gun.
True.
Because he's a
And can
gangster.
BRICS offer a counter
Yeah, right.
balance to the existing world order? This is Inside Story. The program I'm hacked BRICS Summit will have 5 new members, doubling the group's strength to 10. Leaders from several other countries are also attending. Some of them, like Turkey and Malaysia, have already applied to join the growing alliance. The event gives President Vladimir Putin an opportunity to signal to the West that he has not been isolated because of the war in Ukraine. It's all.
How many countries are in the world again? 192?
About it was over 200.
Okay. You haven't been
About
isolated, guys.
180 that we actually count, if we're not counting like micronations.
Yeah, okay. I'm not alone, guys. I have 2% of the world with me. I'm not alone.
Also an occasion for other member states to
It just seems desperate and sad.
amplify their voices and policies. So what's behind the rapid expansion of this bloc, and can it become a
Rapid?
challenge to the existing global order?
They've been
We'll
around
get to
for
our guests
15
in a moment,
years.
but first, this report from Kulsum Sharif.
Yeah, but it's recently been.
The Russian city of Kazan is preparing to host the 16th annual BRICS summit. It's the bloc's first meeting with 5 new members, as it doubles its membership to 10 in less than 2 decades of its existence. Many say its expansion shows its growing global importance.
BRICS is the voice of the global south in these multilateral platforms where the West dominate. Really, BRICS can take us out of that.
BRICS was set up in 2006 with a desire to be a geopolitical counterweight to the West. Brazil, Russia, China, and India were the founding members. Since then, it's expanded to include South Africa in 2010, and Egypt, Iran, Ethiopia, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates were invited to join the bloc.
Was a manipulated image because I'm looking for this picture of the Palestinian president and he's got a gun. Like he's like pulling it out of his suit.
It might have been.
And it must have been a fake picture.
Last year. While Riyadh is yet to formally confirm, several other countries have applied for membership.
The beauty of BRICS is that it doesn't put too many obligations on you, right? There are not that many strings attached really for being part of the BRICS.
Yeah, because
And at
it's
the same
not
time,
real.
There might be interesting opportunities coming your way, including just having more face time with all of these leaders.
The meeting comes at a time when Russia is stepping up its attacks in Ukraine, and while President Vladimir Putin faces an arrest warrant for war crimes issued by the International Criminal Court last year. When Moscow wants to present the summit as evidence that Western efforts to isolate it have failed. Ahead of the summit, Putin said BRICS and not the West will drive global economic growth.
The total GDP of the BRICS Association is more than 60 trillion, and the total share of the global gross product confidently exceeds that of the so-called G7 countries, and it continues to grow.
Russia also wants other countries to work with it to overhaul the global financial system and end the dominance of the US dollar.
BRICS is perceived as an alternative to the dollar system. It offers some alternative ways of carrying out economic and financial transactions. Russia proposes to use some kind of new currency, which could allow national currencies to be converted into a new unit of payment. It will reportedly be digital money.
Putin has also invited Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas to the summit, where Israel's war on Gaza is expected to be discussed. The Russian leader has reaffirmed his government's support for a two-state solution. Kulsum Sharif, Al Jazeera, for Inside Story.
Let's bring in our guests in Moscow. Andrei Fedorov, former Deputy Foreign Minister of Russia. In Tehran, Hassan Ahmadian, professor at the University of Tehran who specializes in Iranian foreign policy. In Hereford, in the UK, Mark Seddon, director of the Centre for United Nations Studies at the University of Buckingham and was a veteran UN correspondent. Welcome to the program. Andre, is it the sense in Russia that BRICS has all it takes to become a key geopolitical player?
I would like to say that in Moscow by Russian President Putin, this summit of BRICS is considering as a turning point towards creation of multipolar world. Of course, the idea to make BRICS as a serious political player is important, but at the same time, it's a contradiction with its original goal to make it effective economic mechanism. And there is a situation when some of the countries like India are against so-called mechanical enlargement of BRICS, being afraid that its political side of BRICS will be prevailing. So that's why it's very important to find that this coming summit balance between political interests.
Listen
and
to how
economic
much
reality.
rhetoric sounds like the
Hassan, when you
rhetoric
listen to
people
Iranian
use.
officials over the last few years, they've been always saying that we need something that could serve as a counterweight to the dominance of the Western key players and the Americans. Could this moment be the moment that the Iranians have been waiting for many years?
I think that's exactly what the Iranians are speaking of, looking at BRICS as a organization outside the U.S. sphere of influence and its domination, and that gives it strategic weight in Iran's thinking. It gives Iran opportunities, the potential that it carries economically, politically, and financially, gives Iran opportunities to break out of the box that the United States has been trying with its Western allies to box Iran in. So the reality that the organization is out of the domination of the United States, it's beyond the U.S., so-called U.S.-led world order, is of strategic importance to Tehran. And the Iranians have been vocal about it on an official level. They have been trying to seize this opportunity and the different layers that it provides Iran with, be it economic, financial, and politically, as a way of channeling their policies and with regards to the BRICS states, but also with regards to other issues of importance to Iran and its foreign policy, be it the Middle East or other regions. They have been also using that podium and political capacity that it provides to further their priorities as well.
Mark, you've spent many years covering the UN. Now you ask people in this part of the world, in particular about the US, they will tell you their bias is more pronounced than ever. You ask them about the UN, they will tell you one of the most inefficient organizations in the world. Could this perception serve as a trigger for many countries to say, you know what, in BRICS we could have a genuine alternative to a failing international world order?
Well, yes, I mean, obviously I covered the UN as a journalist, but I also worked for Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, so I've been fortunate enough really to see things on both sides. And I think it's not too difficult to see right now that the paralysis in the UN Security Council, principally over Israel right now, and the ceasefire motions that have been vetoed repeatedly by the United States, and of course also the Russia-Ukraine war. All of these issues have paralyzed the UN. So it's not necessarily the UN's fault. It's the fault of the member states. That saying, I mean, I think that many countries in the West don't quite appreciate how they are currently viewed in the global South, and that this paralysis at the UN also feeds through to this perception that really Western countries are being incredibly hypocritical, on the one hand calling for Russia to end its war in Ukraine, but on the other hand to continue supplying Israel with all the weapons it may wish for what is clearly a genocide in the Palestinian territory. So, I mean, I looked at the British press this morning. There's very little mention of BRICS, but that does show you something of the way in which Western media tends to be very inward-looking. But to my mind, it needs to wake up, because there is a reaction against this idea of a unipolar world.
Like, if it got
South,
serious, they'd be talking about it.
What would?
You know,
what?
like Project 2025. It
BRICS.
got serious, so people started talking about it.
You mean
BRICS
BRICS
is not serious.
Up of being lectured to, and it wants to have its own organizations, and good luck to it.
Andre, many people all over the world are frustrated with the world order, yet they are to see BRICS achieve what they're hoping to see happen in the near future. Could you give me an idea about what could be the first?
You know, there's no multipolar world without BRICS succeeding, right?
Issue that BRICS should tackle and succeed in bringing about a tangible result for people to start.
You know who I'm talking about.
Finally say, we trust BRICS.
First of all, BRICS should solve serious economic problems in this modern world. It's problems of equal trade, issue of sanctions, and many other things. If BRICS will be capable to do something in economic life, for example, in the future to create not maybe own currency, but own economic financial system which will be stable from outside world interference, it could lead also to growing political influence of BRICS. So economic issues should be on the front page of BRICS in the coming future. Without it, nothing will be done.
Hassan, for the Iranians who face huge geopolitical challenges these days with the Americans, with the Israelis, their allies in the region have been suffering major setbacks. Could BRICS serve as a key ally that could stand with Iran if it faces more and more challenges, particularly against the backdrop of the Israeli response?
The Western-dominated organizations that, as previous speakers have pointed out, have been very hypocritical when it comes to issues in the region, including when it comes to Iran. They deal with the other issues that are more linked to their security differently, such as the Ukrainian issue. So for the Iranians, having been at the receiving end of U.S. sanctions, unilateral sanctions, as opposed to international sanctions that existed before the nuclear deal, Iran is fed up with this U.S.-led so-called world order, and it's seeking any opportunity. And obviously, the BRICS provides a big opportunity for Iran to deal with issues that the United States and the West, collective West, have tried to push Iran out of. For the Iranians, it's important to look at the potentialities that this organization brings about. Also, it's important to see the opportunities that are provided by it economically and financially, taking sanctions into account. Also, it's important to look at it from a security perspective, knowing that the United States has been supporting a full-fledged war by the Israelis on Gaza and Lebanon and potentially attacks on Iran. The Iranians also look at organizations such as the BRICS to balance off that unilaterality that the United States is basically infusing in the world system.
Mark, isn't it a little...
I don't disagree. That's the funny thing. Like, I really don't care.
I wish BRICS would succeed.
Yeah, like, I really kind of want it to succeed. Like, I really don't care. The only thing that's kind of questionable is the fact that they don't really have any standards for entry.
It's not a serious thing, and that's the issue. And that's why anyone LARPing about it is laughable.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I said it's like Hezbollah. People
it's
actually
it's a litmus test.
Hezbollah gets results and shit.
It literally is a litmus test.
A bit naive to think that BRICS could become a genuine voice of the voiceless when you have two key members of this alliance, the Russians and the Chinese, obviously seeing this as a tool to expand their geopolitical leverage.
True.
Well, that may be, but I also noticed that BRICS is attracting lots of new member countries. Lots of countries want to join it. I think there does seem to be a desire also to look beyond the kind of free market hyperliberalism of the American and the British, the Anglo-American capitalistic model, if you like. I mean, it's just not working. And so there's...
Yeah, exactly. You should join it.
That's what's funny is like they said we'll allow in certain member states, and like some of those member states were like, we'll think about it, we'll get back to you. Like they applied just because why not?
Yeah. It was pretty funny.
There's the economic alternative that's coming, and especially from the global south, from the emerging powers, Brazil, South Africa, and others. But also, I think you've got to also look at what's happening in
They're getting power from destroying the Amazon.
I mean, it's quite possible we may have a Trump presidency in a month's time, which will, of course, alarm an awful lot of the European governments. I don't think that many of the European governments, I mean, it's almost going back slightly to what I was saying before, but can quite appreciate how isolated they have become, and made themselves become, because of their stance principally over what is happening in Gaza and also now in Lebanon. And so this constant support for whatever American foreign and defense policy may dictate is not helping them at all. And so there is this reaction, I think, against a unipolar world, very much.
Andre, you spoke about the economic factor as a defining issue for BRICS. Do you think that proposal by the Russians to start with a grain trading exchange as the first step that, if successful, it could convince people to move forward towards putting together more financial mechanisms that could serve as alternative to the similar organizations such as the International Monetary Fund?
Yes, it's one of the goals, and Russia is supporting this idea to have within BRICS own stable financial system, which cannot be disturbed by any sanctions, by any foreign interference, and which can really develop, first of all, trade with the use of local currencies, of national currencies, without using of US dollar. It's a long process. Don't expect that it will happen overnight, but this process is on the way.
Hassan, when it comes to the Middle East in particular, members do not really see eye to eye when it comes to how to move forward. Could BRICS today become a tool to enforce, for example, ceasefire in the region, could influence geopolitical decisions to put an end to the instability, or is it a long way to go before we get to that point?
I think it's a long way. Basically, the BRICS is not a monolith, obviously. There are countries with close ties to the West, parties to the BRICS. But there are those rising powers, and there are those who are sanctioned. This group, basically, is the party that is pushing for a parallel mechanism to deal with crises. That includes Russia, Iran, and to a large extent China. Others don't want maybe to risk their relations in getting so close to the idea of a parallel order. But these countries have a common view on how things should change in not only the Middle East, but around the world. In the Middle East, the so-called rules-based system did not work. If anything, the main pillars of it, namely the United States and the West that established it, have helped and aided Israel in its atrocities in Gaza, in Lebanon, and elsewhere in the region. And no matter what they did, what the Israelis did, they kept receiving what they needed to do what they were doing, and still they are doing. So that is something that is not working, basically. These countries are thinking about something parallel that can change the equation, change many of the parameters that have blocked the effectiveness of the international system. And I think that's a huge goal that cannot happen very easily. It's not a short-term goal. There are huge challenges. There is the competition between the collective West and the BRICS as well that we will see more unfolding in the future. So there are lots of challenges, but steps have been taken, and I think it's moving ahead.
Mark, yes, you talk to people and they will tell you that the UN's veto power is not fairly utilized. It's there just to advance the agenda of the powerful countries, that the Security Council has never been genuine about the need to change things on the ground. But yet you get a sense that these are mechanisms that can operate. When it comes to BRICS, you don't really get a sense of clarity about the tools they have to implement new realities on the ground, that if they decide tomorrow, let's solve this particular problem, how can we do it?
Well, I can see that amongst many BRICS member states, there's also a commonality of view about what needs to happen with the United Nations. It's not the power of the veto per se, it's how it's being abused. And I have to say that over the past 2 to 3 years, Russia has used the veto a great deal, America has used the veto a great deal, America has been backed up by my country, Britain. I think if the BRICS countries can come together and push for the desperately needed UN reform, then the BRICS are certainly onto something. Because not only are many BRICS member states talking about a different world economic order, but once they start talking about a different political and security order, we're onto something in many, many ways. And I think that UN reform is key. The fact, for instance, that there's no African member state that is a permanent member of the Security Council. It's the same for Latin America. We know how it looks and what has got to change. The UN is fixed as it was in 1945 with the defeat of Nazi Germany. Well, it's time for change. And I think that we're increasingly seeing much stronger and actually empowered voices. And most certainly what we're seeing in the Middle East, more than anything, is empowering people. And by the way, I think when it comes to the general public, especially in Europe, they take a very different view of many of these issues than their governments. And so this idea that just because the Western press is not interested in reporting on BRICS, that somehow people in my country are not happy to see members of the Global South and other countries coming together and actually challenging some of these Western nostrums, I think a lot of people do support them.
Andre, this is not the first time that someone came out and said we need to change reality on the ground. The non-alliance movement in the 60s and the 70s appealed to many people because it was widely perceived to be as a challenge to the prevailing world order, but it failed because some of its ideas were so far-fetched. How can you maintain BRICS attractive when ultimately you don't have a bank, you don't have a currency, you don't have a common fund, you don't have a sense of unity that you could sell to the people?
First of all, I would like to say that BRICS will never be a replacement for United Nations. And I fully agree that BRICS can influence on the possible reform within the United Nations, especially concerning a Security Council. But as I said, for BRICS, it's very important to create serious network, real network, which includes financial mechanism, communication system of consultations, and many, many things. BRICS should not be organization of summits. BRICS should be organization of concrete projects, which is still not the case. BRICS needs a number of serious global projects, especially economic projects, to identify itself as effective organization, but not only as I said, organization of summits.
Hassan, how do the Iranians see the future of BRICS when it expands? Is it going to be the platform that they have been looking forward to seeing put into place that could...
Yeah, I think
How many pointless questions can we fucking ask somebody?
Well, I think he was asking everybody
now more
on the panel.
out of Turkey on our breaking news story.
Now we're on terror attacks. Do you want to give the lowdown on what's going on?
No.
No? Great.
The Interior Minister says a Turkish aerospace company has been targeted in a terror attack in the capital, Ankara. These are the pictures from the scene. Casualties have been reported. I'm now joined by Galip Dele, a senior consulting fellow at Chatham House in London. Galip, great to see you. Thank you so much for taking the time today. We're getting these images in of what seems to be an active scene right now. The Interior Minister calling this a terrorist attack. What more do you know?
I did not meet a profile of ISIS, which is like, why would ISIS attack their main backer, you know?
True.
But it's Haqqani, according to James. Get real, bro.
Well, that's why we are following the news. It's clearly
I'm now
an
Googling
act
ISIS
of
attacks in
terrorism.
Turkey.
But the crucial here is the timing of it.
Because I know there has
obviously
been
any terrorist activities means to create terrorism, create casualties, create violence. But the timing is crucial. The timing is sensitive because just recently, yesterday, the leader of the Nationalist Action Party, who is a coalition partner of Erdogan government, spoke about a new Kurdish opening, quite a daring Kurdish opening again. The countries are once again talking about a new Kurdish opening. Therefore, the political logic behind this terrorism is clearly to undermine this process, to prevent a political settlement of the Kurdish issue. Thus far, we don't know which group is responsible for it. Obviously, for Turkey, there's usually the usual suspects when it comes to terrorism of that nature, whether it could be the PKK or other far-left organization. Previously, Turkey has been also very much victim of the ISIS-type radical terrorist organizations. But the picture that
been proven to done an attack since their height.
Really?
So they even claimed one in January that killed 39 civilians.
Very interesting.
ISIS claimed a car bombing in 2016, but so did the PKK-affiliated Kurdish Freedom Falcons. Turkish officials attributed that attack to the PKK, aka the Freedom Falcons.
And then probably bombed some Kurdish civilians.
Yeah, in another country.
We are receiving from the crime scene, from the scene, indicates probably it's one of these far left or the PKK or similar terrorist organization. But thus far, we don't know the identity of the group behind it. But the political logic is the crucial one. The political logic is basically to prevent or undermine any possible opening on the Kurdish issue and any possible settlement of the Turkey's long-standing Kurdish issue, and particularly the call for PKK to lay down arms in Turkey is growing. Even the pro-Kurdish party is actually making similar demands. Whoever is behind this operation clearly has a very clear political goal, which is to prevent this. And that's why it's crucial, basically, irrespective of this terrorist act, the resolve to take political steps on this front should be actually strengthened rather than weakened in order not to give into the terrorist goals and terrorist aims.
Galip, I just need you to stand by for me. We've got Salma Abdelaziz, who's been tracking the story for us. Salma, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, so again, a very active scene. You have medical workers there, police there, security services there, all trying to, of course, contain the situation, make sure that this is no longer an active situation, and of course, come to the aid of those wounded, of those potentially killed. I want to read you some of the reaction that we have so far from Turkish officials. This one from Ankara's mayor, who says he was saddened by the terrorist attack that targeted Turkish aerospace industries. He goes on to say he wanted to wish God's mercy upon the dead and a speedy recovery to those wounded by the attack. It's Turkey's Interior Minister, who also commenting on this attack, saying, unfortunately, we have martyrs and injured people in the attack. It was the Interior Minister who posted this on X, alerting the news media internationally to what's happening there on the ground. But so far, of course, we don't know how many people are injured. We don't know how many people are wounded. What I do want to show you that we have at this time is social media video that we've just verified, if we have that, to show our viewers. And what it shows is first an explosion at this facility, at the Turkish Aerospace Industries facility. We have geolocated this video. We know that this is the location that is being shown on that video that you can see on your screen now. There is an explosion, and after that explosion, there is an individual. That individual appears to be carrying a weapon. Unclear who that individual is or what their role is, but you are looking there at the moments of the attack, again, in video found on social media, but also geolocated, analyzed by CNN. Really, really scary scenes that you're looking at there. You can see it's a heavily fortified building, big walls, big security. So how was this carried out? I know your previous guest was talking about potential motives. Of course, the PKK will be top of mind. ISIS and other terror groups will be top of mind. And I also want to alert our viewers that we are actually expecting to see President Rajab Tayyip Erdogan speak shortly, because he's at the BRICS summit. He's expected to show up alongside President Putin. You can expect reporters will be asking questions, so we may get a comment very soon.
Yeah, Salma, thank you so much for that update. And I know that you're working really hard to try and get more information as it comes in. Galip, I want to come to you again. And you were talking about the potential motive, what this means politically. But when we're seeing this explosion in these images that we're showing right now, this aerospace company that was struck, and usually these kind of buildings are very fortified, as Salma had alluded to. The question is, how come Turkish intelligence didn't pick up these type of threats and risks? Turkey has seen other terrorist attacks in the past. Salma also said that this is obviously going to create a lot of fear. Could you give us a sense of what this means for Erdogan politically, and also what this means for the safety of people in Ankara and the threats?
Let that freak accent fly, sweetheart.
Well, dealing with terrorism is a task, and unfortunately, in the countries where you have the best security measures in places like, we are in London, that has been also subject to many terrorist activities, or Paris, or many other countries. So there is no a direct solution where you can stop all the terrorist activities completely. But nevertheless, there will be a quite significant discussion whether there was security breaches, security lapses, and the responsible agents, the responsible actors for this. The Turkey is not the first time that is being targeted by the horrific terrorist attack. Unfortunately, Turkey has been subject to such terrorist attacks for a long time. So therefore, there will be all these questions, and politically that will be discussed. So there will, all these questions, I think, will be settled soon. But most important at this stage is the terrorist acts, but also the identity of the terrorist groups, because that will tell us quite significant about the motives behind it, and that will also shape the public discussion and political discussion around it. Because if it is an ISIS attack, that is different things. If it is a PKK attack, that will have different implications. So in terms of the security implication, we might talk about, how the Turkey will be further discussing how to prevent such future attacks. But for political implications, it's crucial that we know also the identity of the group that has carried out this terrorist attack.
Yeah. What are you expecting to hear from President Erdogan?
Oh, sorry. Well, I think the first one from President Erdogan is whether by that time we'll have any clarity about who is behind these terrorist activities, and secondly, obviously the many condemnation,
it matches the Freedom Falcons,
make sure that
the
these terrorist organizations are paying the price that will come. But I think we have to wait first and foremost to really have the full picture of the terrorist groups that is involved, because, as I said, that will be very crucial to define the government's responses. If it is, again, if it is a far left terrorist organization, it will be different than if it is the PKK, because if it is the PKK, that will have an implication about the recent move towards, once again, to take a political steps on the Kurdish issue and to take steps to convince the PKK to lay down its arms in Turkey and to basically put an end to the conflictual phase between Turkey and the PKK for all. So this is crucial, and I think the initial assessments that Erdogan will very much focus on obviously the casualties, probably the number of the casualties. We still don't know how many people have lost their lives and then the injured. So that will be the first on the top of his mind, and the necessary steps there. But secondly, it will come to the response to the terrorist attacks, and that will require what assessment that Turkish security and intelligence offices will have in terms of the terrorist groups and the motives behind it, and also the international connection, the possible international connection that this terrorist attack might have, because usually the terrorism is not just a national phenomenon, it has the international linkages. So we will have quite a comprehensive discussions, and also given the fact that the target is the aerospace industry, which is a very strategically significant place, and Turkey has a very growing defense industry. Turkey has quite a strong defense industry, so that will also raise whole another question about the protection of these sites, about the protection of these companies. So we will have quite many discussions that will focus on different themes, from how to prevent similar attacks in the future, the political implication of it, the security implication of it, and the regional and international implication of it, depending on whether Turkey sees also a foreign hand behind such a terrorist activities.
And we have breaking news out of Turkey now. The Turkish minister says an attack on an aerospace company has left several people dead. Local reports say the explosion may have been caused by a suicide bomber. ABC News foreign correspondent Marcus Moore is tracking it all for us from London. Marcus, what's the latest on this attack?
Well, hey, Diane, we are still getting new information about what is unfolding at this aerospace facility in Ankara, Turkey. The Interior Ministry is saying that this is a terror attack, and saying that there, as you just mentioned, there have been deaths and injuries. That's happening again in Ankara there in pretty much central Turkey. The first reports came in just before the top of the hour, and we're working to clear some new images for you, but I want you to see this live picture from outside the scene there, the police response, heavy traffic, and we've also seen images that have been circulating online showing what appears to be smoke rising from the area in front of that facility. Also, some cell phone videos that we are trying to clear, including this one, where if we can, Diane, if there's any way, can we turn up the sound? In this video, you would be able to hear the explosion, and then also gunfire that happens immediately afterwards. And you see in that video, there's smoke rising into the air. This is cell phone video that we have just been able to clear for you. And you can see a couple of people that appear to be running around in that footage. And you see a vehicle with the doors open there and someone in black running. I don't know who that is. But you also see the cell phone in that video, others in the parking lot trying to see what's happening and then appearing to duck for cover, and then the response there. Again, Diane, those videos just coming in. This is happening at the Turkish aerospace industries. The company works with fighter jets, drones, and helicopters. But what we don't know is if their work in that regard has anything to do with the explosion and gunfire that followed. Again, the Interior Ministry saying that this is a terror attack, but so far not relaying any information on a potential motive at this point. And Diane, according to the company's website, it has subsidiaries and affiliates all over the globe, including the United States. And we'll continue to follow this, Diane, and bring you the very latest as we get it. Again, we're learning that there have been deaths and injuries reported, but right now we don't know exact numbers on those casualties.
Foreign correspondent Marcus Moore, thank you.
Thanks, Marcus.
Let's just bring you the latest on the situation in Turkey. We know that 3 people have died and 14 are injured after an attack on a Turkish aerospace company on the outskirts of the capital, Ankara. We're just getting some images coming through to us now from Russia. This is the BRICS meeting. President Putin is meeting leaders of a number of different countries in a 3-day summit in the city of Kazan.
I don't think there's any likelihood that it would be them. They haven't done anything since before ISIS, you know.
Tico.
Like,
what's a Tico?
Yeah, it's a Marxist party.
Marxists. Usually it's the Maoists that bomb shit, isn't it?
They are Maoist.
Oh, well, there you go.
They're the Turkish Maoists, the annoying ones.
Oh, great. They're the Wagner ones?
Some of them can be.
Amazing.
They're like Russia.
Yeah.
Represented there. He's sitting opposite the Turkish leader, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And
Erdogan.
Putin has said
Erdogan.
we express our condolences and we condemn such
Has any American actually set up that way?
Happened in Turkey. Let's bring in Victoria Craig, who is a journalist
Tayyip
Erdogan, in Ankara, who can bring us up to date. Victoria, what is the latest that we know about the number of dead and wounded there?
Well, we know the Turkish Interior Ministry has just updated us about 15, 20 minutes or so ago.
As opposed to the unannoying Turkish Maoists. No, Jack specifically knows a specific annoying person.
and a half hours ago or so, just outside of where I am in the center of the Turkish capital, Ankara, about 17 miles from here.
There was a chick in
Interior
the
Minister
attack.
has called
It was
this
the
a terror
fucking
attack
Freedom
against
Falcons.
TUSAS. That
Case
is the Turkish
closed.
Aerospace Industries company. It's a state-owned manufacturer of aerospace and arms equipment, I suppose, for Turkey. It produces military and civilian planes,
what was the
and it's been designated to produce American-designed F-16 fighter jets. So, an important facility there on the outskirts of Ankara. Earlier,
I don't think we're going to find out.
Today, there were reports of gunfire and an explosion that, as I say, killed at least 3 people so far. State media reported that personnel who worked at that facility were directed to shelters for security, and that security forces, firefighters, medical teams have all been dispatched to help the people there.
So that's another thing.
Victoria, we're just getting an update now. President Erdogan apparently telling
Russia, apparently might have put the driver in the trunk, and then fucking basically set off explosives next to that car, killing the driver. He might have already been killed, though. And they just put his body in the trunk because you want to not leave a body.
True.
Putin, that he thanks him for his condolences. We have 4 dead in this act of terror. So Erdogan saying that the number of dead now has gone up to 4. What do we know about how this group, whoever this group is, gained access to the site? Some reports that they may have arrived in a taxi?
We don't have any specific details yet, and that's something that the Turkish Interior Minister has stressed repeatedly today, along with the Ankara mayor, that we need to avoid speculation about what happened, what led to these events, who is responsible for the events. As we know, when things like this happen, there can be a lot of rumors that spread very quickly on social media, and so the Interior Minister and the government have warned to please only rely on official information from official sources. The statements that we've gotten so far have been posted on X, formerly known as Twitter, by the Interior Minister. You mentioned that President Erdogan is in Russia today for the BRICS summit there, and we've been waiting to hear from him. Sounds like he's just now talked about what's happened here in the capital city today, but certainly details are still fairly sparse, as I think security teams and the government really gets a handle on what's happened today.
And in terms of who could be behind the
suppressor on it, it looks like the female's gun doesn't have a suppressor, but it has a pretty advanced optic.
Interesting.
Attack.
Not really. Why bring in a suppressor when you're opening with an explosion?
Turkey's Interior Ministry says that unfortunately we have martyrs and injured people following this attack. It's not clear who would be behind it, but who would be those on the list that could be seen as potentially behind any kind of terrorist act on Turkey?
Well, I think it's important to note the timing of this attack today comes one day after the leader of the Nationalist Movement Party, that's the MHP, which is a very strong ally of President Erdogan's Justice and Development, or AKP party here in Turkey. He said in a speech yesterday that the leader of that Kurdish militant group, which is known as the PKK, he's in jail. He said that he could be allowed to speak in parliament only if he says that the group will end its insurgency. And there's been an ongoing conflict here in Turkey for about 4 decades or so. And so there had been a lot of speculation. The speech really came by surprise yesterday, and there had been, before those comments made by this ally of the AKP, the head of the MHP party, before those comments, there had been a lot of speculation that perhaps the PKK could be reaching some sort of peace talks that could be coming up. We don't know that for sure, but this was surely the first indication that maybe that was something that the government was open to. And then, of course, today, now we've got this designated terror attack on this production facility on the outskirts of Ankara. No one, to my knowledge, as of yet, has taken responsibility for the attack, but certainly it's worth noting the timing of that speech and today's events.
It is really interesting timing. And what do we know about this
it's funny because I saw people trying to associate this
makes,
with Turkey at BRICS.
Oh my God.
And that's like, as soon as this is what happens when Turkey tries to go away from the global powers.
And manufactures both civilian and military aircrafts, but also drones as well, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, so it's a state-owned company that produces arms and aerospace equipment for Turkey. It produces military and civilian planes and helicopters, as you say. It was launched to really allow Turkey to rely less on foreign-made weapons and planes technology, and as I said earlier, it's designed.
I wonder why
it's
that
a designated
happened.
Supplier, a maker of American-designed F-16 fighter jets, which are crucial to Turkey's military operation here. So a really important company for Turkey, and it's also worth noting too that the Interior Minister today was in Istanbul for a summit of technical equipment, security equipment. So initially there had been a lot of speculation that perhaps was he involved in this attack? Was he at that production facility today? he was not. He was in Istanbul. So that's a bit of background on the company and the Interior Minister himself.
And Victoria, before we leave you, is this still ongoing, this situation, or?
Yeah.
Libyan oil exports resumed this month after production shut down over a battle to control Libya's central bank, which manages oil exports. The dispute between Libya's two rival administrations was only resolved by intense negotiations.
What happened is a very grave crisis, which has been partly resolved, but still presents some loose ends. And a lot of players, including armed groups in Tripoli, are trying to kind of take advantage of whatever has happened over the last several weeks. So I'm not describing a scenario of war, but I'm describing a more volatile environment.
But a rapprochement between Egypt and Turkey could offer hope for easing tensions. Cairo backs the Libyan administration in Benghazi of Khalifa Haftar, while Ankara supports the Tripoli-based government of national unity. Last month, during a visit to Ankara, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi pledged to work on Libya with his Turkish counterpart, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Analysts say this cooperation is key to resolving the latest Libyan crisis.
Propellant-based.
He looks like a fish.
Both countries can push, the Tripoli-based government or Benghazi-based Khalifa Haftar, at least to accept something or come to the least terms that they can agree. So it's a win-win situation for both Egypt and Turkey.
With both the Turkish and Egyptian economies in crisis, the economic benefits of cooperating in Libya are, analysts say, a powerful force behind the country's rapprochement.
These two countries are very important to both. They figured out a way to, divide spheres and work together. Even in the East now, Turkish companies have cut lucrative deals, infrastructure deals, just as Egypt has. So economy and money drives a lot of these political friendships and rapprochement.
Ankara wants Cairo to use its influence over Haftar to support an agreement it made with the rival Libyan government of national unity to explore what are widely believed to be energy reserves in Libyan waters. Conversely, some analysts say Cairo wants Ankara to support the government of national unity's Prime Minister Abdul Hamid Dbeibeh. Despite differences, observers say Cairo and Ankara are committed to cooperation.
What has already been decided.
There's got to be someone out there who's obsessed with economic zones the way they're obsessed with like trains, and they're coming all over this.
Surely.
They're going to speak on a daily basis. And then at every crucial moment, they're going to make sure, Turkey specifically is going to make sure that Egypt is on board.
Given the potentially high economic stakes for both Egypt and Turkey, Libya will likely be seen as an important test of the country's new rapprochement. Cooperation that could help ease Libya's deep divide, analysts say. Dorian Jones, VOA News, Istanbul.
Flanked by his wife and children outside a Nairobi hostel where he had been treated, impeached Kenyan Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua on Sunday spoke about no longer having a security protection team.
I want the people of Kenya to know that as I go home today, I have no security. And it's good that they know. And if anything happens to me or my family, President William Ruto must be held to account.
A Kenya police spokesperson told VOA that Gachagua's allegations are being investigated and that he's been invited to submit a statement to investigators about his claims. While speaking to reporters, Gachagua also blamed President William Ruto for his removal from office.
I'm shocked by how vicious a man I helped to be president, a man that I believed in, a man that was persecuted when supporting him, could be so vicious against me.
President Ruto has remained mum on the impeachment of his deputy. Gachagua was impeached on Thursday, October 17, when the Senate upheld 5 out of 11 charges passed by the National Assembly, including gross violation of the Constitution and stirring ethnic hatred. A conservatory order obtained by Gachagua, however, stopped the implementation of the Senate resolution until October 24. Constitutional lawyer Charles Kanjama says Gachagua, therefore, remains the deputy president by virtue of the court order.
My conclusion is that because the conservatory order has stopped all those things, it has effectively reinstated Rigathi Gachagua as deputy president.
Under Kenya's 2010 constitution, the deputy president is elected with the president to serve a period of 5 years. The deputy president can be impeached for such things as a serious breach of the constitution, the commission of an offense under international or local law, and gross misconduct. It's not the first time that Kenyan courts are being involved in arbitrating impeachment cases. In 2020, a court of appeal reinstated then Embu Governor Martin Wambora after he was impeached by the Senate.
What
2
the
months ago,
fuck?
the High Court invalidated the impeachment of Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza.
Jesus
In 2017, the Supreme Court nullified the presidential election results and ordered a fresh vote.
It's chaos.
Juma Majanga, VOA News, Nairobi, Kenya.
This year's female gaming competition in Kenya attracted 10 gamers compared to last year, where only 1 female was invited to compete. After more than 4 hours of tough competition,
Hell
Kenya
yes,
produced a winner who
1000%
will
growth,
represent the
baby.
country in the Congolese capital, Kinshasa, where 7 other national champions from 7 African countries will compete against each other. Magdalene Mumbi, also known as Bambina in esports, has been playing the game since 2018 and was a favorite
What
to
is
win
the
the
game?
competition. The players were playing a fighting game
Fuck
known as
yeah.
Tekken 8, where the players' attacking and defensive skills are tested.
I lost the very first game that I played, and I'm very excited. I made a comeback and won all my games throughout, and also won the final game, the deciding match.
The competition aims to encourage more women to join the gaming industry,
Is it Tekken?
create
Yeah,
diversity, and fight toxic behavior that some in the community express against women.
It's a great step forward, especially considering the local
Oh
scene
my
has
God.
been seeing, like a male dominant section within
This guy
esports.
has
So that's for
esports
FIFA, that's for
champion
Tekken as well,
written
and the
all
fighting
over
game
his face.
community in general.
He's got the nerd gene.
yeah.
So being able to have these opportunities where also ladies can have an
Frost
opportunity
is a
to
hard name, though.
showcase their talents,
Yeah.
to shine, to get a chance to also travel outside and represent the country. It boosts the self-esteem and the confidence to also show up for other events.
There's a lot of women game out there, but because their parents might not approve of gaming, not many young women are coming out. So this is just one platform.
True, female
which women
gamers
can actually
rise
come to
up.
showcase
Yeah,
their
but
skills.
like that's the
Of course,
thing.
get to travel, get to be
there's like nobody in the female industry right now. So like the bar on how good you are is real low, Like
I love that.
like, if I was to become a transgender athlete, that might be the industry I target, right? Like in Lady Ballers.
Kenyan esports. That's the one I'm going for.
The women's esports specifically, though. There was only 10 there.
exposed, and who knows,
Amazing.
maybe also get to build a career out of it.
According to the Newzoo Games Analytics Company, 46% of game enthusiasts are female. However, the number may be lower in Africa. Abuse from male gamers and harassment are common difficulties faced by female gamers. The digital divide also exacerbates the inclusion of women.
That ain't an African-only problem, brother.
Yeah. Well, they didn't say it was.
Evie Nungari, a geospatial engineering technology student, has fallen in love with esports after being introduced to it by one of her friends. After a year, she says she's improving, and in a year or two, she hopes to compete for a prize.
With every day learning the game, I'm making so much progress because right now I can compete with other females. I can also compete with males. So I'm making so much progress in learning how to use the sets.
What?
She has really nice fabric. The clothes she was wearing were nice.
Oh, wait. This way. Yes. Looks like expensive.
I can also compete with males. So I'm making so much progress in learning how to use the sets.
It will take more than a competition to attract more women gamers. The gaming
How to use the sticks. See what I'm saying, bro? The margin for entry is so low.
She's adorable.
Like
It's like, I love,
like you'll
I
get
love video
sponsorships from
games.
Razer in no time.
And then start streaming. Fuck yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
More African female gamer streamers. There's a market you can corner.
We'll make it happen. That's what we'll do. We're changing the company. It's now about African esports. Female African esports.
Being community knows it must also drive positive change by promoting diversity and inclusivity in the ever-expanding and growing esports sector. Mohammed Yusuf, VOA News, Nairobi.
Like, think about it.
The Israeli military.
You make a game that like bombs, like like Street Fighter 5.
Yeah.
And then you like make up for those poor sales instead of doing predatory like DLC and like grinding. Instead, you just make it so you make up all your money in African esports because you invest in being like, hey, look at this great game, and you give out copies, and then it grows.
Makes sense. Let's do that.
She might have done the word. Well, she also might have been translating to English.
Yes.
I think Kenya's main language is English, but they also might call it something else.
I don't know.
Today said it killed a man set to succeed Hezbollah's longtime leader, who was also assassinated by Israel in late September. The IDF confirmed Hashem Safiuddin was killed along with other top leaders of the militant group in an early October Beirut airstrike. Meantime, Hezbollah fired at least 80 rockets on northern Israel today. Some were intercepted, others left Israelis wounded. As the war between Israel and Hezbollah expands, its toll on civilians in Lebanon is only worsening. As Layla Milana Allen reports, Israeli airstrikes around Beirut have increasingly targeted healthcare facilities and healthcare workers.
An 11-story apartment block leveled in less than a second. Dozens of homes and lives demolished. This missile strike came with a warning, so residents grabbed what they could and fled. Each night, the streets of Beirut fill with panic as residents run from their homes under threat. But often, there's no warning at all. And now, hospitals as well as homes are under attack. Yesterday, Israel's authorities said they believed a Hezbollah cash trove sat under Beirut's Al-Sahel hospital, but said they wouldn't strike it. Instead, they hit a different one. Just before midnight, an airstrike was launched at the entrance of Beirut's Rafik Hariri hospital, flattening 4 buildings in front of it. This is the capital's main specialist public hospital, where children injured in the bombing are receiving surgery. Rescuers dug for hours through the mangled carcass of concrete and iron, searching for survivors. By morning, 18 were dead and 60 injured.
I have a brother who's still under the rubble. His mobile phone is ringing. We're trying to search for him, but there is no way for a machine to get here. No one can help us pull him out. I don't know if he's dead or still alive.
It's not the first time healthcare has come under attack in this increasingly brutal war. More than 100 medics have been killed while working in the past month. At least 50 health facilities have been targeted. In spite of the risks, Lebanon's medics and rescue workers, who are all volunteers in donation-funded ambulances, continue to respond to distress calls. Ali and his team are based in Saida, one of the South's main coastal cities, and inside the zone, Israel says it will target. He and his team have worked non-stop for weeks. Hours before we joined Ali's crew, 5 of his friends were killed when the church they were sleeping in while running rescue operations was bombed.
Cool.
It's heartbreaking what happened yesterday.
The church was
to international organizations that targeting ambulances and paramedics is internationally unlawful, but no one has helped.
These volunteers have full-time jobs too, but they put everything on hold to respond to the crisis.
Even if there's danger, we rush to help. Our only goal is to save a life and assist someone in need. Yes, there's risk, but honestly, sometimes we don't even think about the danger when we see an injured child or anyone else in distress.
When Mamdouh and his team responded to a strike on an apartment complex in a town nearby, he couldn't believe what he was seeing.
The scene was terrifying and utterly heartbreaking. There were children, just pieces of children. I'll never forget one child. I was able to recover the head and arm, but the rest of the body was never found. Just small fragments less than an inch in size. We were picking up the pieces. It was a massacre in every sense of the word.
Mamdouh says the sheer scale of the destruction was overwhelming. They worked for 72 hours pulling bodies from the rubble.
We try to hold ourselves together as much as possible, but it's tough. One experience really stayed with me. While we were clearing the rubble and retrieving the dead, we found an older man and a woman wrapped together, trying to protect each other, both dead, both scared, together in their final moments beneath the rubble.
Mamdouh knows what he's risking.
We receive many threats and are constantly exposed to airstrikes. They don't differentiate at all between military personnel, civilians, or paramedics. Anyone trying to do their duty is at risk.
I think if a discussion in person comes up about Israel in the next couple months, it's going to be very hard to remain calm if they're defending Israel, to be completely honest.
Like just someone you're talking to.
Yeah. Like if they're belligerent, like if they are not listening to me and are belligerently defending Israel, it's going to be very difficult to remain calm.
I don't think most people follow the news when it comes to this type of stuff.
Yeah. Because it's like, I don't know. It just it doesn't make sense how anybody can be supporting what's happening right now. It's insane. Love that. That's great. Yeah, BBC and CNN have had reports about the same thing, I believe.
Ghassan Suhaim, who runs the civil defense unit in Beirut's Dahia suburbs, has lost 18 of his volunteers in a month.
Wow.
Hassan was the first to die 4 weeks ago. He wasn't just a colleague, but a friend.
He rescued 2 children who were still alive. The rubble fell on him as the building was collapsing, and he got injured, but he never took time to rest. He insisted on staying. He worked through the whole night. I left him at 8 a.m. At 8:30, they called me from the site telling me he had suffocated.
Hassan died under the rubble, having saved dozens of lives. Ghassan says each member of his team would do the same.
It's normal to be afraid. We wouldn't be human if we weren't. But determination, strength, and believing in this humanitarian work makes us fearless. We won't abandon our people, no matter how intense the bombings and destruction gets.
Attacking medical workers and striking healthcare facilities are war crimes. But as the red lines of international law have blurred in this conflict, so too has accountability from the international community. The UN and NGOs are crying out for tighter restrictions to stall the use of US-supplied weapons on civilian infrastructure. Few here believe Israel's American allies will take action. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Layla Malone in Saida, Lebanon.
That's the thing. And even if America does stop, it's not going to stop Israel. That's the thing. It's not going to stop them. They don't give a fuck.
Six-year-old Hafsa is paralyzed by polio. Her parents chose not to vaccinate her 5 years ago, and now Hafsa must suffer the consequences of their decision.
Fuck off.
People here say that the polio drops are dangerous, which is why we hid this child from polio workers. It's just fake, and now her legs aren't working anymore.
Why?
It's just the parents did this, now she has to suffer. Like, there's underlying root causes.
Specifically,
it's not like dumb anti-vax shit over here.
It's not liberal hippies and idiot conservatives.
Misinformation and myths about polio vaccine persuaded thousands of Pakistanis to refuse the simple vaccinations that could protect their children. As a result, Pakistan and Afghanistan remain the only countries where cases of wild polio virus type 1 are still reported. Dr. Aftab Ahmed heads the Polio Emergency Center in Pakistan's Balochistan province.
All the children we have reported are those who were hidden during the polio campaign. Parents hide their children and claim that they are not at home.
Over 5,000 parents in Balochistan province refused polio vaccines for their children during the last campaign, according to the regional health department. The reasons are all too familiar to health workers who encounter parents who oppose the vaccine, like Abdullah, who refused to give his last name due to societal pressures.
Crazy.
We have heard that children who receive these drops may not be able to have children in the future, and we've also heard that the drops can cause disabilities. We tell the team to mark the children, but we cannot let them take the drops.
Officials in the provincial health department have found some polio workers marking children as vaccinated without getting the vaccine. As a result, 70 workers were dismissed. Some of the parents refused the vaccine because of religious concerns.
There's a category of people who have religious doubts, questioning where this vaccination is made, how it is made, and how it reaches our children. Another group has concerns related to medical science.
What, they're not saying it's halal?
Yes. Stuff
Interesting.
Like that.
Things are no different across the border in Afghanistan. Raz Muhammad, a tailor in Nangarhar, Afghanistan, is partially paralyzed in his left leg due to polio. As the sole provider for his family of 10, he struggles to pedal his sewing machine because of weakness in his leg.
Polio vaccination is something that is verified by the international community. It is something necessary and should be given. People should help the vaccinators instead of turning them down.
Muhammad and Hafsa both have wild polio virus type 1. This year so far, 39 new cases.
What the fuck is wild polio? The fuck does that mean?
Well, it's wild polio type 1 only exists in this region.
Have been reported in Pakistan and 18 in Afghanistan. That's up from the total of 12 reported in 2023. And while Hafsa lives with paralysis caused by polio, her family deals with feelings of guilt.
We feel regret when we see other children who can walk and play.
Oh,
while she
really?
cannot do anything. If
Maybe you
people
should have thought
vaccinate their
about
children. The benefits are significant, while the risks are virtually none.
Afghanistan
But,
and
like,
Pakistan are the two.
Surely
the CIA shouldn't have done a bunch of fake polio drives.
Yes, but like, surely you see people with this disease and you're like, how bad could it be even if the drops do this? Could it be worse? Like, is that not a thought that goes through people's minds?
Well, the more parents who have made the wrong decision need to speak up.
Yes, that's actually a good point. I think that less detransition videos, more anti-vax videos.
Yeah, I'm sure they're also concerned about. But that's just something that it's crazy because, like, you know, like there is trans people in Pakistan. I know trans people in Pakistan, but still, it's just like, why is this an issue for you? It's there's like one person in your country.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know. It's such an interesting issue because, like, yes, there's the propaganda aspect of it, but like, even with, like, they were saying they had education campaigns. You know what? The education campaigns can't break through that it's fucking propaganda. They can't, like, literally show them things that show them that it's actually a lie. Couldn't you do that? Best cure to propaganda is education, no? I don't know. I feel like there's little to no blame on them, but it's like, also, your child is it's hard. And also, it's fucking were they in Afghanistan? Was Taliban going to do education drives? It's like the Taliban supporter that we spoke to, women's education. They oppose it because it was introduced and pushed by Western occupiers. It's probably the same thing. It's the Taliban's fault again. Fuck the Taliban.
Well, the CIA didn't help.
Yes. Yeah. When was this? When did they do that polio thing? Because I didn't know about that.
Just before Bin Laden was killed. 2010.
Oh, recently?
Yeah.
No shit. Okay.
They did it to try and get into the compound because they had suspicion Bin Laden was there.
Okay. And that just spread? Like, widespread? Even outside of that?
I mean, it came out. They had to come out and say that all these vaccines that happened were fake.
So there weren't even real vaccines?
No.
Incredible. So they could have been doing the vaccines the whole time at the same time as getting the information?
But instead they were doing a shadow op to take DNA.
That's so fucking stupid.
And analyze it.
Which all could have been done while also vaccinating them. Awesome.
Or just don't do that because you knew where he was.
Yes, that too. Fucking Jesus Christ. It's all so simple to not do this as well. That's the worst part. It really takes nothing. Fuck.
Yeah, I sure don't like the CIA.
Yeah.
Two remaining countries where wild poliovirus type 1 is reported. 2 other strains of wild poliovirus type 2 and 3 have been fully eradicated worldwide.
Damn.
For Murtaza Zahiri in Quetta, Pakistan, and Abu Bakr Alizai in Jalalabad, Afghanistan, Bejan Hamdar, VOA News.
How does one get polio, though? Is it like a bacteria? I really don't know.
It's a virus.
And how do you get it?
By not being vaccinated for polio.
Yeah, but how is it spread?
Couldn't tell you.
17-year-old Matthew has been
It's
paralyzed by CV.
transmitted through the mouth.
Huh.
From contaminated fecal matter.
Oh.
Droplets in the upper respiratory tract or from contaminated fecal matter.
Huh.
PV2 polio since he was 8. His mother says the illness has kept him from attending school and living a normal life.
I never imagined this would happen to my child. If I had given him the vaccine, he wouldn't be like this.
Don't eat shit.
Given his condition, the neighbors say he's cursed. My parents abandoned me and the child.
The disease
That's
has ravaged his
harsh.
son's body. Matthew, who chose not to share his last name due to the stigma attached to polio, says his friends have abandoned him, and he feels isolated and lonely.
Before, my friends would come and play with me. Now they visit, but they don't come near. I stay home and only play with my brothers.
The World Health Organization describes polio as a highly contagious virus that can cause paralysis, especially in children. In severe cases, it can be fatal.
Wait, so he's contagious? Is he contagious always?
I don't know.
Like if someone with polio spits on you, do you get polio?
If you're vaccinated, no.
What the fuck is happening?
Thankfully, there's only been one case of naturally occurring or wild polio reported in the Ivory Coast since 2011. But the region has reported at least one case this year of CVD-PV2, a serious complication of the oral polio vaccine. The vaccine contains a weakened form of the polio virus. In communities with low immunization rates, that weakened virus can circulate, replicate, and mutate into a form that can cause illness and paralysis, according to the WHO. UNICEF volunteer Emmanuel Ella says that's one reason people resist getting the vaccine.
There are parents who refuse to vaccinate their children. There are
Yes, which ultimately makes it worse, yes. Jesus Christ. What an issue to deal with.
some rumors that the polio vaccine contains harmful substances. Sometimes when you visit homes with children, parents claim they don't have children or that their children have already been vaccinated, but that is not true.
Same problem as in Pakistan.
In a major
and
step toward
Afghanistan.
eradicating polio globally, the Independent Africa Regional Certification Commission for Polio Eradication declared the WHO Africa region, including the Ivory Coast, free of wild polio virus in 2020. But the threat posed by the CVD-PV2 variant has motivated the Ivorian government and international organizations like UNICEF to intensify vaccination efforts. Abdul Gadiri Fadiga, the country's UNICEF Health and HIV Program Chief, says he has been monitoring cases of CVD-PV2 polio since 2019.
Thanks to
Look at those
epidemiological
roads,
surveillance,
baby.
we have detected polio cases in regions like Abidjan.
You see that shit?
Says he has been monitoring cases of CVD-PV2 polio since 2019.
Like to be able to afford that.
Look at them roads, baby. Beautiful.
Thanks to epidemiological surveillance, we have detected polio cases in regions like Abidjan, San Pedro, Daloa, Aboiso, and Boake. This is why our response is focused on these semi-rural areas.
Fadiga says organizations are now leveraging technological innovations to combat the spread of polio.
Previously, we relied on oral vaccines. Now we have injectable options. We also utilize technologies like the Open Data Kit system used by the WHO to track polio cases. With these resources and the commitment of governments like Ivory Coast, I'm confident that in a few years we will declare polio defeated, eradicated.
The WHO reported that one vaccine-related polio case in Ivory Coast occurred in April, highlighting the urgent need for vaccination efforts to combat polio's resurgence. For Yassine Siao in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, Anthony Larudo, VOA News.
So if it's eradicated, do we no longer need to vaccinate people for polio?
No, because it can occur wild.
What the fuck? Fuck's sake.
Georgia's democracy is about to be put to the test for many
Oh yes, Georgia. Georgia.
Georgia, I hardly knew her.
Alright, that's a good caliber.
Huh?
The time we're at 4 hours 8 minutes. I'm like 4:08. That's a good caliber.
You're a caliber.
Voters, the country's future is at stake. In the spring, thousands took to the streets to protest the government's foreign agent law, passed in June. The law requires any organisation that receives more than 20% of its funding from outside the country to register as a foreign agent. Critics say the law mimics Russian legislation used to silence opponents. The government insists the law is needed to show who is funding political organisations. Among the chief government targets is Eka Gigari, the head of the Georgian branch of the anti-corruption group Transparency International. She has refused to register the group as a foreign agent, risking prosecution and heavy fines.
We are using all the legal tools, everything, like really to fight, to resist, not to comply, inform the citizens about the wrongdoings of the government. But still, we see that anytime the government can enforce this law.
She's not alone. Most civil society organisations have refused to comply. Some, like independent Tabula Media, have found loopholes.
We had to re-establish the organization in an EU country like Estonia, which deeply complicates financial operations and puts every employee at risk of state prosecution.
That's right.
The pro-democracy organisation Shame initially complied and registered as a foreign agent, but in early September the group reversed its decision after a public backlash.
It escalated into conspiracy theories and personal attacks with people calling us traitors.
Now the organisation is campaigning to get young people out to vote.
Many of them will be voting for the first time in this election.
Nino Lomjaria is a former public defender of Georgia who now heads the NGO Georgia's European Orbit. Its election pamphlets have a blunt message.
It says, are you choosing the European well-being or Russian swamp?
Lomjaria also refused to register as a foreign agent. Many civil society organisations are collaborating ahead of the election.
What we did was to create a large-scale election observation coalition, which is composed up to 30 organisations, and our plan is to be present at every polling station to observe the whole process of voting and vote tabulation.
There is a fear that the ruling Georgian Dream may not easily give up power. The party insists it will respect the will of the people.
6 months on from the protests, an uneasy calm has returned to the streets of Tbilisi ahead of the election. Many civil society groups are now focusing their efforts on making sure the vote will be free and fair. Henry Ridgewell, VOA News, Tbilisi.
Chat, you want to create
It's a last chance to galvanise pro-EU voters in Georgia's parliamentary elections, which are considered as pivotal for the country. Tens of thousands of European and Georgian flags could be seen in Tbilisi's central square, with the presence of opposition parties and pro-Western President Salome Zurabishvili, who addressed the crowds on the importance of the vote ahead, where they'll choose between a pro-European alliance and the Conservative Party in power.
There is nothing more valuable than freedom and peace.
Yeah, you all hear that?
Today is the society, the people.
Bombed.
Good. Good. This is probably dog shit.
The Georgians who are going to Europe.
Recent polls show that 80% of the Georgian population wants to join the EU. The country was granted candidate status in 2023, but the ruling Georgian Dream Party faces accusations of trying to derail its candidacy and shift towards Moscow's sphere of influence.
This is a decisive vote for Georgia on the crossroads between European path and path to be dominated by Russia. And we are a European nation which has for centuries dreamed of being in Europe. We don't want to be patronized by Russia.
We are here because we are ready for changes.
I mean, it seems pretty cut and dry to me. You watch all the Russian sims be like, oh, it's color revolution, American influence. It'll happen. And it's going to be hysterical.
And we are ready on October 26th to save the country from what is happening now. And we can do this together.
In May, Bidzina Ivanishvili's government adopted the controversial foreign agent law, a bill first introduced by Moscow at the beginning of the Ukraine war, which could allow it to suppress any opposition. The bill's adoption had sparked weeks of mass protests, which also led to growing discontent with the Georgian Dream Party. Opinion polls suggest that the pro-Western opposition alliance could garner enough votes to win the parliamentary elections on October 26th and replace the ruling party.
On a clear day, the snow-capped peaks of Georgia's South Ossetia are visible from Tbilisi. South Ossetia, along with Abkhazia, has been under the control of Russian-backed separatists since 1992. Both regions broke away from Georgia during the collapse of the Soviet Union in brutal ethnic conflicts stoked by Russia. As Georgians prepare to vote in a crucial election later this month, the ruling Georgian Dream Party has pledged to reconcile with the breakaway regions.
One day, with our children, we can live together in one happy, united and developed Georgia.
Russian forces invaded Georgia in 2008, formally recognizing South Ossetia and Abkhazia as independent states. Its troops never left. Yet the billionaire founder of Georgian Dream, Bidzina Ivanishvili, recently suggested that Georgia apologize for its role in the conflicts, prompting widespread anger. Critics say Georgian Dream has been moving closer to Russia, but this time it backfired.
In this case, they didn't get a favorable response from Russia. Russia stated that Abkhazia and South Ossetia are independent states, and reunification with Georgia isn't going to happen.
Moscow's influence extends deeper into Georgian history. Georgy Kandelaki is from the Soviet Past Research Laboratory. He says Georgian Dream, aided by Moscow, is attempting to rewrite the history of Georgian-born Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin.
Many polls indicate that Stalin's popularity is rising in Georgia. This narrative paints Western civilization as a threat. For example, by attempting to, quote, make us all gay, while portraying the Russian world with an emphasis on religion as the savior of our souls. In this project, Stalin, as an icon of Georgian patriotism, plays a crucial role.
Georgian Dream rejects that characterization, but the upcoming...
So I'm learning that the Prime Minister of Georgia literally means nothing. Because the succeeded by and preceded by jumps back and forth between like 3 or 4 different people. And they're all basically just a representative of the party. And the leaders actually have the power.
What about the dog system?
The what?
Nothing.
The election is widely seen as a referendum on the country's future, aligned with the West or with Russia. The European Union has frozen accession talks with Georgia, citing concerns over democratic backsliding. The bloc accuses Georgian Dream of cultivating Soviet nostalgia as it seeks closer alignment with Russia.
This building once housed the Soviet secret police, a forerunner of the KGB, responsible for the killing, torture and disappearance of thousands of Georgian citizens. Critics say the government is restricting access to the records of atrocities committed under Soviet rule as part of its closer alignment with Russia.
Georgian Dream by being like, hey, wasn't the Soviet Union great? Which doesn't exist. Russia is not the Soviet Union.
Nope.
Those claims. The party insists it is not pro-Russian and still wants to join
Shut
the
up.
EU.
We're actually
but polls suggest the party will likely be voted out of power.
The strategic ambiguity they tried to maintain over the years, claiming to support the EU and the West while simultaneously taking anti-Western steps, has collapsed.
The Kremlin on Tuesday denied interfering in Georgia's election and accused Western countries of blatant attempts to influence the outcome. Henry Ridgewell, VOA News, Tbilisi.
Our support to Georgia has been also multifaceted, and we were working with partners in Georgia, especially in the Georgian government, until recently quite intensively on many issues. But then there was a big difference happening in Georgia. And that happened when the officials from the authorities started to use disinformation against the European Union. And that's why our relationship took a slightly different turn, which was discussed several times this year at the Foreign Affairs Councils by the foreign ministers and also by the leaders of the European Union at the European Councils. So there is no dedicated EU mission helping Georgia to increase its resilience to fight foreign interference and disinformation because, unfortunately, in this case, the disinformation comes also from the official side, from the governing authorities. But we are still continuing helping Georgia with another mission, which is there due to the monitoring mission, which is there due to the situation with breakaway formations of South Abkhazia and South Ossetia and Abkhazia. And we hope that it will be possible to resume the full-fledged cooperation with Georgian authorities if the upcoming elections will be free, fair, and accordingly.
Look like that.
Oh, there was one video that I said, "Why does the gay voice exist?"
I bet it's by the same people.
I thought that was a pretty funny fucking title. I didn't click on it. I just scrolled past it. It was one of those things that just kind of stuck with me. I'm like, why does the gay voice exist? I don't know. I'm not going to find out. That's an interesting question.
Because they're not afraid to cry.
International
because
and European style.
their toxic masculinity doesn't affect them the same way. They can actually be in touch with themselves. So they don't care if something seems effeminate or anything.
Fair.
Yep.
That's right. I found actual footage of the protest. I love that they're just wearing the swimming goggles. Yeah, this will do.
I mean, if you got a good seal.
Yeah.
She clearly doesn't want to be filmed, you know, and this guy keeps getting in her face.
Well, I think he's filming it later as well.
Maybe.
Like filming it the whole time.
He's still way too close. Like, back up.
Yeah. She might be the subject of the video.
Oh, okay. She looks uncomfortable with how close he is. You need carbon. Fucking... That is not going to help. A rag? I mean, a wet rag can help.
It's like residue.
Oh, she was dumping milk on her face.
An interesting video.
Я вам совет хочу дать. Если вы попадете в сроки полицейские.
Да.
Когда она в скобочках была, ну да, в скобочках, то есть типа, я объясню, что ну, как бы, было бы...
I think it's sped up too. Anyway, that's kind of interesting. What is this channel, I wonder?
Where did you find this? Somebody posted it?
Yeah. I just was looking for a video on the protest and this came up. So I clicked it. It's like documentaries. This is the only one in English. It's got an English title.
I mean, that was barely in English.
Yeah, it just seems like it's a documentary channel. Little 20, 30-minute documentaries. Here's another English one. Media channel, maybe? Not sure. Interesting. I can't read Russian.
Cyrillic.
Whatever. Russian-esque.
It's Cyrillic. It's not Phoenician based. Or is it?
It's a strange language.
It's just Cyrillic. The Georgian alphabet is even weirder, but it looks nice.
Yeah, it is. It looks really close to like Ethiopian, kind of strange.
Armenia.
Okay. We'll move on.
And that's not a joke. But look, I'm not going to waste all the time I'm in. I'm going to talk about his running mate. His running mate, Elon Musk. Elon's on that stage, jumping around, skipping like a dipshit on these things. You know
That's very funny.
Think about it. Think about that. That guy is literally the richest man in the world, spending millions of dollars to help Donald Trump buy an election. Now look, they're saying the quiet parts out loud now because Donald Trump has already promised that he would put Elon in charge of government regulations that oversee the businesses that Elon runs. That's a hell of a buy. He could spend billions to make more than 10 billion on the back end. So in other words, Donald Trump, in front of the eyes of the American public, is promising corruption. That's what he's promising you.
It's not a bad speech.
The world's richest man, Elon Musk, is making waves on the campaign trail by handing out million-dollar checks to battleground state voters. Some are questioning whether that's legal. As Fox's Rebecca Castro reports, some former GOP officials want the Justice Department to get involved.
If you have to ask, maybe don't do it.
Elon Musk is handing out million-dollar checks. All you have to do is sign his political action committee's petition backing the Constitution.
You don't have to vote. You just have to sign a petition saying you believe in the Constitution, which if you already believe in the Constitution,
That's the
you're just signing
CIA's
something you
job,
already
is
believe.
to be like, is it legal? It's not exactly not illegal.
Musk has gone all in for Donald Trump, joining him at rallies and donating at least $70 million to his campaign. But these giveaways are raising eyebrows. Only registered voters in battleground states are eligible, which is why some critics say it could be a violation of federal law.
I think there are real questions with how he is spending money in this race, how the dark money is flowing, not just into Pennsylvania, but apparently now into the pockets of Pennsylvanians.
If a private sector individual wants to encourage people to register to vote, that is entirely legal for him to do that.
It is a crime to pay someone to register to vote, but Musk's giveaways seem to fall into a legal gray area. 11 former GOP officials sent a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland Monday asking him to look into it.
This is not cash for votes, which is illegal. It's called bribery. Now, some are accusing Musk of incentivizing people to register to vote, and that's sort of
one of Trump's crooked lawyers. He's probably got fucking God, what is his name? I'm trying to, the CIA lawyer who I said he's Palpatine.
I can't remember his name. You ever spoke to Pegger and she said she couldn't register? They wouldn't let her?
She's not a citizen.
Yes, she is.
Oh, is she it now?
Yeah, she got that a couple months back now.
Mm.
And they wouldn't let her
Georgia.
register. Yeah, in Georgia. How funny, right? It's always fucking Georgia, right? Pretty wild.
John Rizzo.
Johnny
He
Jizzo.
it probably came out of his fucking mind himself.
Mm.
You know, finding these, you know,
True.
gray area legal schemes.
Fucking gravy.
Walks a fine line.
Donald Trump says if he's reelected, he would make Elon Musk
It
the
definitely
Secretary
didn't come
of
from
Cost
him,
Cutting
by the
to
way.
reduce federal
I'm
spending and increase efficiency. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox 13 News.
Thanks,
Federal
Rebecca.
Government attorneys are urging the Department of Justice to investigate Elon Musk's $1 million sweepstakes. Musk says registered voters in Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, and North Carolina who signed his Political Action Committee's petition in support of the First and Second Amendments are eligible for the prize daily.
Imagine being given $1 million
have already
fucking
been
dollars,
awarded.
though.
Now, federal law prohibits anyone from paying people to vote or to register to vote. The Department of Justice declined to comment.
Barack Obama's on the campaign trail, and this is an important point for him to raise.
And I'm not even, like, there's good people as well who just, you know, they just disappear, stop uploading, just gave up on it, moved on.
What do you mean? What?
Just every now and then, somebody that I was like associates with, they're just gone.
Yeah.
They're not making videos anymore.
Yeah. They got better shit to do now. There's heaps of YouTube channels like that that just like don't have uploads anymore. They're just dead. The channel just exists in a void now.
There's a lot of, I take a lot of issues.
Kinda
I have a lot of problems with Barack Obama. Many which
it's kind of like abandoned houses. It's like a digital abandoned house. It's kind of cool.
existed at the time, some which have been exacerbated in his. Sometimes when you see someone finish up, you start to reinterpret other things.
He probably died for alcohol poisoning. We're deeply
Maybe
sorry.
got sober.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Where's Bisky?
But certainly I had problems with the way that he dealt with the financial crisis. I had problems with his Assassination Tuesdays and his drone strikes, and his, in many respects, sort of like legally codifying some of the worst illegalities of the Bush administration. But this, I think, clip exhibits that even some of the most flawed and not particularly helpful Democratic presidents do basic governmental functions better. This is all true what Barack Obama says here about Donald Trump's approach to COVID.
Listen, when I was president, I'll give you just one other example. And I want you to use this example when you're talking to folks who say it's not going to make any difference. I had been talking to scientists for a while, and so in my last year in office, we put together a playbook for how to deal with the eventuality of a pandemic. Because scientists had been saying with globalization and travel.
What?
Nothing. Him just talking about climate change.
Etc.
Fuck you, dude.
Rising populations, that at some point there was going to be a pandemic. And so I said to my team, I said, we got to have a plan, just like you do for hurricanes or tornadoes or natural disasters. So we put together this whole playbook. And we practiced the playbook. We get all the agencies. This is how we're going to respond. This is how to make sure that the public health systems in all the states are working. Here's how we're going to think about the schools. And when Donald Trump came in, we gave over this playbook to them.
Fuck me.
And
but the point is,
fake. He ignored it. And 3 years later, a pandemic hits. Now, I want to really be fair on this, but I want everybody to pay attention. No matter who was president at the time, this was going to be a problem. This was a generational pandemic. People were going to get sick. People were going to die. We didn't have a vaccine right away. Businesses were going to have to shut down for a while. Travel was going to be restricted. But if you look at a country like Canada, their per capita death rate was 40% lower than it was here in the United States.
Now I should say,
just
I
do the
feel
math.
Canada beat you.
That's more than 400,000 people. People's grandmothers, people's fathers, people's moms, who would have been alive if Donald Trump had just paid attention and tried to follow the plan that we gave him.
He's a free
It might have
thinker.
been somebody in your family that could have been impacted. So if somebody tells you that this doesn't make a difference, having somebody competent, somebody who cares about you, who listens to ordinary people, who listens to people who are experts in these areas, if you hear somebody say it doesn't matter, it does matter. And at some point, it will make a difference to them. And if that's...
I mean, 400,000 people is a lot of people. The way that this country sort of just simply accepted well over 1 million people dying, and the way that this country has accepted the idea of
And they were
God
literally
knows how many
expendable for
tens of
political
thousands,
tokens.
hundreds of thousands. We don't know yet who'll be suffering from long COVID is nuts. The idea that still, even today, we don't recognize that there are people who are immunocompromised or people who
It's
can't
just
afford
wild that
a vaccination. But the fact of the matter is,
Trump wouldn't have lost if they came together on COVID, and both sides of the government came together. And instead, we have Ron DeSantis telling people to take off masks when he does his press conferences and stuff. And it's like this kid who was there. Do you remember that? And we were like making fun of him because he tells this like 12-year-old to take off his mask because he didn't want anyone on stage with him wearing a mask. Like,
I think
what
so.
are we doing?
It is very absurd. Like, just let people do whatever the fuck people want to do. That's all.
Also, don't actively sell disinformation.
Yeah. That's a good start.
Just for political points.
2020, early in 2020, Politico got a hold of the National Security Council's 69-page COVID playbook that
you talking to me?
Is there sufficient personal protective equipment for healthcare workers who are providing medical care? The playbook instructs its readers as one early decision that officials should address when facing a potential pandemic. If yes, what are the triggers to signal exhaustion of supplies? Are additional supplies available? If no, should the Strategic National Stockpile release PPE to states? I mean, it goes on and on. It's fascinating. The guidebook was developed in 2016 with the goal of assisting leaders in, quote, coordinating a complex U.S. government response to a high-consequence emerging disease threat anywhere in the world. We had a couple of months warning that this was coming. We had a couple of months warning.
Yeah, crazy.
The playbook
it's called
lists types of infectious
COVID-19,
disease
but it
threats
didn't reach
that could
us
emerge.
until
Novel coronaviruses were among
2020.
pathogens flagged as having potential to cause heightened concern. They were handed this playbook. They booted it. They fundamentally are against the government serving in this capacity. It is an ideological bedrock. It's not just Donald Trump's incompetence. You listen to, you look back at George Bush privatizing FEMA. And the Republican Party is.
See, this is what we just need Sam
further
Cedar
in
to
that
do. Instead of like allowing Emma to say Hezbollah's cool. Can we just do this policy thing where he's like talking like, come on, is he not selling you on leftism right now because he's just being a fucking functional human, not talking about what terrorist groups are cool? By the way, have you seen our terrorist tier list?
One decent thing that I could suggest that Obama was saying there. But Donald Trump recently went on the Patrick Bet-David show.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Wasn't Patrick Bet-David saying he wasn't going to do
interviews? Did we play the Ukraine thing where he said,
hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out.
Not sure.
That's a funny one.
So yesterday,
literally
Donald Trump's
every minute of that was fucking awesome. It might be also there is a clip from the Dan Bongino one. It's a really short one.
Okay, we'll do it before this.
I'll host it when I find it.
Chief of Staff John Kelly, a retired four-star general, confirmed that while Donald Trump was president, he said he wanted generals like Adolf Hitler had. Donald Trump said that because he does not want a military that is loyal to the United States Constitution. He wants a military that is loyal to him. He wants a military who will be loyal to him personally, one that will obey his orders even when he tells them to break the law or abandon their oath to the Constitution of the United States. In just the past week, Donald Trump has repeatedly called his fellow Americans the enemy from within, and even said that he would use the United States military to go after American citizens.
Twitter. I just typed in schlonged, and it was the first result on Twitter. Thanks, Twitter. Out of all the Dan Bongino show, this is the only thing worth looking at.
It's interesting. I was so amazed that Harvey Weinstein got schlonged. He got hit as hard as you can get hit. It's interesting. I was so amazed that.
So, like, what he's talking about here is he's saying that, like, I'm a political target because I'm a Republican. I'm amazed that they allowed Harvey Weinstein to go down because he was one of their guys.
Yeah.
Right? So he's saying that, like, all crime and justice is fake. It's just all political.
Amazing. So he's completely disregarding the justice system and advocating his own reform.
He's just saying that it's amazing that the Democrats allowed Harvey to go down.
Oh. Because a bunch of them were friends.
Of theirs, because that's how justice works in Trump's mind.
Right, because he's the New York businessman with corruption ties and shit. Yeah.
Also, did the New York case get overturned?
And let's be clear about who he considers
Did you see the Arnold Palmer
the enemy
thing?
from within.
Yes.
Anyone who refuses to bend a knee or dares to criticize him.
Pretty gay.
Qualify
Pretty gay president,
in his
right?
mind as the
Trump
enemy
Very
within.
gay.
Gay president.
Like judges.
Very gay.
Like journalists. Like nonpartisan election officials. It is deeply troubling and incredibly dangerous that Donald Trump would invoke Adolf Hitler, the man who is responsible for the deaths of 6 million Jews and hundreds of thousands of Americans. All of this is further evidence for the American people of who Donald Trump really is. This is a window into who Donald Trump really is, from the people who know him best, from the people who worked with him side by side in the Oval Office and in the Situation Room. And it is clear from John Kelly's words that Donald Trump is someone who, I quote, certainly falls into the general definition of fascist, who in fact vowed to be a dictator on day one and vowed to use the military as his personal militia to carry out his personal and political vendettas.
Very cool.
Donald Trump is increasingly unhinged and unstable. And in a second term, people like John Kelly would not be there to be the guardrails against his propensities and his actions. Those who once tried to stop him from pursuing his worst impulses would no longer be there, and no longer be there to rein him in. So the bottom line is this. We know what Donald Trump wants. He wants unchecked power. The question in 13 days will be, what do the American people want?
This is giving me so much anxiety, Kamala. Can you not do this to me? Like,
we've been listening to Vice President Kamala Harris speaking there from the Vice President's residence at the Naval Observatory, essentially calling out Donald Trump.
Why?
Because she makes me anxious.
What's your problem?
Donald Trump being president.
He's not gonna be. There's no fucking way.
Well, we'll see. Look, if he is, we're gonna have solid content for a long time.
Yes, we will. That's exactly what I said.
You strike with the stick when manna will rain from the sky.
Yes.
That's Moses.
Reiterating reporting that Trump's former chief of staff, John Kelly, told reporters that Trump invoked Hitler during conversations, saying that he wanted generals that were as loyal as Hitler's generals. She went on to say that it is deeply troubling and dangerous that Trump would compare himself to Hitler. Obviously, the former German leader responsible for millions of deaths, hundreds of thousands of American deaths, millions of Jews killed in the Holocaust. She described Trump as unhinged and unstable, and also added that in a second Trump administration, there would be no John Kellys around to restrain him from his worst instincts.
Yeah, she's trying to say that he is increasingly unhinged and unstable, and that what he wants is unchecked power. She's trying to say, you've seen him before, but actually this is going to be a different thing if he is reelected. We have a soundbite. Let's listen to it.
Hell yeah.
Certainly, the former president is in the far right area. He's certainly an authoritarian, admires people who are dictators. He has said that. So he certainly falls into the general definition of fascist, for sure. He commented more than once that, that Hitler did some good things too.
Those are some of the comments that have created this moment that Harris is trying to capitalize here in this race. Let's bring
already
in
quoted
our
Mussolini
panel
and
here to
said
talk a
he
little
knew
bit
it
about
was
this. Kristen
Mussolini.
Soltis Anderson, Karen Finney, and Jim Sciutto with us.
Amazing.
I want to be
Kristen, what do you think
associated
about
with
what you're seeing
interesting
here
quotes.
as Harris is trying to highlight this moment, which does sort of hew to the reporting that we've had at CNN, which is that she does want to do this. She wants to highlight where Donald Trump is having these moments that may be alarming to some voters.
I think it's clear that the strategy in the last week or two has been to pivot back to this messaging about Donald Trump as a threat to democracy. And I suspect the reason for this is that they view very reliable Republican voters who are skeptical of Donald Trump, maybe not as someone that they could convince to outright vote for Harris, but they can convince them, do you really want to go to sleep at night knowing you voted
I'm
for
slowly
Donald Trump?
becoming more and more
Plant that seed
agitated
in the
listening
minds
to
of enough
CNN.
of these Republicans who really don't like Trump. I think it's clear that that is a
Shut up.
Vice President Kamala Harris is calling former President Donald Trump unhinged and unstable after warnings from his former staff member. Trump's former chief of staff, John Kelly, said in a series of interviews that the former president praised Adolf Hitler when he was in office. Kelly told the New York Times that Trump meets the definition of a fascist and that while in office, he suggested that Nazi leader Adolf Hitler did some good things. He also claims that Trump told him he wanted generals like Hitler's.
This is a window into who Donald Trump really is. He wants people want.
It's so crazy that this
Candidate
is
Kamala
happening.
Harris stepping out right there at her official.
That this is what?
Like 2 weeks before the election, dude literally loves Hitler. Does it affect the polls? No.
No. Does it ever? Nope.
Residents, the vice president's residence, to try to rally voters. Let's listen into what she has to say.
The Constitution of the United States. In just the past week, Donald Trump has repeatedly called his fellow Americans. So yesterday we learned that Donald Trump's former chief of staff, John Kelly, a
What
retired
is
four-star
happening?
general, confirmed that while Donald Trump was president, he said he wanted generals. Someone who, I quote, him in. So the
Keys to the White House. We have an opportunity to get some reaction. CBS News campaign reporter Nydia Kavasa with Team Harris. Nydia, VP Harris just finished giving those remarks. Is this what we would call an October surprise?
It's hard to say if this is going to be the October surprise that we've
How old is
been
this
anticipating
chick?
and
12?
talking about. But we know that Harris on the campaign trail has
The
long been
question is,
referencing
Whose nudes are
comments
the Republicans going to leak this election?
that former people who have worked with Trump before have said on his behavior, on what it was like to work under a Trump administration. And yesterday's interview with Kelly was even more revealing, and it has weight and significance given that Kelly was close to Trump, was his former chief of staff, and is pretty much calling him fascist. As we
Remember
read,
the fly on Mike
Kelly did
Pence's
say that
head?
Trump meets the
Yeah.
definition
Those were
of
good
fascist, and if given
They were
control,
good times.
would be ruling as a dictator. And so this plays into the message that Harris on the campaign trail and the campaign have been stressing over and over again, making an emphasis on
And then
Trump's
Trump is
behavior
like,
and raising the
them
flags for
calling me
American
a
voters.
fascist is getting me shot at. Well then, don't be one.
Yeah. Because I the way I was explaining it is like, yeah, only Trump is actively being a fascist. So if anybody's going to get shot at, am I surprised that it's Trump? No. No, not really.
Voters.
Well, we also know her running mate, Governor Tim Walz, stepped before the cameras after casting his own ballot in early voting today. What did he have to say about Mr. Kelly's remarks?
Walz was in agreement and also made an emphasis to Kelly's remarks, saying that Trump would rule as a dictator and is a fascist if given full control. And again, both Harris and Walz have referred over and over to the Supreme Court ruling on presidential immunity and have raised this flag to American voters, saying if Trump were to be elected to a second Trump, and if Americans have a second Trump presidency, then he would be ruling without any sort of presidential immunity.
Okay, what is going on at this office?
saying that Trump
They
would
only
rule as a
hire
dictator
people who have active strokes.
And is a fascist if given full control. And again, both Harris and Walz have
Control.
referred over and over to the Supreme Court ruling on presidential immunity and have raised this flag to American voters, saying if Trump were to be elected to a second Trump, and if Americans have a second Trump presidency, voters saying if Trump were to be elected to a second Trump, and if Americans have a second Trump presidency, then he would be ruling with.
No,
were
but
to be
that's
elected
exactly
to a second Trump, and if
that's
Americans
exactly
have a
what you're
second
trained
Trump
to do. I'm dead serious though. So like most people when they flub, they'll do a sound like that and correct themselves. You're supposed to roll right through it like that and just correct the sentence and keep going.
Interesting.
Most people don't notice.
No, you're right. Most people don't
talk?
notice. Yes, because I pick up on it, but yeah, no, you're right. Most people don't. It's a good point.
Presidency, then he would be ruling without any sort of guardrails. And we saw Walz make these remarks early in the morning when he went out to vote alongside his family. And we know that his son was also voting for the first time in this election.
Nydia, thank you for that report. This is certainly going to dominate headlines throughout the day. We appreciate it so much. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump courting voters in Georgia while all of that news breaks. 16 electoral.
Oh boy, we got more.
No.
Kyle, I love you. We haven't seen Kyle in so long.
Trump clips
Right,
for you.
we haven't.
There have been so many these days that I have to consolidate them in segments. I can't just do an individual segment on each one. So let's start with this. As I'm sure you all know by now, he went to McDonald's for a photo op. Now, there's reporting that
where's his
they
hairnet?
basically rehearsed the people who would go through the drive-thru. You know,
he could have
it
been
wasn't like,
wearing
the McDonald's
his
was open
mega
and he was
hat
actually
and a
working.
hairnet.
No, they had shut down the McDonald's.
It would have completed
They had
the
rehearsed
look.
the people that would go through the drive-thru. It's all, I mean, not only is it a photo op, it's just like, it's fake, right? Like, that's the bottom line. It'd be like, he could have worked at McDonald's and had people show up to the McDonald's and he's there, right? But I guess, to be fair, you could argue there's a big security concern there or whatever.
Nope.
But nonetheless, what is this? It's a virtue signal effort, right? It's like, oh, look at me. Donald Trump, am so down for the working class. And he's also trying to take a shot at Kamala because he claims Kamala working at McDonald's when she was a kid is not true. But I don't believe him. I mean, the idea that they would have records going that far back, like, nonsense. So, and like, what are you gaining from making up something like that? You're not gaining anything, right? Like, whether you worked at McDonald's or you worked at some other place when you were a kid, we've all worked jobs that are, like, quote unquote entry-level jobs. So you wouldn't have to make something up. I'm sure she's worked 3, 4, 5 jobs that were sort of entry-level jobs at various points, but that's neither here nor there. So here he is, standing in the window of the drive-thru. He also worked the fry cooker.
Who hasn't cooked French fries?
Look, this says it all. Because as he's doing his little virtue signal, like, look at me, I love working people, I love working people, I love the working poor. I'm going to help them, that's what I'm going to do. He's asked a question directly about raising the minimum wage. And here's his answer.
Minimum wage should be raised.
Well, I think this. I think
Hang
these
on.
people work hard. They're great.
Pause. How long did it take to intro that clip that is just about minimum wage?
2 minutes.
Okay, so 2 minutes, and then he's hiking the ball at like 156. Can we go to 156 exactly?
Hard. They're great. And I just saw something in process. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing to see. These are great.
A little
franchises
earlier.
and produce a lot.
So about, over 1:30 of him yapping just to end with. Anyway, here's him being asked about minimum wage. Like, fuck you.
It's honestly
how hard is it to have like just because he needs to fill time to get his fucking 10-minute fucking ad break in there. Like, fuck off, bro. Talk about something relevant.
The jobs, and it's great. And great people working here,
And
too.
he's
Minimum wage is increased.
So, yes, ma'am.
Minimum wage should be raised.
Well, I think this. I think these people work hard. They're great. And I just saw something in process. It's beautiful.
So they ask him that, and then at the end, when he stops his answer, he didn't answer. They like reshout the question, and he just moves on and answers another question. Look, when I first saw that this video existed, I'm going, oh, he's definitely just going to lie and say, yeah, we should raise minimum wage, right? Like, he's not going to do it, but he would lie and be like, yeah, we should do it, right? It would be classic Trump. Oh, absolutely, yeah, totally raise it. And then he wouldn't raise it, just like he didn't do it his first 4 years, right? But he couldn't even bring himself to lie. Just like, yeah, these are great people, amazing people, incredible people. This is beautiful.
It's
called
the
process
weed.
here. Next question. This is exactly, we covered the clip, by the way. How many other outlets have you seen cover? Not only this clip, but the J.D. Vance clip. J.D. Vance was also at an event, and he was asked directly by journalists about raising the minimum wage, and he also completely and utterly dodged it. So J.D. Vance dodged it, Donald Trump dodged it. Gee, why do you think they dodged it? Because they don't want to raise the minimum wage. They also don't support the PRO Act. So don't give me this garbage about how they're in favor of working people or trying to help people out when in every conceivable way, they don't want to raise wages. You have bills that could be on the floor to raise wages, and they dodged on one of them and said they're outright against the other one. So there is no populism left in this campaign, and this is the point I've been making over and over and over again. If it was Kamala Harris doing this fucking photo op, right, at a McDonald's, working the fry cooker, standing at the window and taking questions from reporters, and they asked her, hey, should the minimum wage be raised? And she dodged and started talking about how beautiful a process it is and then moved on. I think everybody on the planet would be screaming, holy fucking shit, look at her, putting her middle finger up to working people and to her own base. What is she trying to lose the election? But of course, with Trump, it just seems like he gets away with shit like this. He gets away with shit like this. Like, this is unconscionable, but he gets away with it. You're not seeing, tweet threads with 300 tweets describing just how nefarious this is, that he wouldn't even answer the basic question about raising the minimum wage because he doesn't support raising the minimum wage. You wouldn't see that. So there really are double standards on this front. It's true. There really are. And Trump gets away with so much more shit, but we're just getting started, so I got another one here for you. So the other day, Trump's been repeating this a number of times. We had the enemy within, and hey, maybe we need to use the military against the enemy within. Who's the enemy within?
Yeah.
I don't even mean the illegal immigrants. I mean the radical left lunatics, the Democrats. So he goes on this Fox show, and Howard Kurtz asks him, like, hey, man, you don't really mean that, right? Like, enemy within as in the people who didn't vote for you, the Democrats, the people on the other side. Look at his answer.
You talk about the enemy within. There's enemies, America's enemies outside. The enemy within is a pretty ominous phrase if you're talking about other Americans.
I think it's accurate. I think it's accurate.
Who are you talking about?
And, I heard that. They say, oh, the enemy.
He keeps getting these softballs down the center of the plate and swinging and missing. One more time.
You talk about the enemy within. There's enemies, America's enemies outside. The enemy within is a pretty ominous phrase if you're talking about other Americans.
I think it's accurate. I think it's accurate.
Who are you talking about?
And, I heard that. They say, oh, the enemy.
Okay. All right. Refuses to correct the record. Why? Because he's telling you what he really believes. He's an authoritarian menace, and he views people who don't support him as the enemy within. All right, but finally, same show, Trump actually gets a tough question on the neo-Nazi lie that was spread by a group called Blood Tribe. It's the idea that Haitian immigrants, legal Haitian immigrants are eating cats and dogs.
I just
and pets.
feel my time being wasted
somehow
by him.
Trump's
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No. I want to see the last clip.
My guess is at the time he was palling around a lot with
Kyle.
Laura Loomer, and so she probably got this in his head, and he ran with it. It was a humiliating moment during the debate. Literally made Kamala laugh, made all the fact checkers lose their goddamn minds, because it turns out it's totally bogus, completely not true. You don't have Haitian immigrants eating cats or dogs or pets, and so Howard Kurtz, Fox host, is like, yeah, that wasn't true, right? Look at his answer.
Your famous line about Springfield, Ohio, and I take your point that 15 to 20,000 legal Haitian immigrants settling in that area causes a lot of friction. But when you said, it's gone viral,
so you're telling me
the
Trump
dogs,
had a
eating the
worse
cats.
Fox interview
You
than
say you're just reporting what had been said. But why not say now, well, look, that turned out not to be true.
I don't know if it's not true. I don't know if it's true or not true. I read
Eating
something.
The pets, you don't know if it's true or not true? It's been debunked by
well,
officials.
What about the geese? What about the geese? What happened there? They're all missing. I don't know. Listen, Howie, I have no idea. I said something.
Very calmly and soberly pointed out to him, like, hey, man, now we know it's not true, so can't you just be like, hey, my bad, that wasn't true.
This is my favorite.
What about the goose? What about the geese? What about the geese? They're all missing. Oh, my God. I have no doubt that what Trump is referring to is that picture that was going viral on social media, spread by right-wing hack accounts.
Kyle, I don't give a fuck what he's referring to. I just want to hear him talk
Wildlife
about
Agency or whatever came out and said, this guy was just clearing roadkill. And he wasn't even a Haitian immigrant, and it wasn't in Springfield. So they use a picture completely out of context, assume the absolute worst about it, run with it on social media because they spread fake news. That's what they fucking do. They're fake news machines. And I have no doubt Trump saw that picture in some way, probably scrolling through his own fucking Truth Social account or Twitter account or whatever it is. And now you get this. One more time.
Famous line about Springfield, Ohio. And I take your point that 15 to 20,000 legal Haitian immigrants settling in that area causes a lot of friction. But when you said, it's gone viral, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. You say you're just reporting what had been said. But why not say now, well, look, that turned out not to be true.
I don't know if it's not true. I don't know if it's true or not true.
By the way, I don't know if it's true or
not
true.
Fuck off, Kyle! You're stopping it
that
before the
best
best part. I hate you so much.
That would mean you don't know. And in a scenario like that, why would you spread it as if it's factual? So even if you accepted his word, which you should,
upgrade it
I don't know.
Well,
then why'd you spread it as if it was true? Saying I don't know is very different from saying this is true. Jesus Christ.
I don't know if it's true or not true. I read
Eating
something.
The pets, you don't know if it's true or not true. It's been debunked by officials.
What about the goose? The geese? What about the geese? What happened there? Listen, Howie, I have no idea. I said something.
Oh my God. Yeah. Again, we're a couple weeks away from an election, and he's out there defending literal neo-Nazi lies.
It's just how he says,
about
what about the
eating
goose?
cats and dogs. There is no defending this. There is no defending this. Not only is it stupid substantively, it's also strategically, from like a campaign perspective, he's trying to nuke his own chances of winning. He just is.
My God.
It's just a fact. They've done polling on it. The majority of Americans are like, of course, immigrants aren't eating cats. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? So he's sort of coming apart. But at the same time that's happening, you also got to call a spade a spade. This election is close. It just is, right? Now, if there's massive polling misses, maybe it won't be. But the fact that even in theory right now, it is on paper close.
Check
this
out. You like that?
Ducks are free.
What about the goose?
It is Tuesday. We are now 20 days out from the election. I know you've got a big interview tonight, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be appearing on the Letterhack Show tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll have on the top forecaster of the 2022 election cycle, Logan Phillips, to discuss the upcoming presidential, Senate, and House elections.
Are you going to grill this person?
I wouldn't say grill, no. I would say
go
have discussion.
So you're just going to allow them to bob and weave?
No, I'm generally interested in his opinion, so that's what I'm going to do. I mean, so I would encourage people who are interested in detailed information about the elections to go to Logan's website, Race to the White House, to see his chances of winning each aspect of the presidential race as well as the Senate and House picks.
Who's better on this, you or this no-name person I've never heard of?
I would say he had a better year in 2022 than I did.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in the House seats, he almost got it exactly right in the House picks.
Well, I mean, maybe. Why aren't they calling into the show?
I'm not sure. So one of the biggest factors in determining who has polling leads in swing states for aggregators is the dilemma of how you deal with the massive amount of Republican biased polls that dominate the landscape. And
Let me just extract that for 1 second. I have seen that over the past month or something, 35 polls that are deemed sort of by neutral, pollsters, 35 from Republican pollsters, and 6 from Democratic pollsters. Is that somewhere around the neighborhood of what you understand as well?
I would say there's more Republican polls than objective polls.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean,
I'm understating the case.
Even more so than 2020. I mean, it was an issue in 2022, right, John? This is part of why the red wave did not materialize.
Yeah. I mean, again, we have in the House, it didn't materialize as far as historical models, but I mean, obviously the Republicans did take the House back.
Yes.
So, but I mean, usually it's like 26 seats. It was only a 9-seat gain, but of course that's all they needed, really. So a few weeks ago, I was talking about this phenomena, and Sam used the word handicap, but adjustment may be the better word. So some biased pollsters have a decent record of accuracy, so it's hard to know how much to adjust for each individual pollster. I noticed that some of the main reasons I have Harris doing better in polling averages is that I make a fairly large adjustment compared to most aggregators. In fact, the only reason I have Harris ahead in North Carolina is because of the polling adjustments I make. Sam suggested having 2 sets of numbers, and my interpretation of that is having one set of averages just with objective polls, along with an average of adjustments for Republican biased pollsters in the rare Democratic biased poll. What I found is that in an objective 2-week screen, there are very few polls, but those polls, Trump leads in almost in all swing states except for 2 states. And this was also, we just saw this morning, where we had a poll, an objective poll that basically showed Michigan tied. Those margins are exceedingly thin, just like most
I'm ready.
Most leads in polling
Trump to be president.
and polling averages in this election. I realize it's hard to assess a race when there are so few polls, but that happens all the time in House races and in some Senate races. Before the internet and in the low turnout era that ended in the year 2000, there were very few polls available, and most of them were accurate. When you pull back to a monthly screen, Harris is doing much better, but those polls reflect Harris when she was at the height of popularity, which was after the debate. 2 weeks ago, I mentioned how those numbers were fading, and things have only gotten worse since then. Harris still leads in my 2-week and monthly screens in the formerly blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, by small margins. And if she wins those states, along with Nebraska's 2nd district, she will hit the 270 electoral votes and win. All forecasters have reduced Harris's chances of winning in the last 2 weeks. 538, who's now run by G. Elliott Morris, has Harris with a 54% chance of winning, down from 64% at her peak on September 18th. Top forecaster Logan Phillips' model has shown less volatility, but his numbers have gone down.
All of this.
I've 53.2 down from her peak.
I've been being like, oh, that number is different.
60.3%.
Wow.
Sam's not following it.
And yeah, and so.
But John, aren't there all these, Republicans who have decided that because, Dick Cheney likes Kamala Harris and Alberto Gonzalez and Lynn or Liz Cheney, I'm sure both of them at this point are supportive of Harris. Isn't that helping her in the in terms of her numbers?
Not at all. I mean, it's a terrible strategy. I mean,
but what about like her determination to teach Iran a lesson and to absolutely, show no wavering of confidence in the Biden administration's treatment of Israel?
Yeah, I mean, I hear the point that you're making. I think it has more to do with the lack, like I spoke about a few weeks ago, that low propensity voters, two-thirds of voters, eligible voters, did vote in the 2020 election, and a lot of low propensity voters just don't pay attention to what's going on with Trump, and that's where he has an advantage. I think if there would have been another debate already, and then one more coming up, I think Harris would be up by larger numbers. I don't think there's any doubt about it, because that's when she hit her peak after that first debate. And people who aren't tuning in just forget how crazy Trump is. And I know I said this a few weeks ago.
But he's banking on low propensity turnout showing up. Now, this is a different dynamic than the Obama coalition, which was much more low to mid propensity voters on the Democratic side. The strategy has flipped. Biden, I think, was a big part of that in bringing over, and you should, I mean, Dave Weigel made this point on Friday. I think it's the key point. This is more of a re-election campaign because it's just Harris at the top with the Biden ideology beneath her and the campaign infrastructure than it is an entirely new one.
Wow.
Thrilling.
So thrilling. This one.
And now to the latest developments overseas. U.S. officials say North Korea has sent troops to Russia, but their specific purpose remains unclear.
Washington correspondent Trevor Shirley is in D.C. with more.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says this development not only impacts Europe, but the Pacific as well.
If they're co-belligerents, their intention is to participate in this war on Russia's behalf. That is a very, very serious issue.
For the first time, U.S. officials confirm what Ukraine and South Korea have said for a week, that North Korea is sending troops to Russia.
What exactly they're doing, left to be seen. These are things that we need to sort out.
North Korea was already supplying munitions to Russia, in particular artillery shells. But now officials say the presence of North Korean manpower on the ground in Russia and potentially Ukraine is an escalation.
It will have impacts not only in Europe, it will also impact things in the Indo-Pacific as well. We've seen South Korea, or the Republic of Korea.
Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, traveling in Rome, says that Russia potentially relying on North Korea for backup may shine a light on Russian President Vladimir Putin's current state.
This is an indication that he may be even in more trouble than most people realize.
The NATO Secretary General says South Korea plans to send its own experts to Europe next week to brief NATO leadership. Reporting in Washington, I'm Trevor Shirley.
The American Secretary of Defense says that North Korea has sent troops to Russia, a move that could mark a major escalation of Moscow's war in Ukraine. American Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said this could be a serious issue. South Korean officials say 3,000 North Korean troops were sent, and 10,000 are promised to be deployed there by December.
Russia is gaining support from China and from North Korea right now. So are we ready to face this threat?
When you look at the Russian threat, you've got to think it a little bit.
Against Germany and used the wiener dog.
That is funny.
That was great. Remember those times? That was good propaganda. Anyway,
bigger now.
Propaganda. Definitely not what we're looking at now. This is just a real guy.
Of course not.
Right. So the lessons that I was talking about, the reason we should be concerned about Russia, they're sharing those lessons with China, with Iran, and vice versa. You know, the capabilities that Iran and China are providing, and now you see the North Koreans as well. Should include them in this discussion. But the North Koreans now providing, I think it's an initial batch open source reporting, 4,000
Come on, anyone else see it?
I think that could potentially just be a start point for what they provide in terms of manpower to Russia.
A little bit.
And I think that's a problem near term here in Eastern Europe, because as we talked about before we started, the challenge for the Ukrainians is people. It's the amount of people that they have to put into this fight.
She's got the name of the Seinfeld
Russia
guy.
doesn't care how many losses it takes. I mean, 600,000, and they're still throwing more manpower.
I have no idea what you're talking
Just
about.
yapping and they faded out. Okay.
The Canadian Air Force is patrolling the waters off China's coast, a hotspot for sanctions evasion. This is where ships move oil to North Korea, defying UN Security Council resolutions.
You better
this Canadian
not
crew
go around
is part
those
of a broader
sanctions.
sanctions
We'll fly
enforcement
plane at
effort
you.
by the U.S. and 10 of its allies.
Look, it's the Aurora.
Major Doug Publicover is the commander of the Canadian crew.
Our piece of
apply to contribute to the prevent some of the illegal ship-to-ship transfers, which are petroleum products into North Korea.
Is a good plan.
When a suspicious ship is spotted, the crew flies low, gathering evidence that could lead to ships being deflagged or seized. It's the kind of quiet operation that's been happening for years.
Most of the time these flights happen without attracting big global headlines, but one country that is noticing is China.
Soon after the mission begins, Chinese fighter jets appear, shadowing us for hours. These may be international waters, but we're in China's backyard. It's a backyard U.S. officials say is not adequately monitored, allowing North Korea to exceed its UN-mandated energy caps every year. China insists it is enforcing the sanctions, but also says they should be lifted. Russia, too, has grown closer to North Korea, restoring a mutual defense agreement and vetoing the renewal of a UN panel that monitored sanctions enforcement on Pyongyang. The U.S. and its allies this week announced a new body to replace the panel, but it won't have UN support, raising questions about its effectiveness.
There's no way that the U.S. and its allies on their own can enforce UN sanctions
like
so long as China and Russia are not willing to go along with such a process. But nonetheless, it can be a very useful mechanism
bureaucracy
by
for the sake of bureaucracy.
Doing that relies on these flights, which gather information
They're
that governments
using
can then use to
handy
impose more sanctions.
It's a continuous circle. They give us information,
You don't
we give
have
them reports,
imaging
and builds on the
technology?
picture. And like I said, the whole goal is to be
handy
the
cam.
enforcement of the sanctions.
How well
It's
it
so
work
funny
without
how
help
they're
from China
tactically
and Russia
shooting
is
around
another
that
question.
plane.
But for now,
Can we get like an actual walkthrough of what an Aurora looks like? Because they were doing a real good job of not showing it. It's critical systems, as one would say. But tour. Walkthrough, sure, that might work. Oh. Aircraft is what we need.
I got an idea.
Tour is probably going to come up with more nature stuff. Walkthrough might be better. Okay, yes. Let's go.
We are at CFB Comox, and right now we're on board the CP-140 Aurora. It is a long-range patrol aircraft. 3 of these planes fly out of CFB Comox. You're going to be amazed at the gentleman on here, too. I want to introduce you first to Sergeant Dave McAvoy. Tell us what you do.
I'm an acoustic sensor operator or an electronic sensor operator. Basically, what I do, I operate all the wet sensors or the acoustic sensors on board the plane, and as well as take care of the search stores back here in my... You see some lines, you see some graphs. When the hydrophone or microphone drops in the water, it can pick up the sound of a submarine maybe. Certain sounds allow us to identify certain submarines. So every submarine makes a noise, and with these microphones, we can listen to the noise, it's displayed on the displays here, and I can relay information. At this station right here, that's basically it. I'll pass you on now to our tactical navigator, Captain Walt Carroll.
This is why they have to fucking use
You can like lines out to that of a quarterback, football quarterback. I take all the information that's provided by our various sensors on the airplane and determine how we're going to employ the airplane, where we're going to position the airplane, and what ordnance or what weapons we're going to use against whatever prosecution we're doing. That could be anti-submarine warfare, that could be patrol for fisheries, or working in conjunction with RCMP or other government departments.
Do you know how many days a year you spend off the base and in this plane flying on a mission?
No, but I'd say it's in the neighborhood of probably 100 days.
And what's the most recent mission you've been on?
I was fortunate enough to go to Japan. We just came back from a 3-week deployment in Japan, enforcing the UN moratorium on high-seas drift netting.
And what did you find?
A lot of fishing boats. We didn't find any drift netters, so that would lead me to believe that the deterrent or the moratorium against these guys is actually working.
So that's good news.
Yes.
All right, next to you.
This is my navigator communicator, Jason Palmer.
Hi.
As a navigator communicator, my job is specifically twofold. So there's the navigator side, which is where I assist the pilots in making sure that the aircraft is safe and that we're going in the right direction.
Oh my god, I don't care.
Keep looking at. I want to see some more talk about the systems on this high tech. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. Let's get these CRTs.
Just above water, as opposed to yes.
Okay.
So the right station here is the radar. Pretty straightforward. He's the one that puts all the funny symbology and stuff on the attack log.
This fucking thing still has ashtrays.
That's right. There's 3 cameras you can see on the third outside.
You can still smoke inside.
What's that though? That is
You do have imaging tech.
Sorry, yeah. There's a couple guys working on aircraft over there.
That's the only flat screen. That's the only upgrade it's got.
And stuff like that. So a lot of time with the ships out there, make sure people aren't smugglers up and looting, like that. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's
see over there.
How are you not embarrassed? It looks like Fallout.
Radars and stuff like that. We can tell where they are, who they are, what kind of radar they're operating, whether it's like a surface search or navigation, something easy like that.
Canada.
He also operates an anomaly detector, which not set up right now, actually.
Bro, I think that computer might smoke itself.
Just an exercise so far. So,
What is that? What is that? Hang on. What was that? Was that wood paneling inside an aircraft? Fake wood paneling inside the aircraft? Whoa, those seats, bro.
Just an exercise so far. So,
What is that? What is that, bro?
I think that's the toilet.
Wood paneling.
Up front we have our pilot, Captain Alex Bignan.
Thank you so much.
Look at these chairs.
Hey, how's it going?
My God.
I would definitely agree. We got a nice blue sky.
They got these out of a fucking barber shop.
For the safety of the crew on board. And the secondary task is to position the aircraft in a way that we can optimize sensors, or, as the primary purpose of the aircraft used to be, would be to position the aircraft for an attack on a submarine. We don't do that as much anymore, though, so primarily it's safety.
I heard a lot of talk about submarines back there and detecting submarines. Isn't that more of a Cold War issue?
I wouldn't say so. It's always something the Air Force is ready for. It was a lot more predominant during the Cold War era, but it's
technology compared to the rest of the shit.
Yeah.
A threat that's credible, and so we're always prepared to meet the task.
What are your other missions?
We do a lot of sovereignty missions in the Arctic. We do a lot of surveillance in the maritime passages. We do a lot of counter-drug operations as well in the Caribbean.
Tell us about counter-drug operations in the Caribbean, because I'm not sure that many Canadians know you play a role in it.
Well, we operate out of several bases.
They got a new control panel, new-ish control panel compared to the rest of the ship.
Newish.
Look at that! What a beaut!
Welcome back, Defenders. Today we get to talk about North Korea. Putin submits treaty on strategic partnership with North Korea to the Russian parliament.
Who's this guy?
These two are getting closer.
No
tenets of the treaty is a stipulation that either country must provide military assistance to the other in the case of an attack. The treaty was first signed by Putin and
you know what? Sure, he's on the list.
North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un back in June of 2024. The defense pact officially enters into effect when both nations ratify the agreement. So on paper, this looks attractive to Putin and the Russians because technically, North Korea has the largest military in the world by personnel. When you factor in active duty military, reserve, and paramilitary, they have 7.5 million soldiers in their military to some degree. Now, this might be confusing. How is this possible? The population of North Korea is only 26 million. 26 million, half are women. Yes, some North Korean women do serve in the military, but it's not compulsory.
What?
North Korea's been working a long time to replace their own people with robots. So that's what's happening. These are actually Terminators.
So let's just say 13 million guys living in North Korea, and 7.5 million of them are still under contract to some degree with their government to be serving in some capacity with the military.
And they're like, bro, we don't even have shoes.
Out of basically a pool of 13 million. So the very old and the children are pretty much the only guys being excluded from military service in the Kim regime. North Korea is an open-air prison. None of these 26 million people are allowed to leave. Nobody's allowed to come in. North Korea is the only country in the world that doesn't have internet access. It's the most undeveloped and backwater part of the entire world. The lights up here, this is China. The lights down here is South Korea. This is Jeju Island. This is Japan. And even up here, this is Vladivostok, Russia.
This is fake.
North Korea doesn't have power, except for the city of Pyongyang and the inner circle living right here. Kim Jong-un does this on purpose to his entire people, to control every asset, every facet of their daily lives, keeping all the men forced into the military to some degree, so they can't rise up against him and kill him. This is who the Russians are so desperate they're willing to partner with. Russia plans to involve North Korea in the war in Ukraine this fall. This is according to President Zelensky. This was part of his daily address the other day. Here's what he says. Among the main issues, the report of the intelligence agencies, the Foreign Intelligence Service, and the GUR,
West has to describe all
the
their enemies
of the
like
Russians
mustache-twirling villains?
Maybe they
Brother, may I have some oats?
Maybe they should stop being mustache-twirling villains.
For this fall and winter. Everything is quite detailed. Practically, the inclusion of North Korea in the war, that is what is occurring. Partisans report North Korean troops are training near Mariupol. A Ukrainian partisan group said on Sunday it had spotted North Korean personnel in military training areas in occupied Donetsk. This is happening. So this is where we are.
Look at how it's just him showing
Ukraine is not just fighting one nuclear-powered state. They're now fighting two. How many How many North Korean soldiers are going to be recruited by the Russians and sent to Ukraine? We don't know. It could be limited. It could just be 1 unit. Or Kim Jong-un could be bold, and he could send 500,000 soldiers to flood the war zone. We just don't know. Is this concerning? Of course. But I want to highlight the extremely low quality of the average North Korean soldier. And an incident that illustrates my point was from November of 2017. Soldier shot by North Korean guards as he defects to the south. Fleeing soldier is shot and injured by his own troops, but successfully escapes across the heavily border between North Korea and South Korea. This is the case of...
Pretty sure that was the point. I'm pretty sure they missed killing him.
Oh Chung-sung. Oh Chung-sung, in 2017, decided to defect to the south. He was stationed at the DMZ, and let me just tell you of his story. During his escape, he stole a car and drove it directly to the military demarcation line. He rammed the car into a barricade. He then exited the car and sprinted across the MDL under close-range gunfire. His comrades were trying to kill him, collapsing on the South Korean side under cover of a low wall meters away from the MDL. After being rescued by the South Korean forces, Oh was transported by helicopter to a hospital to receive surgery. Having lost half of his blood from 5 gunshot wounds, he successfully managed to escape. The entire thing was caught on camera by the South Koreans. I'll link the video down below if you want to see it for yourself. But what can we...
Fuck this video. Let's watch that instead.
Have you not seen this?
I don't think so. Oh, damn, they really shooting at him, too. That's fucking crazy. Good for him. What a king.
What if all these soldiers responding just also followed him and defected?
Why shoot at him, though? This is what I don't understand. Why, as soldiers, why shoot at him? He does cross into South Korean territory. That's funny. He almost did. Very funny. What happened to this guy?
He lived.
Good for him. The South Koreans are like, come here, cunt. Look at the blood trail that you can see in the infrared. That's crazy.
You know about the axe thing? The axe.
The tree? Yeah.
That's another funny one. Well, not that this was funny. That one.
Welcome back,
funny,
Defenders.
That one is funny, yes.
Hello, Defender.
It has been dubbed the largest missile and drone strike against Ukraine so far. On August 26, 2024, while still licking his wounds following the humiliation of the Kursk invasion, Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered a concentrated missile and drone attack that struck several cities in Ukraine. ABC News called it a nightmare strike that targeted 15 regions in the country, with Russia launching at least 127 missiles and 109 drones during an 8-hour attack. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky labeled the attack dastardly, while pointing out that Russia was once again using its missiles and drones to hit civilian infrastructure. By the end of the strike, at least 7 people were dead and another 47 injured, with 4 of those 47 being children, according to Ukraine's state emergency service. Still, it could have all been so much worse. The reason
they should go and hit that isolated Navy base between Poland and Germany.
In theory, an F-16 pilot good enough could be just as good as a THAAD battery.
Okay.
I mean, this is if their main strike mission is always going to be countermeasures against missiles, you know, experience in the field is might make them more effective, because it's like they're not getting a THAAD. Like, it's just not it's not possible.
Yeah.
it wasn't is that Ukraine was able to defend against this missile and drone attack, not only with the air defense systems it's used since the beginning of Putin's special...
Do we want more North Korea?
No, I want to watch this because it's going to be about how I was right about the F-16s.
military operation, but with a weapons platform that Zelensky has long said Ukraine needed. A weapons system that's capable of shooting cruise missiles out of the sky and over time may help to put Ukraine on a more even footing with Russia in the aerial battle. We're talking about the F-16. As well as being the day in which Russia launched its largest missile and drone strike against Ukraine, August 26th also marked the first time that Ukraine used F-16s to fight against Russia. In this video, we're going to provide a full analysis of how Ukraine used its new multi-role fighters, what its plans for the F-16s are likely to be in the future, and the challenges it still faces in establishing any form of aerial superiority over Russia. But first, a recap. Since the beginning of the war, Zelensky has argued that American-made F-16s could play a huge role in helping Ukraine turn the tide. The planes, he believed, would allow Ukraine to create small pockets of air superiority over Russia's enemy, particularly when used as part of combined ground operations, as Ukraine attempts to seize back territory Russia had snatched from it. But Zelensky was made to wait, and wait. In July 2023, several countries, including Norway, Denmark, Belgium, and the Netherlands, formed a fighter jet coalition through which they pledged to deliver 85 F-16s to Ukraine. That might give you the impression that Ukraine received these fighter jets in 2023, but that wasn't the case. Before those planes could be sent to Ukraine, its pilots needed to undergo an extensive training program to learn how to use them. After all, these are pilots who have traditionally used older Soviet-era platforms, such as the MiG-29, and it would take them months to get up to speed on the F-16. The American multi-role fighter traditionally has a training program that lasts for 18 months. Even with that training being fast-tracked into a 6-month program, it would still be a long time after the coalition commitment was made before the F-16s would arrive in Ukraine. It's been 18 months and the planes have not reached us.
Like, if it was 18 months of training that they condensed, but the planes have still not gotten there, why not just put them through the 18 months of training and make sure the fucking planes get there when they're back? Why not even give all the pilots a plane to fly back?
There is F-16s, though.
Then now.
Zelensky proclaimed in July 2024, adding that he believed having F-16s would help Ukraine to unblock the skies over his country. The good news for Zelensky was that he wouldn't have to wait much longer to get his hands on F-16s. On August 4, 2024, Zelensky stood at an unnamed airbase in Ukraine, flanked by 2 of the first batch of 6 F-16s the country had received. F-16s in Ukraine, we did it, he said during the ceremony, in which he thanked the coalition leaders who had made this possible, while stressing that Ukraine would need many more. Those extra F-16s will come. It's believed Ukraine will have received 20 of them by the end of 2024, with another 65 waiting in the wings. But these first 6 will go some way to boosting Ukraine's air force, so it can move away from the old Soviet systems upon which it's been forced to rely. Fast forward a little over 3 weeks, and we arrive at August 26th and Russia's nightmare missile and drone attack. It was time for the F-16s to show what they could do. Sandbox News provided details about how Ukraine is using its F-16s in its August 27th report on Russia's missile and drone strike. It noted that of the 127 missiles and 109 drones that Russia sent to Ukraine, the vast majority were intercepted or shot down before they reached their targets. Ultimately, 102 Russian missiles were down, along with 99 of the 109 drones. Ukrainian anti-air defenses were credited with the majority of these interceptions, but Sandbox claims that reports were coming in that Ukraine had deployed its F-16s for the first time, with those multi-role fighters taking part in a defensive effort that saw them shoot down several cruise missiles that were on their way to Kyiv and other locations. From there, the report became more speculative. Sandbox revealed that it wasn't known how many of its F-16s Ukraine had deployed in this defensive role, or exactly what types of missiles.
Generally,
they can't disclose it.
It's 2. There'll be 2 in reserves.
Exactly.
There'll be 2 in reserves. No, I know. But there'll be 2 in reserves, there'll be 2 ready to go, and 2 in the air. But because they don't really need maintenance right now, they probably have 3 in the air, maybe 4. They wouldn't have all 6.
The planes had shot down. It notes that it's very unlikely that the F-16s were used to take out ballistic missiles, such as the Iskander-M, as their flight profiles make them difficult for the F-16 to counter. Instead, Sandbox says it's much more likely that these F-16s played a part in taking down the bevy of surface and air-launched cruise missiles that Russia threw into Ukraine. It points to the Russian Kh-101 and K-59, both of which it says operates more like tactical aircraft than ballistic missiles when they're in the sky. These missiles are powered by jet engines, similar to those used in older jets, giving them a heat signature for the F-16's missile systems to track. Because of those jet engines, the missiles also fly at lower altitudes and take a more horizontal flight path than ballistic missiles. However, the fact that they top out at speeds of between 600 and 700 miles per hour means they have no real means of defending themselves against a fighter jet that can fly faster and track them via their engines. Add to this that Ukraine has already revealed that the F-16s they've been showing off were seemingly loaded with air-to-air munitions, such as AIM-120B missiles and Sidewinder missiles capable of using infrared targeting, and it's clear that Ukraine intended to use its new planes as air defense assets. That's precisely what it appears to have done during Russia's extensive missile and drone attack. with the F-16s being used to take out cruise missiles, while Ukraine's other ground-based anti-air defenses focused on the ballistic missiles and drones. Sandbox says it's most likely that Ukraine was using AIM-9M Sidewinders, which have a range of around 10 miles, meaning any plane firing them would have to get up close and personal with a target. Given that F-16s can fly at speeds of up to 1,345 miles per hour, as well as reaching cruising speeds of 577 miles per hour,
Russia
it's very feasible that Ukraine used them to track,
like
catch...
their anti-ship missile.
Hmm.
That one's beautiful, but other than that, America's got the sexiest missile.
Oh, for sure.
And then obliterate these types of Russian cruise missiles, Sandbox notes were used in the attack. It's even possible, though perhaps unlikely, that Ukraine took advantage of the M61 Vulcan 20mm rotary cannon built into...
I don't know, I really like the new cruise missile design where it's like the flat submarine looking ones. I kind of dig it. I reckon they look cool.
The F-16. These 6-barrel cannons can rattle off an impressive 7,200 rounds per minute, with the caveat being that they're only really effective when the F-16 is within 2,000 feet of its target. They may have been used, though they would have required a pilot to get very close to a cruise missile, creating the risk of a debris cloud upon contact that could damage the F-16. Still, from all of this, we gain some insight into how Ukraine is using its F-16s. This initial batch...
Can we just observe how insane what he just said is? That within 600 meters, this plane is going so quickly that if it used its gun within 600 meters to kill a missile, that the plane would close the gap so quickly that 600 meters is too close. Go run 600 meters and tell me how far that is. It's like maybe just under half a mile. That's fucking crazy.
At least appears to be a supplement to the country's aerial defenses. The
Granted,
F-16s
they do
weren't
big. They
deployed on or
have the
behind
big
front
air
lines
intake
and have
as
yet to
well.
be used by Ukraine in combined efforts with ground-based soldiers. Instead, they're taking out missiles intended for targets on the ground in Ukraine, with their likely focus being to take out cruise missiles that Ukraine's ground-based anti-air systems can't track. A second missile and drone attack, launched just 2 days after the Nightmare attack, offered more insight. Sadly, it also showed just how much risk an F-16 pilot takes whenever they climb into the cockpit. According to a report by the Task and Purpose YouTube channel, Russia launched a second missile volley at Ukraine on August 29th. This one wasn't as large as the Nightmare attack, as it involved just 5 missiles and 74 drones fired at Ukrainian power generation facilities. However, Ukraine responded by sending an F-16 to take out as much as it could. That's when tragedy struck. The F-16 sent to take out the missiles and drones was piloted by Colonel Alexei Mess, who Politico says had long been a fervent advocate of delivering advanced fighter jets to Ukraine. On August 29th, Mess, who went by the handle Moonfish, was piloting one of those very jets during an aerial battle that saw him tackling the Russian missile and drone assault. He didn't make it. In a statement released by the Ukrainian Army General Staff, it was revealed that Moonfish had enjoyed some early success against the Russian missiles, shooting down 4 of them using his F-16's airborne weapons. Following that success, Moonfish, who was one of the first Ukrainian pilots to qualify to fly an F-16, encountered difficulties. During the approach to the next target, contact with one of the aircraft was lost. As it turned out later, the plane crashed. The pilot died, read the statement. Ukraine has yet to confirm if Moonfish was shot down or whether it was issues related to pilot or mechanical errors that led to his F-16 crashing. Whatever the case may be, the sad fact for Ukraine is that it's lost both a good pilot and one of the 6 F-16s.
Yeah, I would probably say it was just a mistake.
How low they are. And the F-16 is an unstable aircraft.
It sure fucking is, yes. I would probably say it wasn't his fault nor the plane's fault. It was just inexperience on the platform. Like, the F-16 is notoriously unstable. So...
Well, you know, if you're not out of control, you ain't in control.
Yeah.
F-16s it's received in the initial delivery, leaving it with just 5 until the next batch comes along. It was a difficult incident for the country, though it came tinged with a minor success. Moonfish had managed to destroy 3 attack missiles and 1 attack drone before his plane crashed. When combined with the much greater success achieved when dealing with the Nightmare strike that came 2 days prior, it's clear Ukraine is starting to figure out how to use its F-16s to turn the tide of battle against Russia. All of which brings us to a key question. What have we learned so far? Speaking to the Ward Carroll YouTube channel, Professor Justin Bronk, a senior research fellow with the Royal United Services Institute, says that these early engagements show Ukraine is taking a cautious early approach with its F-16s. So far, we're not seeing a huge amount of what the Ukrainians are doing with the F-16, which in many ways is quite encouraging. It suggests they're being fairly cautious with them. It suggests that they're probably concentrating on working out and practicing the dispersed operation model, said Bronk. This early caution is smart on Ukraine's part, as it means it's tempering the elation of finally having F-16s with the reality that only had 6 of them as of the creation of this.
What?
The sourcing.
Yeah.
Like, it's so much better than a Ryan Macbeth video.
video, so it's deploying them in a limited defensive manner. There are no confirmed uses of the F-16 near the front lines,
which the topic to probably be an expert himself.
Sure.
A lot of military writers are like that, but then you have ones that are like Ryan Macbeth who insist they know everything already.
Points out is a far more dangerous use. They're also not being used to support the Kursk invasion, meaning Ukraine is either still working on the best strategy for a more offensive deployment, or it's biding its time until more of the promised 85 F-16s arrive in the country. Of course, these early engagements aren't risk-free, as we saw with Moonfish, but Ukraine choosing not to use its F-16s on the front lines right now means it believes the jets are best used in isolated engagements, which brings us to their current air defense role. Task and Purpose points out that the F-16 Ukraine lost wasn't flying near Kursk, and it wasn't lost near the borders, where active fighting is taking place on the ground. This shows that the early assessments of their usage are correct, with Ukraine preferring to use its F-16s in an air defense role, meaning they will likely play the part of interceptors for the foreseeable future. Interestingly, the same channel also points out a side benefit of this interception strategy. Noting that there are only so many interceptor missiles to go around in Ukraine, Task and Purpose says that F-16s can more easily take out missiles and drones thanks to their advanced sensors, which frees up a lot of the older platforms to tackle riskier missions near the front lines. It sounds counterintuitive, but there's also a logic to this approach. Ukraine's pilots are far more experienced in flying Soviet-era jets that make up the majority of its air force. They know how to get the most out of them, says Task and Purpose, meaning Ukraine can use them to offer close air support to ground troops and conduct harassment missions, while the F-16 patrols the skies over Ukraine, ready to intercept any incoming missiles and drones. This approach also enables some level of training. After all,
this wouldn't be the first time an air force has had American and Soviet planes, right? Like modern ones, semi-modern.
I mean, I think Iran has them.
The F-14. But do they have MiGs and Sukhois and shit?
Yeah, they have some.
They do.
Some MiGs and stuff.
Okay.
Now they do, but they also have the knockoff F-4s.
Yeah. See, I wouldn't count F-4s. I would say, yeah, okay, Poland. Poland's probably a good example. Like I'm talking F-15s and Sukhoi Su-27s or some shit like that. Something modern from both sides of the world.
Ukraine's current F-16 pilots have only undergone around 6 months of training for a platform that usually requires 18 to master. By taking the more cautious approach of using F-16s as missile interceptors, Ukraine's pilots can cut their teeth on less dangerous targets, according to Task and Purpose. Perhaps the strategy is to gain greater familiarity with the platform in the short term, which will enable Ukraine's pilots to use F-16s in riskier frontline missions once the country has received more of its promised stock. That future looks brighter too, thanks to the F-16 opening up a whole new arsenal of weapons for Ukraine to use. Task and Purpose note that having Western jets at its disposal means that Ukraine now has access to the advanced weaponry developed by NATO that it previously was only able to jerry-rig into its Soviet-era jets. The channel points out that Ukraine's jets were forced to use R-60 infrared missiles and R-27 semi-active missiles during the early stages of the war, as those were all that were available, as well as being the only types of missiles the jets could use. Both missiles were developed in the 1980s, making them around 40 years out of date, and they resulted in Ukrainian pilots not having long-range capabilities. Compare that with Russian pilots who are using R-77 active radar missiles, and you see why this is so important. The R-77 has fire and forget capabilities, meaning the pilot can pull the trigger on the missile and then move away as the missile tracks its target. Ukraine's missiles required its pilots to keep the noses of their planes pointed at their targets, meaning they couldn't pull away to evade fire. That's all changed with the arrival of the F-16. The jet is...
At one point, they give you an older plane, and it's got like really good range on it, but it's one of those planes you have to keep your nose on the target.
Yeah. They're a pain in the ass.
Capable of firing the AIM-120 AMRAAM missile, which offers both fire and forget and beyond visual range capability.
Starfighter. The other one's like a MiG with machine guns.
Yeah.
But the Starfighter has the and they're actually like really good.
The F-104.
Yeah, it's actually like pretty fucking good. Like even in multiplayer, if you know how to use it, it's just different.
With many calling it one of the best active radar missiles in the world. It has a range of over 20 miles and can move at supersonic speeds before delivering a blast fragmentation warhead to a target. With missiles like these, Ukraine doesn't just achieve parity with the weapon systems used in Russian jets, it exceeds them. As more F-16s arrive in Ukraine, it's likely that we will see more of the jets making their way to the front lines to more directly engage Russian jets in the skies.
Maybe,
that could change the entire complexion of the war, as F-16s could tackle the planes Russia is using to launch glide bombs and take out targets on the ground to enable advances by Ukrainian soldiers. However, that type of strategy...
It'll definitely make Russia think twice. That's for sure.
is likely being reserved for the future, when Ukraine is more capable of unleashing the full potential of its F-16s. For now, it's going down a more defensive route, which brings us back to Ukraine's current usage of the F-16 as an interceptor. It's been making the jet even more capable of carrying out its role by implementing new defensive systems. Task and Purpose examined the F-16s that were on display during Zelensky's August 4th announcement of their arrival and noticed that they had new pieces of kit installed beyond their missile systems. An examination of the jet's pylons revealed that some of them looked bulkier than they should, with one even looking like it had small vents and a camera lens installed. That's the combination of pylon-integrated dispensing systems and electronic combat integrated pylon systems, Task and Purpose said, adding that they are additional defensive models created to improve the F-16's survivability. With these systems, Ukraine's F-16s can use jammers capable of spoofing the radar signals enemy missiles produce, preventing them from locking onto their fighter jet while it's in the air. The systems are even powerful enough to confuse ground-based anti-air systems, as well as larger aircraft. Add an AAR-60 missile warning system to those pylons, which uses ultraviolet light to detect the exhaust plume an incoming missile produces, and you have extensive defensive capabilities. Those capabilities will prove essential as Ukraine continues to use F-16s in an interception capacity. They'll also prove vital should Ukraine ever send its F-16s into direct combat with Russian fighters on the front lines. By now, we're getting a clearer picture of the Ukrainian strategy. It's using F-16s to intercept missiles and drones for now, all while preparing its pilots for a future in which it has more of those aerial platforms available, which
can do anything.
Yeah, it truly is a multi-role fighter. Might be one of the only true multi-role fighters. F-15's pretty up there too. There's a lot of roles. Huh?
Eurofighter.
Yeah. True. All right. Let's finish.
Tim Pool's a popular
on this dickhead's take on Tim Pool, and then we'll call it.
Can't wait.
Call it quits.
And he's done a very good job on growing his audience, and he's got a loyal following. Apparently, yesterday, you're saying, Rob, yesterday he said he's shutting it down?
He said the IRL show that he does. So apparently Tim does two separate shows.
Can you find a clip that he actually breaks it down?
It's like 40 minutes long.
No, it's not. You should find one that's going to be 20, 30 seconds long.
Rob, tell me what IRL means, by the way. In real life. Oh, in real
You should email him and be like, I want to challenge you on some
I have
things.
nothing but nice things to say, you know? Like, he fucking, like, he knows what he's doing.
Real life, all right.
Like
us right now, Joe. Like us right now.
Rob, what do you know about the story? What do you know about what's going on?
Email him, ask him to come on the show. Who knows? He might fucking do it.
No, he won't.
Basically, what he was talking about was, and it's
There's
something
only
we
one
talked
way to
about,
find
is
out.
that he, as the host of the network, cannot also be the CEO of the network. What happened was, I guess they built a separate studio that he hosts the IRL show from. However, he didn't build that studio himself. He built the first studio that they do their daily show out of.
Okay.
He knows the inner workings of that studio. So if a computer goes down, Tim knows how to go in and fix it. However, he didn't build the second studio, the one that the IRL was shot from. And apparently there was a computer that malfunctioned. He had to switch studios at the last minute. And what he was saying is that, hey, I have people on my staff who are not putting in 100%. They're putting in 90%. And I cannot make this company grow as both the host and as the CEO of the company. There needs to be people that take this vision and run with it just besides me.
Okay, so I think I found a clip. I found a 43-second one, and I found a 3-minute one, Rob. If you can see which one it is, as long as there's no music, play one of them so we can see his answer. Go ahead, Rob.
But yeah, I think this might be the end. We are.
Can we do anything with this music or no?
Thing. We make a lot of money, but
what do you think?
By P's,
we can fight it.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Sounds like an Adele
structure
song.
becomes bigger and bigger and bigger until it becomes impossible to manage. You know, I'd never call out anybody personally. Or
Pick this up. This is an Adele song. Go back and play the other one, which isn't, and I think he posted it. I sent you two of them.
I don't know. You would think you'd be able to find more, like the actual episode, and just find the episode.
He's got like such sportscaster energy.
And all of a sudden, we're going to hear this Adele song and start getting emotional.
I don't know if they're crying.
I don't want to be crying. It happens a lot, but
I only have one clip in my text.
Rob, there's another one that is 43 seconds that he says he's going to be stopping. If you just go on X and just type in, yeah. So is this the one?
Yeah, 43 seconds.
Let's see this one without music.
We had our like, I don't know, 12th studio failure this morning.
The new one.
Yeah, the new studio failed. And, you know, my attitude with that is kind of just like, yeah, if we can't make cameras and a computer work, and despite all the previous failures we've had, there's not a single person here who can make sure that either the studio is operating or secondary studio is operating. We've gotten to a point in the company where everyone's kind of just kicked their feet up and said, I'm doing what I need to be doing.
Yeah.
And then that just means I'm Sisyphus pushing the rock up. The problem is people are sitting on the rock. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Kind of wild, Pat, to put that out there just like that on a podcast.
What
and
a
make it public.
toss-up.
Poor leadership, by the way. I got to tell you, I'm a little surprised in Tim Pool. He's done one hell of a job, and I'm sorry to cut you
No,
off.
it's all good.
That's poor leadership right there.
I agree.
There's nobody here. Well,
They got
find
a
somebody.
fucking rapist
You got the
from the
checkbook.
90s.
A 90s serial killer that's a closeted gay.
This guy strangles you. This guy is a fucking strangler right here.
This guy waits for you to be kissing your girlfriend before he breaks into your car. This guy's the Zodiac.
Well, there's a big difference between being a great podcaster and a smart guy and having a great, voice versus being a businessman. It's very hard.
Which one of those describes Tim Pool?
So I mean, luckily we have.
I mean, Tim Pool can certainly talk.
Does he have a good voice though? I wouldn't think so.
He's fine.
Literally one of the only guys in the world that is what I would call a triple threat. You can be a CEO, entrepreneur, also a manager, a coach, building a team, but also
Patrick's like, don't steal my phrases!
Like
fucking jumps on the desk and elbow drops this guy.
Like Tim is a grifter through and through. There's literally no leadership here. The guy just has money, throws money at people, talks shit for 3 hours, and then goes and fucking jerks off to his reflection in a mirror. Like, he's not a fucking entrepreneur. He's a fucking grifter.
Greatest thinkers and minds and conversationalists. It's very unique. Tim Cast,
What
Tim
a head.
Pool, smart guy, opinionated, knows his stuff.
His mustache
I don't know
looks
his business.
textured
I don't
on.
know. I mean, we've spent time with his team. I love Ian. Luke's a good dude. We know his team. Josie. I don't know how it works, but there's a major difference between being a pundit and a great speaker versus being a great businessman.
Was that sincere, though? Was that sincere, or was he just putting people on notice? It sounds like he's looking to hire a COO. It sounds like somebody can step forward.
That's maybe what he needs to do. Yeah, bring a businessman in, much like
this guy is
Ben
so
Shapiro
weird.
brought in Jeremy Bourne type of thing. It's a unique situation.
But what do you, but to do it publicly like that, like now, if you think those
probably
people are
coming from
90%,
frustration.
those people right now are
Frustration.
down to 60%.
Forget about
The
it.
whole internal group is like, wait, what the hell?
Well,
are
there's
you
inner conversations and external
Why-
conversations. That's probably
Why does that guy look so greasy?
That's literally what that guy just said.
It looks like he's about to sell me insurance.
That's
a team meeting, not an
Guys,
external conversation.
Go ahead, Tom. I'm going to hear you, and then I'm going to...
Dude, he's fucking creepy.
give you my thoughts.
I think I'm reacting the same way you are. Why don't you go first?
Yeah. So look, we've had you guys see this, but you also see that.
Did Bolton get
I've
DH'd?
seen both. So we've had people that have left and said bad things about us.
That's
I haven't got
Bolton's
time for
fine.
that. What I say to you guys? What's our rule? I have nothing to say. We're moving on. Okay, we're doing our thing. You come say what you want. We'll react, but at the same time, we're moving on. Guys, want to make comments? We'll do our thing. In regards to something like this, it's something for him to be thinking about. I don't know how many people.
Calm jank. I think doesn't Hassan call him Evil Jank? Is that someone else? Who's Evil Jank?
I don't know, but that's funny. Okay, now.
Move to West Virginia to work there. I don't know. Maybe you chose the wrong state. Okay, and maybe the pool of talent in West Virginia is not that wide. Maybe you should consider going to Dallas. Maybe you should go to Austin.
Is this an ad,
where
Patrick?
Rogan, Musk are at. So when one talent doesn't work out, at least you can. Maybe you should consider going to Miami. Who the hell is wanting to move to West Virginia?
Compound?
I mean, I know there was a song with named West Virginia, and the song wasn't even supposed to be about West Virginia. It just rhymed better. You know the song that I'm talking about, right?
Virginia.
It's a great song.
John Denver, I think.
Right,
Yeah,
it's a phenomenal song, and he was trying to talk about Colorado, I believe. And it just
didn't
West
sound
Virginia
good,
rhymed better, right?
Worked out well
This
for
guy's
West Virginia.
capable. He's talented, but let me tell you, Tom said the best thing to me 15 years ago. Okay, and one of the best lessons, I never understood it until Tom broke it down for me.
Forget
Pat,
about
you know
it.
the most money I've ever made in my life when I was the CEO founder versus I was number 2, number 4, number 5, number 6 in a company. I've always made more money as a number 2 than a number 1. Tom is one of the smartest guys in the world. My opinion, one of the smartest guys I know in my
When
life.
you're not the fucking
Brilliant, can go
direct
anytime.
investor, like, yeah, no shit. Founders have to go through a lot of shit to get companies going, and then the number 2s come in right when it's finally successful, and then they fucking get paid out.
Mm-hmm.
Pick any range anywhere. He can be a lawyer one minute, he can be a CFO another minute, he can be a talent another minute, he can be a poster another minute. The most ridiculous brain to have. I don't understand that part, right? But he understands he's not a founder. He's not a CEO. If you want to scale a business, he's going to make more money on the other way around. Tim may be needing to look at where to go. Maybe, I hope he hasn't ruined a lot of relationships where people would be willing to entertain him to go in different companies because he is capable. And if you don't do that,
I agree.
You can find places to go. And the last thing I will say about this is the following: marriage is
go work for a larger company, or he could just Dave Rubin it.
Yes, that's actually a great idea.
Like Dave Rubin just wanted to show up and get paid at TYT. That's why he got fired.
Yeah,
he didn't.
And now he is literally showing up and getting paid.
The prompter. Pay me.
He's the talent.
Yeah, I know. He's a fucking. That's why Larry King doesn't care about taking phone calls on his show.
It's hard. Okay? It's hard. Very hard. A lot of them don't work out.
I'm hard.
If it doesn't work out, it typically takes two to tango, right? It's not one person that screwed it up. Everybody wants to always blame the man first. And then 6 months later, like, oh, okay, so it's her. And you're like, no, it's probably both of you guys. Cool. Listen, none of my business. Listen, bro, all good. Whatever you need, I'm here. Man, I wish you guys the best.
Tim Pool would be the kind of
as a
boss
friend.
to
Cool.
blame the employees for
kids pay price, all that stuff happens. Running a business is hard. Being a talent is hard. Don't forget what happened a month ago. The accusations about Russia. The accusations about $100,000 per episode and all this other stuff. So all of this pressure could also be hitting you at the same time that you almost need something to say, let me effing take a break from all of this BS. You have to understand the limelight isn't for everybody. I'm talking to Kevin McCarthy. He was here on the podcast, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, right? And we had a very interesting conversation with him. I thought it was going to be an hour podcast, ended up being 2.5 hours. I couldn't believe some of the stuff I learned about the guy. And then we're talking about different candidates. We're walking aside, I'm not going to give the names. And he says, that person that you think is going to run for office in 2028, I don't think it's going to happen. I said, tell me why. He says, because he's not battle tested. I said, tell me what you mean by battle tested. He says, you think that person can handle them talking about the personal life and all the shit that he's done in the past? You don't know that. Most of these people hide from that kind of stuff. They can't handle that kind of stuff. This is very, very hard. He said, Trump is battle tested. These guys are battle tested. Most of these guys are not battle tested. This is not an easy game. So for me, seeing him go through this,
like if
there's any feedback I can give him, Tim, you're actually a talent. You actually good at what you do. You actually good at talking shit. You actually good on Twitter. You actually got a lot of this stuff.
He's really
capable
not
of doing something long term. Maybe your ego's bigger than you think, and maybe you got your ass handed to you a little bit this last 12 months. And maybe you need to, sit back and say, who do I want to be in life? Maybe go read this book called Your Next 5 Moves and question. I'm being serious with you. Move number one is, who do you want to be and what kind of a life do you want to build? Most people screw up life because they think they're Trump. They think they're Rogan. They think they're Ted Turner. They think they're Steve Jobs. They think they're Elon Musk. And most of the time, you're not. You're Tim Pool. If you can find what the best positioning for Tim Pool is, you need to stay in this game because you're actually very capable. And the market benefits from you being here. And by the way, sometimes you think everybody spends the entire day thinking about you screwing up and all this stuff. People have a life that moved on. No one gives a shit.
It's always the people who find positions of power who always tell you to become the cog in the wheel. That's the best part. It's them kicking the ladder out underneath them.
He's right, though. Tim should fucking hire a fucking good producer.
No, he should.
Then maybe they'll talk shit about you for a week. Maybe it lasts a month. They're moving on. And the ones that cling on to stuff and they always say the same shit, who cares? Let them be around. They're entertained. They don't have much more to do than to do that. But this could be a good opportunity for him to come back and up his game and recreate himself. And a break sometimes isn't a bad deal. If you ever, maybe it's not a bad idea for him to go watch a movie. You know what's a good movie to watch?
Tell me.
The Count of Monte Cristo.
And you know what's even funnier?
The Count of Monte Cristo.
This is what I don't even understand, right? If you're in the situation that Tim Pool is theoretically in and you want to step back because there's too much time being taken, how much is your time worth? Because if I was in that situation and I'm making the money that he's making for this show that he's making, I'd be offering $250,000 to a producer a year as a salary. Easily. To give me all my time back? You fucking kidding me? Yeah, fuck yeah, have 250 grand. You kidding? How much? What else do you want? You want full insurance coverage as well? Fuck yeah, you got it. This is what I don't understand. The value of the person being hired has been lost because
but
people.
Also, nobody wants to go live in West Virginia.
No, that's the other thing. Also, you would have to be dealing with Tim Pool daily.
Tim Pool made a terrible choice building a compound in the middle of nowhere.
Well, it's like an hour outside of DC, isn't it? Something like that.
Couldn't tell you.
Don't know. I'm pretty sure it's like close to DC.
Going to West Virginia, them roads.
Yeah, they're probably not very good.
Nah, they're just like very up and down.
Well, why not go to Virginia? That would seem like a better idea. West Virginia. Well, it's cheap, I guess. It's
Yeah,
cheap
that's
as
why
fuck.
he's there.
Yeah.
He thought, I'm going to be smart and go to where the real estate is low. I'm smart.
Well, his whole gimmick was, I'm going to
business
create a
where
town.
nobody lives.
I'm going to create the business. I'm going to be the business. That's basically what he thought is, I'm going to invigorate this town. Absolute tosser.
Cristo.
Excellent.
You ever seen that movie?
Absolutely.
Go watch the movie Count of Monte Cristo. And one of the greatest quotes of all time is, sometimes one must disappear and come back greater. Maybe this is a time for you to disappear and come back, shock the world, and go read the book and watch the movie. Anyways, that's my feedback.
Patrick, by the way, that was very positive.
Okay,
I hope he hears it, because he is a real talent, guys, and he really has grown that. If I may tell you something.
What was that? I don't think that's the one we watched. Is it 2002? It can't be that.
I don't know. You're telling the story.
You know, it would be like, for me, like maybe it is 2002. It is 2002. That is the one. It's like the Princess Bride. It feels way older to me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a kick-ass fucking movie though. All versions of it. I don't know about the newest one.
Okay.
So Patrick David is right. It's just funny that it's a funny thing to be like, you know what he needs to do in his life? Watch The Count of Monte Cristo.
Made a very similar mistake to this. Now, he did it publicly. Sometimes when that red light's blinking and you got a frustration, you've been sitting on something, and all of a sudden it comes out. When I got out of college, I was 23 years old. I had a car lot. My dad was rich. He gave me a car lot. I got a car lot. And I tell the team, because we're not selling enough cars, we just won't do this. We're not making enough money to keep the doors open, which I think
coming out.
he's going to get everybody
I had to fund my cocaine habit.
It made them, when they left the meeting, go and look for other jobs. It created a massive problem. Instead of, it was very bad leadership.
This guy is like
one of the
a
first decisions
promoter.
that I made. It was definitely one that I had to learn, but go, wow.
This guy looks like every... have you seen Black Klansman?
No.
Really? So anybody who's seen Black Klansman, this guy looks like the recruiting guy for the KKK chapter from that movie.
Wow, and when I saw Tim do that, I just kind of thought there was more message to the troops where the red light was blinking and we all got to see it. And he's telling someone in that office, hey, I've treated you guys really good. I got a nice facility. I've taken the risk here. I'm paying you a lot of money. I'm expecting more from you. For example, you see me getting up and running these cameras. For example, you see me trying to connect these mics and do these things. I'm expecting you to see me do that. No, that's wrong that I'm doing that since I'm the boss, and that one of you learns how to do it. I feel like that's what that was, and he let us in on it. And I think, Patrick, he can take your advice, and he may need to look for, by the way, a COO. There are office managers that do that very thing.
Mm-hmm. The super VIP one sold out. I think the one for lunch is sold out. There's a few of the VIP ones left, and everything else is moving. Here's the update. Who's going to be attending? You need to know. I already said.
I don't care. All right, we are done.
Yeah, you can't go to his rally unless you're wearing the Future Looks Bright merch.
Yes. That stuff.
He's requiring that you buy his merch before you come to his rally.
That probably won't stay. But yes, we are done. That is the end of the stream. Come back later, I guess. I'm still so sad I didn't get a stitched one of these because it's just screen printed and the screen's coming off. Yeah, come back later, like on Friday. Later. Later. I think the screen printing is coming off more on the back, but I kind of, because there were stitched ones, like proper ones that are also heavier and not this material, but very sad. I'll get a proper one when I go back. Anyway, Friday, fun stream. More Mass Effect, huh? Tune in for more Mass Effect. Which guy, me?
Pharaohs.
Yeah.
The most forgettable mission, even though it's
can't wait.
Fine, it's a fine mission. There's nothing wrong with it.
Can't wait. Goodbye.
It's maybe because it's like Noveria just has that like eerie where corporate energy, and
True.
Pharos is like, hi, we're normal.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Oh well. All right, stream ending. 3, 2, 1. Button pressed. Goodbye.